All right, you guys, and just like that, we are back at there's a lot going on. You guys already know what we're here to talk about, so go ahead and thumbs up until it's absolutely stuck. Make sure you guys are subscribed, all that good jazz, honey. You guys know that thumbing up not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up the YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member, and letting them know that we are loud, live, and in color, girl. I'm tired as hell, y'all. I am tired. I can't with this stuff now, y'all. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. Shout out to all the new subbies, honey. We are less than, 600 something subscribers away from 50K? Yeah, on period. Them girls. Them boys. We them people on the block, all right? So shout out to all of the new supporters. I love you guys a long time. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your MySpace, your Twitter, the dark side of your personal OF, your MySpace, your Plenty of Fish. You know, I don't really give a damn where you lay the lane. Just let them whores know, okay, that we're loud, we're live, and we are certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Girl, it's only 40 likes on this video, and it's almost 107 likes. I mean, it's 107. It's 107 viewers, but only 40 likes on the video, y'all. Don't make me switch over to no comment mode, because you know, being able to type in the chat is a privilege, okay? But my job gets done easier by just treating it like a pre-recorded material. So if I can work and be engaging and be intimate and interpersonal and all those things and cut all these backflips and be keeping y'all informed and up to date and getting up here, the least my supporters can do is hit that thumbs up. We ain't got no weirdos over here. If you was a weirdo, if you're a weirdo, you ain't got no business being over here. You got to be being over here. There's plenty other places to be on social media. I don't know why you're weird and you want to be over here being weird when you can be over there somewhere, okay? So whether you're part of the Replay Gang, the Bush Baby actively in these streets, please run the thumbs up, you guys. Don't make me beg for no likes, okay? Now, also, Cash App trying to get me to change my account to a business account. I don't have a business account with Miss Cash App girl, so she's not letting me receive no gifts from y'all until my appeal goes through, which can be any day now. So if y'all guys want to send me a token of love until my appeal goes through, then you guys can definitely send any donations over to PayPal, paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. I'll let you guys know when the appeal is up. Thank you guys in advance, and shout out to all the supporters who was throwing me love and showing me love in the last live. Y'all, I am very tired. I probably got 4 hours worth of sleep. Then I woke up, pretty much brushed my teeth, washed my face, and then jumped on here for like 4.5 hours Then went and got me something to eat because I ain't even eat breakfast before I had talked to y'all. So I went, finally ate, jumped in the whole shower, so I could feel my skin again, girl, because I've been working my ass off. And then as I'm doing all that, updates continue to pop off, and I kind of want to keep reporting in real time because if I wait too long to report, it's going to be so much stuff that done happen in such a short amount of time, and I'm going to have to go through 50 million 11 things. So I just want to kind of keep up with everything in a timely fashion. All right, so we're here to catch up with a bunch of updates since the last damn hour. All right, shout out to all you guys in the building. All right. Now, first and foremost, let's get to it. You guys know that it was a big thing this morning around the indictment. We read through the indictment. You guys can get that in the live stream from earlier. Secondly, you guys know that Diddy had proposed a $50 million bail bond package. Okay, he offered up his house, his mammy house, his newborn baby's passport, bitch. They could get the plane. Girl, all he want to do is push through LA, New York, Florida, and be able to attend his goddamn doctor's appointments so he can continue to get his Ozempic, girl. All right. And there was a big thing over whether the judge was going to grant that. All right. Now, a lot of us felt like it was a 50-50 chance because the $50 million bail proposal seemed pretty decent at first shot, at first glance. However, considering the nature of the indictment and his arrests and the crimes and the charges he's facing for those alleged crimes, fuck him being a flight risk, bitch. He just might be a goddamn risk to any potential witness and victims in this case. So the judge apparently denied his bond, girl. Okay, it's being reported everywhere the bond was denied. Okay, courtesy of hold on, let me pull it up because I posted it on my community wall. Shout out to everybody in the building, child. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. All right. According to Mr. Dennis Byron, who's also the YouTuber with the YouTube channel, I think it's Hip Hop Inquirer. Shout out to Byron. He's an actual journalist. He typically reports and engages like in all these lawsuits. I think he's the one that helped Cardi B to actually serve Unhinged with Budweiser K, her motherfucking summons, bitch. So shout out to Dennis Byron ass, okay? But he reported loud, live, and in color that the judge had indeed denied Diddy's bail. Amen, okay? Breaking news, Diddy has been denied bond by a federal magistrate judge. He will remain in custody until his trial, okay? Now, y'all know that Diddy's attorney, of course, is slapping his nappy ass privilege all around, doing the damn most right now, trying to fend for Diddy's non-existent innocence. He's even putting out a false narrative, girl, that Cassie was responsible for getting her ass whooped in that infamous CNN Intercontinental Hotel footage because apparently she went through Diddy's phone while he was in the shower and saw that he was cheating on her, which we know there's no such thing because Cassie is aware that she is a part of a harem. So there's no cheating. Okay? Like, that's not what they would be fighting over. But nonetheless, the attorney apparently spun this whole narrative that she went to his phone, caught him cheating, and then clucked him over the head with the phone, and for whatever reason took his clothes and hauled ass, and that somehow justifies Diddy running down the hallway in half a towel with a 56-inch waist and stumping her out, dragging her down the hall, throwing a vase at her, and beating her to a pulp. Yeah, it's a no for me, okay? And if Diddy had been that justified, we know that there would have never been a apology video that came immediately, nor a settlement that followed 48 hours after she filed her suit. Just corny, goofy bullshit. So, you know, I'm with the public. Lock the damn attorney up too, as far as I'm concerned, baby. Okay, throw his ass away. But Diddy was denied bond. Okay. Now I want to show you guys something else, because according to Girl Is That Legal, attorney Simone on YouTube, she explained that she believes one of the reasons why the bond was denied is because the $48 million home that Diddy put up as collateral actually is like tied up in some other litigation in Michigan, which is a part of some injunction, and resulted in $100 million default case. I think that's the one with the prisoner winning the $100 million case and all of that, girl. So apparently that home has already been spoken for. I'm going to show you guys her community wall right now. All right. So she posted 3 hours ago and said, tune in at 2:30 as I break down the document supporting no bail. Once again, I was right, just like I predicted. They don't want to allow Diddy to use his home as collateral since it's already a part of the injunction in the Michigan cuckoo crazy $100 million default case. Okay, so remember, Diddy also got sued by a fucking inmate. He got sued by an inmate. Diddy apparently did not respond to the litigation. This inmate had also accused Diddy of SA, etc., a male inmate. And as a result, he was able to get a default win of a $100 million default judgment. Diddy now is contesting it and claiming that he never was aware of the litigation, blah, 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 blah. But apparently, as a result of that default judgment, girl, his home in question is already spoken for, girl. So apparently this went into the judge's decision to not grant bail. But however the universe had to work it out, girl, for this motherfucker to be denied, I'm just happy about denied, okay? However the universe got to get it done, baby. Just universe, work, and work, girl. You worked it, girl, okay? Now, Diddy, as we also have learned, thanks to the street committee, girl, because y'all send me all of the things. I have no idea what the let me see if I can find out real quick what that inmate was in jail for. Let me see if I can pull up some information first, because girl, let me tell you something. Between Don's lawsuit, the inmate's lawsuit, it's like everything came so back to back. I didn't even want to overwhelm myself with everything, so I ain't even read the damn lawsuit of the inmate who sued. I just read Don's lawsuit last night on Nosy's page, and then we read through like 20 something odd pages of it today in the previous string. Let me see. Inmate who sued Diddy. The judge awarded Derek Lee Cordello Smith, an inmate convicted of he's in prison for an ex-crime himself. So this is another pervert who is in prison serving federal time for a SA crime himself. He was convicted of a sex crime, 10 million a month starting next month. Okay, the judge awarded Derek Lee Cordello Smith, a convict convicted of an SA crime, $10 million a month starting next month, baby. Okay, the good old month of Halloween, girl. Ironically, honey, okay? Diddy get to start off October in jail, awaiting trial, and spooked and nervous, bitch, because $10 million of his money is going to be defaulting to Mr. Derek Lee Cordello Smith, another pervert. Isn't it so? This is all so weird, but it's not. We have to remember, Diddy runs with perverts and sexually deviant people, okay? This is why he's being charged with racketeering and RICO to begin with. So it's not surprised, right, that not only did he perverse out, apparently, another pervert, but is also in a whole litigation with another criminal. Like, you cannot make it. Like, this shit with Diddy is so over the top and extreme. It would have to be real life to believe it, because this is just not You don't think people's lives are this fucked up until you just know that they are this up. I want to see Diddy's mugshot when he is in 1 month in, baby, okay? Gonna have a whole forest growing off the top of that goddamn head, honey, in there looking like Isaiah. But he's granted $10 million a month starting next month for 10 months in a SA lawsuit the felon filed against the rapper because the celebrity failed to show up in court or filed a response to the damn case. All right, so that's what Derek Lee Cordello Smith is in prison for, okay, for sexually assaulting somebody else, child. A hot goddamn mess. Now, speaking of that, I was tuning in to Nosey's live. Make sure you guys subscribe and like and support a Nosy Whole Life on YouTube, girl. And she was talking about how, you know, the indictment did not mention any of the children. When I read the indictment, I was very disappointed too, because I thought that the indictment was going to hit a lot harder. I also had noticed that the indictment didn't mention any of the video footage in question because, you know, the feds not only seized 1,000 bottles of lotion and lubricant, girl, they confiscated 3 AK-15s. They also confiscated lube, GUNs, lotion, and what about all the tapes? Okay, but once again, we also know that Diddy's private jet flew to the Caribbean islands a few months ago, girl. He wasn't on it, but something was on that damn jet, and it landed in the Caribbean islands, honey. Okay, so I don't know if the feds do have the tapes or not, or if that's a part of the evidence that Diddy got transported the fuck up out of here. Because, you know, I was saying in the last live, that probably was where all the real heavy shit was. Whatever Diddy loaded up, girl, all his alleged drugs, all his paraphernalia, girl, all of the real incriminating tea on the politicians, on the other major celebrities that he probably got on video, honey, all the shit that shows his ass engaging and all the things that Dawn reported on in her lawsuit, the trafficking of the underage boys and girls, mixed race girls, underage albino females, etc., girl, like all that stuff, the stuff that Cassie had to watch of herself, you know, being forced to have SCX with sex workers and all of that good jazz, child, all that stuff is probably on the plezane that Diddy had zooted up out of the country. All right. So they need to be subpoenaing that plane, that pilot, that airport where that plane landed, and need to be tracking down what the hell was retrieved from that private jet. Where did those items go? And they need to go internationally, intercontinentally, domestically, whatever the hell they consider it to be, girl, and seize all of the things. But I believe that the indictment did not mention any of the stuff that was in Don's lawsuit, because Don's lawsuit was just filed 6 days ago. Remember, Diddy and his attorney been planning for this whole thing with the DA and the grand jury for months now. Okay, that's why they already had it set up that he was supposed to actually turn himself in today, but they went in earlier. All of that good jazz, with Dawn not filing her suit until like almost a week ago. This whole indictment thing was already full steam ahead. So the DA more than likely just did not have the opportunity to use any of those allegations in this particular indictment. But I want you guys to remember, as the U.S. District Attorney said earlier at the press conference, this is an ongoing case. Diddy has a initial indictment, but he also can get a superseded indictment, just like Bishop Whitehead. Remember, he had his initial indictment, and then the feds kept superseding it. They kept piling on to it because they were still investigating his ass and other allegations. And as those allegations panned out, then they expedited his charges. We can see a very similar rollout when it comes to Diddy. So we don't need to look at this indictment as all done up, all finish up, because it's more than likely not finish up. This is just the initial, these are just the initial charges, and this is what they are just initially pending on him. But it is an ongoing investigation. The indictment can be superseded. So it ain't over until the fat lady sing. You know, we are way too early into this to know for sure where this is going to end and how this is going to begin. We're just going to have to take this thing day by day, week by week, etc. This trial also isn't going to come to conclusion, in my opinion, anytime soon. This thing will probably be litigated all the way into next year. Remember, the Young Thug fucking case is one of the longest running trials in modern times right now. That shit been going on for, it seemed like, generations. Okay, they're still fucking litigating in the Young Thug case, so we have no idea, just what's all coming right now. I'm sure that just like what happens with a lot of civil suits, a lot of people are going to continue to come forward. There may be people coming forward who we, being new, has something to say, but said nothing until current time. We're just not all done with this. This is just the tipping point. This is just the introduction. So they have a lot to go, and a lot could unfold. A lot could happen. And we're just going to have to buckle in, strap on our seatbelts, and just see where this thing is going to go. I'm not going to get emotionally invested in, how things look now, how things look tomorrow. I'm in this for the long haul. So I'm just going to let this thing carry me as it plays out. And just, hold on accordingly, child. But while we're holding on, we learned. Well, before we get there, let's get to Megan Cunnin, who has been also giving like a lot of live coverage and, in real time updating on her Twitter page. So shout out to Megan Cunnin, or Cunniff. Is it Cunniff? Yes, Megan Cunniff, girl. Somebody told her to charge her damn to charge her Bob, girl, because they were going to need her front and center this morning, girl, to do the on the ground coverage, honey. So that Bob was charged, girl. She posted the detention memo that basically was a persuasive letter to the judge to encourage him to see Diddy as a no-risk flight person. So, hey, y'all coming into the chat. Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Let me show you guys that detention memo. I'm going to read it to you guys. It reads, to Judge Tarnoff, girl, this is the Honorable Judge Robin. Mr. Sean Combs, through his counsel, submits this letter to the court for release on certain specified conditions. Yesterday hearing, Mr. Combs was arrested on an indictment charging him with the following offenses that you guys can all see there. This letter will walk the court through a series of actions taken by Mr. Combs over the past 6 months that prove that he is not a risk of flight. So 6 months tell you guys how long Diddy, his attorney, and prosecutors have been working to roll this thing out. So keep in mind, Don's lawsuit didn't come until 6 days ago. So this was something that's been in planning. This is an indictment that was being rounded up and smoothed out up until execution week. So I think that Don's suit just came too late in the game, but it does not mean that the feds are not going to investigate those claims, and it does not mean that we're not going to see the allegations listed in her suit taken up in this criminal case with Diddy. Now remember, just like R. Kelly, Diddy can have multiple criminal cases put on his ass. R. Kelly had criminal cases all over the damn country, girl. You know, every damn state damn near, had a case against R. Kelly. So once again, everything is not all done up. This is only the tipping point of it all. This letter will walk the court through a series of actions taken by Mr. Combs over the past 6 months to prove that he is not a risk of flight or a danger to anyone in the community. These actions prove that Mr. Combs is eminently trustworthy. Girl, bye. Eminently trustworthy, that he is demonstrably committed to showing his innocence in court in the context of this case, and that he should be released on the condition proposed in order to do so. The first thing the court should know is that when it became apparent to his counsel that Mr. Combs would at some point soon be formally charged, he did something extraordinary. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, the very location the prosecutors and agents investigating him. Through counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily came to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, and offered to turn himself in at the appropriate time. Even though Mr. Combs came to New York, authorized his lawyers to tell the government of his location, and offered to self-surrender, the government effected an arrest last evening. This, we know, is the government's right. However, that he traveled to New York to self-surrender is also something the court should consider. This was not the first time that Mr. Combs took to show his trustworthiness and lack of flight risk. Indeed, it is part of a pattern since even before the March 25th, 2024 searches on Mr. Combs' residences. Mr. Combs and his counsel have been fully aware that the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York has been conducting an investigation involving allegations concerning racketeering and trafficking and other offenses. Knowing for these many months that he will be indicted, Mr. Combs has done everything, as will be set out below, to work with the prosecutors in ways that are unusual, if not unprecedented. Since at least April 2024, Mr. Combs has been making efforts to sell his airplane. We informed the government of these efforts in May 2024, as explained further below. Just this weekend, Mr. Combs entered into a letter of intent with the party to sell it. Mr. Combs understands he is not to travel to LA, where the plane has been located this week, and further that the plane is not to be brought to any district in which he is located until it is sold. Home detention with GPS monitoring and all other standard conditions of pretrial supervision. On March 13th of 2024, counsel for Mr. Combs emailed the assistant United States attorneys in this inductory male counsel identified himself as counsel for Mr. Combs and stated that he wished to speak with the prosecutors and share information about Mr. Combs and the matters under investigation. After not hearing back from the AUSA's counsel, again emailed the prosecutors on March 2024. Counsel, I did not get a response to the second email either. On March 25th of 2024, search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' place of residence in Miami and Los Angeles. In addition, he was removed from his airplane and searched. The searches of the residence were unusually public and particularly heavy-handed. The agents had assault rifles trained on the heads and the chests of his children, who were then handcuffed and brought before news cameras and a press helicopter. On the day of the searches, counsel called the prosecutors and they spoke for the first time. Counsel indicated that he would accept service of 2 grand jury subpoenas to Mr. Combs' businesses. About a week following the searches, on April 1st of 2024, counsel took possession of Mr. Combs' U.S. passport. As noted on this same day, counsel advised the AUSA of the fact that counsel had Mr. Combs' passport, that we would not return it to him, and that he would not leave the country during the pendency of the investigation. We have in fact maintained the passports, and Mr. Combs has not in fact left the country despite knowing the investigation was ongoing, despite having a plane at his disposal, despite not being charged with any crime. In light of these circumstances, he can rebut the presumption of detention here due to his extraordinary actions in the investigation. Mr. Combs should be released on the conditions proposed so that he can fight this case in court effectively. The defense proposes the following bail package, and we already know what that is. He put up his house, his mammy's house. He gave the passports to his newborn, his mother, his sister, his baby mama, his daughters, his twins, girl, the sons, baby. Everybody got to be locked the fuck down, baby. Diddy don't give a damn what they need, honey. He willing to auction off generations of lineage and DNA, bitch, if it means being able to get the fuck up out of that sinkhole, because you know they don't got his ass in general population, which means that his ass is in isolation, and he's in isolation, girl, with all this fear. He's in isolation with all this anxiety. He's in isolation without no blanket, bitch. You know, he ain't even got a window to look out of in isolation, girl. You know, I had to carry a man through 3.5 years worth of a prison sentence, baby. That isolation chamber ain't shit, bitch. Okay, so you know he going through it. That's why his ass fighting like hell to get the fuck up out of there. But this is his human, material, earthly version of hell, bitch. All right. And it didn't work. So access got denied. Now, everybody was saying, well, his attorney's going to contest it. It ain't over yet. Yeah, his attorney is doing what the fuck the attorney supposed to do. Like, if you hire a defense attorney, bitch, what you better be doing is putting in every appeal you can to get me up out of this motherfucker. And the lawyer can do whatever he wants to. He can appeal it every goddamn day. And the judge and the courts can deny it every goddamn day. The judge ultimately has the final say so. And if they say no, Diddy and his legal counsel has the right to exhaust all of their appeal options and they will be denied accordingly if that's what they're going to do. Now, since we already know what some of the legal issues is with some of the collateral that Diddy is putting up, such as one of his homes, which apparently has already been spoken for in another litigation to the other inmate who got a default judgment against Diddy for $100 million. Diddy doesn't even have the $50 million collateral that he proposed now, because there is legal conflicts of interest that have now been revealed about the collateral he's offering up. So technically, you can just remove the $48 million home that he paid the $18 million off on in order to be able to put up for collateral. Now he only has the $2 million equity from his mammy's place in Miami. And somebody go check on Janice Combs, because I'm sure that bitch is hooked up to a ventilator right now. So, yeah, his ass gonna be in there, girl. Because on top of flight risk, and you now only really have a $2 million offer for bail. And considering the gravity and the heinousness of the charges against you, you also pose as a safety risk to, once again, any potential witnesses and victims who he would have access to once he has access to phones, laptops, etc., his entourage, because as the indictment has already colorfully painted out, everybody around him is a participant in these freak-offs and in the exploitation of these women and men and these boys and these girls. So nobody in Diddy's life can be trusted. His children can't be trusted. His newborn baby can't be trusted. That's why they stripped that bitch of the passport, girl. His cook, his chef, his Lyft driver, his choreographer, girl, can't nobody, bitch, okay? Because everybody with the shits, all right? So once again, I hope their next argument is fuck the risk factor, or fuck the flight risk factor, girl. He is a safety risk to the potential witnesses and victims in this case. All right? Now, God bless the child, baby. The child ain't got nothing to do with it, but baby, God be a diaper. Jesus be a diaper. Now, we learned some other very strange details about the night that Diddy's black ass was arrested, courtesy of Inner City Press on Twitter, who you guys were telling me to go to because they were also giving some good shit. Oh, they was giving, damn, bitch. They've been updating all day, girl. Just write a book already. Shit. Who running this damn man's account, baby? I need to hire whoever is running Inner City Press account, girl, because, baby, if I could work this fast and efficiently, my God, hold on. There's a lot of shit up here. Wait a minute. I need to start with the pink powder. And then we can scroll on up, honey. Work our way up. Hold on, y'all. Pointed oppressor. Okay, yeah, we saw that from the press conference. Hold on, I want to make sure. Press. This man got a lot of information, girl, up on his motherfucking shit. 50 million. Where the pink powder at? Defendant count 54. Oh, wait a minute. Before September 14th, the statement by Ms. Harper, who is Kalenna's big mammy ass, the defendant called her 54 times in one day. Some of the way in which the defendant contacts witness and victims are meant to evade. He uses intermediaries. The defendant cannot overcome the presumption. Okay, girl, wait a minute. Defendant is what the man. Oh, okay. I want to show y'all this real quick, and then we're going to scroll actually down and work our way. We're just going to work our way up and down this man timeline, bitch, because there's a lot going on over here. This is so wild. It's so wild. And get these likes up, y'all. Love y'all on time. Hey, Shawnee, hey, room was into. Hey, y'all, I'm going to drop the link, too, because I want y'all to come up, girl, and get into the things. We haven't had a panel discussion yet about this shit, so I may be dropping a link, too. 2 hours ago, as you got here, let's start here, girl, okay? The government has spoken to over 50 witnesses. We have sworn out warrants for cloud accounts. The search have yielded 90 cell phones and 30 other devices, including surveillance system. The freak-offs are corroborated 300 grand jury subpoenas. Now, mind you, we don't know if these 50 witnesses, we don't know if these are young people and grown people. We don't know because, once again, a U.S. district attorney who spoke at the press conference earlier, remember, he was being evasive because this is still an ongoing investigation. So they're not about to give us all of the deets just because we nosy as hell, okay? The DA, the feds don't give a fuck about, our eagerness to know the things. They're more concerned about being able to put people the fuck away and being able to do that as quickly and as expeditiously as they can, which means that they may not prosecute Diddy for everything we want to see him prosecuted if they can still accomplish simply putting him away for the bulk of his life without having to do all of the fine-tooth combing, because the feds, they just don't like to exhaust all of their resources in one case. They like to find the shortest route between A to Z while accomplishing, that sweet middle victory, okay? Because while they're tying up resources into one case, that's taking away the resources and manpower to put toward the 50 million 11 other crimes and trafficking events that are taking place in the country every motherfucking year, all year long. So we may not see Diddy nailed to the cross in a way that's going to be emotionally gratifying for us, because we know so many people who've been victimized. We have children allegedly who's been victimized in this case. We know we got Tupac's death, Biggie's death, we got Kim Porter's death. There's so much shit that needs to be dealt with, but I don't think the DA, I don't think prosecutors in this case, I don't see them dealing with all of that. But I think that what they feel they have a strong case for, they're going to pick the biggest parts of the chicken and the meat, and they're going to use that to drive their point. And since Diddy is he's already 50-something years old, girl. He's 51 on 60. They can easily get a 20-year, 30-year, 40-year verdict. That's really all they need for it to practically total a life sentence, okay? He's not an 18-year-old dude. So all they need is to just pick the meat from shit that they can prove, slam dunk that, and get a 20, 30, 40-year sentence, baby. And he'll basically be doing a life sentence. He'll basically die in prison. Now, so once again, the government has spoken to over 50 witnesses. We have sworn out warrants for cloud accounts. The search have yielded 90 cell phones and 30 other devices, including a surveillance system. The freak-offs are corroborated 300 grand jury subpoenas. Wow, girl. This is going to be a big deal. You guys, shout out to you guys. Please continue to thumbs up. Moderators, please encourage the Bush Babies, everybody, to continue to thumbs up the video. Okay, now this is the shit right here, girl. Diddy had what appeared to be narcotics found in his hotel last night. Pink powder that have previously tested positive for ecstasy and other damn drugs. This is a Heartland detention case. His package is woefully inadequate. It only focuses on flight risk. I agree with him. As if that's the only risk you pose, baby, is fleeing the country. No, ma'am. Okay? You are the villain in a lot of people's stories right now. You pose as a safety risk to all those people as well. But remember, his indictments also are not only about trafficking humans, but trafficking narcotics and drugs. And apparently, girl, when they arrested his big neck ass last night, girl, they found him with that pink cocaine, which is ironic because remember, we just went over and reminded everybody in our last live that Lil Rod, the producer who sued Diddy, remember he accused Brandon Paul, the white crystal meth out drug head who apparently was P. Diddy's drug mule. He expressed in his lawsuit that Brandon Paul, who also was arrested shortly after the raids of Diddy's homes, he took a plea deal. He got to complete a diversion program and get sober and all this and all of that, girl, that he'll be able to go on with his white ass life. But he accused Brandon and Young Miami of trafficking pink cocaine for Diddy by way of his private jet. Okay, so it's interesting that Diddy apparently, allegedly, was found with pink powder on his persons when they arrested his ass at his hotel last night. Now, I'm also curious to know why the fuck was Diddy at a hotel last night, because he has a home in New York as well. Hence, he went and got a place in New York, blah, 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 blah. Or unless his place is he's renting out a suite at one of these high-end hotels. Nonetheless, pink powder, substance, girl. So P. Diddy said, girl, if I'm going to have to fight for my innocence, girl, I'm going to have to do it higher than the ceiling, bitch. Higher than the highest clouds, baby. Okay? P. Diddy was not going to be able to endure trial sober. Y'all got him fucked up. Now, he went on to say that the government, has spoken. The defendant poses a danger to these proceedings through obstruction. He should be detained pending trial, as he has been denied. Okay, we could tell an indictment was coming this fall. All right, so I want to go back to some of the live coverage because he also did some videos. All right, let's listen to him in this clip.
It's hard to see how he'd be released after the fact. So I don't know. Sometimes people consent to detention without fear. Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Here, midday, September 17th, 2024. We just attended U.S. Attorney Damian Williams' press conference about the indictment and detention for now of Sean Diddy Combs. Got in a question, managed to ask him if he was going to seek detention. And he said yes. He said there's a memo, so we're going to go back and find it on Pacer. But I would expect the Diddy to be asking for release, saying that he'd post a large bond, wear a bracelet. I don't that he came voluntarily to New York to be arrested. Honestly, if he's detained, it's hard to see how he'd be released after the fact. So I don't know. Sometimes people can.
So they're also saying that this is why they arrested him the day before. Because remember, they were saying that he was scheduled to be brought in on Tuesday, but they went in on Monday and got him, and people didn't know why. Well, apparently, see, a lot of this shit is legal strategy once again, because they went and apprehended him. Okay, he can't petition what he would have been able to petition as it relates to his bail had he voluntarily turned himself in accordingly, baby. They are only up in P. Diddy ass, girl. My God, today. And I love that for them. He thought he had a friend. in the DA. They thought he had a friend in the prosecutors, baby. They are only opping him and his goddamn attorneys. That's why his attorney is out here dizzy as hell, spinning the block, bitch, mad as hell, because they forgot that these prosecutors know that these motherfuckers are devils. So while these devils out here getting people to make deals with them, they're pulling one out of Diddy's book, and they're being the devil, making a deal with another goddamn devil, and they outsmarted Diddy ass in this instance. My God, today.
Detention without prejudice and make a later application. I'm expecting to fight this afternoon, and we will be live tweeting it. Also tried to ask Damian Williams to compare it to the R. Kelly case in Eastern District of New York, which we covered as well. He did invited that one. He was also asked about Jeffrey Epstein. You can find it all. And Ghislaine Maxwell, about whom we wrote a book. Will there be a book on Diddy?
Oh yes, baby. Did you not see the update that we spoke about? Southern Sudan, they have over 50 witnesses. Hundreds of people are going to be subpoenaed. They're already going as far back to 2008. Okay, they want to subpoena hotels where Diddy hosted alleged freak-offs, girl, as far back as 2008. They want the footage. They want the guest list. They want driver's license. They want IDs. They want room keys. They want it all. So there are a bunch of subpoenas, hundreds of subpoenas that are going to be issued out initially. And then, of course, as this trial evolves, of course, the subpoenas could end up in the, easily in the damn thousand, in the damn 1,500, 2,000s, baby. I mean, they're going to have to subpoena everything from various hotels. They're going to have to subpoena various driver services that Diddy has used. These companies that bust in, alleged women and men and boys and girls. I mean, they're going to have to subpoena a lot of shit. I mean, Homeland Security got their job cut out for them.
I don't know. Inner City Press has done SBF. We've done Guadalajara Hernandez. We've done the Trump trial right up the street here. But this is it's something else. He had guns up on a sort of a little stand.
And we saw that the AK-15s that they retrieved from Diddy's home.
That he had. There were photographs, 1,000 bottles of lube. In any event, running into the courthouse now to see this detention memo. Inner City Press on the case.
Now, speaking of lube, girl, apparently as a result of Diddy ass homes being raided and seized of 1,000 bottles of baby oil, Johnson & Johnson is now Twitter, okay? Is trending, courtesy of the Jasmine brand. Johnson & Johnson is catching flack on X after the revelation that authorities seized 1,000 bottles of baby oil during recent raids on Sean Diddy Combs' homes. In the grand jury indictment revealed on September 17th, federal agents reported finding not only 1,000 bottles of baby oil, but also 3 AR-15s at Diddy's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. These items were reportedly part of a larger operation involving the so-called freak-offs, where the hip-hop mogul allegedly hosted wild drug-fueled parties. The indictment details the use of these supplies in extravagant and abusive gatherings, including controlled substances, extra linens, and lighting. The news has sparked a wave of reactions on social media, with users humorously questioning the connection between Diddy and Johnson & Johnson's baby oil. One post read, quote, "Diddy had to have been tapped in with the CEO of Johnson & Johnson. Bro was probably getting trucks full of pallets of baby oil sent to his crib monthly. What a vile human." Another user chimed in and said Johnson & Johnson hate to see him coming. A third added, "This man was personally keeping Johnson & Johnson in business. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. The amount of videos he has of celebrities in these freak off videos could bring down the whole industry." The controversy comes amid serious charges against Diddy, including racketeering, conspiracy, trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. I wonder if Diddy and Kelly ever executed any of these crimes together, since they both like false imprisoning people, since they both are high-profile, wealthy perverts, and they have the same deviant spirit in them, I wonder if they ever accomplish and did any of this shit together. Okay, so there's some of the users, child. Godspeed to Johnson & Johnson digital marketing team today. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. The boy was moving a different type of Johnson & Johnson. 1,000 is just so wow. He had pallets of Johnson & Johnson coming in like he was Costco, single-handedly keeping Johnson & Johnson in business. Now, mind you, apparently there was a point where Johnson & Johnson actually had a shortage of baby oil and lotion, girl. People are saying that was because of Diddy ass. Diddy ass was why everybody else in the country was experiencing a shortage, girl, in the oils and lotions produced by the famous company. Cha, cha, cha. Now back to inner city press. Let's scroll down here. That's the bail bond package. This is the photo of the U.S. Attorney Sean Combs, presser Damian Williams, pointing at photos of the GUNs. We already saw the press conference. Let's see what he's talking about.
U.S. Attorney Damian Williams press conference about the indictment and detention for now of...
Okay, I think that's the one from earlier too. Okay, let me go up. See some shit. Because this man was reporting, baby. Gail Weathers to the rescue, child. Let me scroll down, girl. After 10 years reporting, 25 minutes ago, update. Word is in U.S. versus Sean Combs. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. September 18th at 3:30, Diddy will be appealing today's denial of bail. It'll probably get denied again. Not yet in the docket, but that's what the inner city press is hearing, and we'll cover it. All right. So the lawyer is going to be reappealing again tomorrow. Sean Combs is ordered detained in ex-trafficking Rico.
Sean Diddy Combs, Love Combs, as he's now called, as he now calls himself. It seemed like a close question. At first, it seemed like a no-brainer, and then Judge Tarnowski, for example, asked Assistant U.S. Attorney Johnson, could it really be considered sex trafficking if it was all consensual, as Mark Agnifilo said that it was. Then Judge Tarnowski took the pretrial services into the robing room, which usually means they're considering conditions, or if conditions exist, you know, various GPS and other things. But when she emerged, she said the presumption of detention has not been rebutted. You will be detained. Now, there's a hearing. It was scheduled even before that fight for next Tuesday, September 24th, when the UN General Assembly high-level week begins. It'll be at 10, though. We're going to do our best. Before Judge Carter, Andrew L. Carter, the assigned district judge.
It can't all be consensual if, according to the indictment, they solicited prostitutions, which is illegal in the country. You can't consent to an illegal act because it's a illegal act in and of itself, regardless.
Are they going to go there first, seeking another shot at release on bail? We'll have to see. The presumption has not been rebutted. Sean Diddy.
Girl, now, if y'all didn't have a reason to stay, to go to heaven, if y'all didn't have a reason to stay y'all ass out of hell, do y'all want to be in hell, girl, with R. Kelly between your legs and P. Diddy in your ass? Okay? Because if you go to hell, baby, you're going to have to deal with R. Kelly in your front door and Diddy in your damn back door. Okay? Now, if that's not a reason for your ass to get saved and sanctified and to listen to Jesus and stay on the short and narrow, now you got every reason, baby. Because you got Epstein who down there, Cosby who going to be down there, Kelly down there, Diddy down there, baby. Okay? If you don't want to be down there in them damn freak offs for eternity, baby, ain't going to be no IVs when they done, baby. Okay? Ain't gonna be no IVs, ain't gonna be no water bottles after, ain't gonna be no Chick-fil-A, ain't gonna be no damn garden salad, baby. Okay, it's gonna be eternal freak offs in your front door and your back door by the most deviant of the human beings, girl, who got an eternal stay in the pits of damn hell, baby. Okay? That's enough for me to keep calling upon Jesus. Oh, yes. All right. There has been significant violence and weapons around. Also, coercion of witnesses even gentle coercion can be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I think your family members are coming, but I cannot release him. Okay, so that's why his children, remember, the boys, King Combs and all them, they was coming out and pushing out the courthouse, very disappointed. I was saying, girl, oop, it looked like they got bad news, girl. They came out, honey, with their heads hanging low. They Marilyn McDon't sunglasses on, honey. So the judge told them, baby, hey, your daddy's gone. Okay, we're not going to be releasing his ass. I thank y'all for coming, but yeah, he ain't going home, honey. Okay, y'all home ain't nothing but a damn big ass rubber condom anyway. Sean Combs will remain detained. Judge has just ruled. In this case, I found presumption has not been rebutted, so Sean Combs will be detained. Story soon on period. All right, so there's all of that. Now, there's some good news arising out of this buffoonery, which is that apparently Quincy, okay, the one that everybody has been alleging P. Diddy actually wants to engage in inappropriate stepdaddy, half-pappy, ancestral relations with. Yeah, him. The one who they said Diddy tried to unalive his biological father, Albie Shore, with a similar bacterial infection like that claimed the life of Kim Porter. Well, these two who have been long estranged because of Diddy's involvement are apparently now on the heels of repairing their relationship. Shout out to the Jasmine brand who got the exclusive. Quincy is becoming closer with his biological father, Albie Shore, okay, who been begging and fighting for his son and afraid for his son's well-being while being under the tutelage of Diddy for the longest. Following years-long estrangement and strained relationship, Albie Shore has been working to rebuild his relationship with his son, Quincy Brown. The Jasmine brand exclusively reports that the two have put their strained relationship behind them and are becoming closer. Insiders shared with us that Quincy Brown, born to Albie Shore, and the late Kim Porter and his dad have been talking more and doing what's needed to make up for the time lost during their estrangement. There was even recently spotted together at the White House for an event. Albie Shore rekindling his relationship with Quincy Brown comes amid the brotherly love actors of Dr. Father Diddy growing legal troubles. Late last night, September 16th, Diddy was arrested by the feds in New York following a grand jury indictment. Moments ago, official reports confirmed that he was charged with 3 counts: racketeering, conspiracy, trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Prior to his arrest, Albie alluded a few times to his distrust of Diddy. In March, the Night and Day artist insinuated that Diddy played a role in his 2022 coma. The same month after Homeland Security raided Diddy's home, Albie urged Quincy to come home. Captioning a throwback photo alongside Quincy, he wrote, #letter to my son, come home. The door is wide open. You're safe here, son. I love you, Pops. Your biological. The father-son duo, meant son duo, has definitely come a long way since Quincy penned an open letter to Albie for being an absent father. In 2009, Quincy publicly shared, quote, Albert Brown, also known as Albie Shore, is my biological father, but Sean Combs, also known as Diddy, has been a father figure in my life for as long as I can remember. All right, that full story is over there. Regardless of the strained history and all of the shenanigans, girl, Albie Shore is able to reclaim his biological child while Diddy is about to be somebody else's bitch in prison, baby. Okay, so shout out to Quincy. Shout out to Albie. I'm happy for them. I also wonder if the kids are going to be brought in on this too, especially since they at a big old age and they might be aware of some things, you know, because they have an intimate relationship to Diddy as well. We shall see. All right, now this is trifling as Diddy's attorney. It's a lot of background noise in this audio because it's like trucks and shit flying and 5 o'clock traffic, so y'all gonna have to bear through. But let's play this and hear this pitiful rebuttal. Hold on, y'all. Let me refresh this.
No, it's not planned. Certainly, it's not planned by us. I mean, he came here to surrender at a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they arrested him last night. I spent the evening with him. I was with him until about 1 o'clock. His spirits are good. He's confident. He is dealing with this head on, the way he's dealt with every challenge in his life, and he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges. We know what the charges are going to be. Without seeing the indictment, it's going to be racketeering, it's going to be sex trafficking, it's going to be things along those lines. This is what we've been expecting since the searches in March. He, to his great credit, he voluntarily came to New York. Not a lot of defendants do that. He came to New York to basically engage the court system and start the case, and it'll start today. And he's going to plead not guilty, obviously. He's going to fight this. No, it's not. He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might and the full confidence of his lawyers. And I expect a long battle with a good result for Mr. Combs. So he'll be released.
Yeah, the same battle that y'all fought when y'all claimed that Cassie ass was lying. After y'all had already settled out of court with her less than 24 hours after she had filed her suit. Only for a few months later, actual video footage to come out of him actually assaulting her. Oh, okay, yeah. Very promising.
I'm going to fight like hell to get him released, and he should be released with all that he's done and coming here voluntarily. And guys, I'm going to cut it.
Well, he had already tried that today, and he also miserably failed that attempt to get his client ass free, bitch. Okay.
I'm going to fight this with all of his energy and all.
So that was Diddy's attorney saying he's going to fight like hell, okay? But that's what he get paid to do, baby. And if Diddy want to waste his money on a frivolous fight, his ass is clearly already losing out of the gate, baby, because his attorney wasn't even smart enough and clever enough to stop these people from apprehending his ass a day before he was supposed to be apprehended, so that he could not contest bail the way he would have been able to had he voluntarily brought himself in, which was the original plan, baby, okay? While the attorney is playing chess, the DA and prosecutors are playing checkers with their ass, baby, okay? So it's clear that what has appeared to have been a relationship going on between Diddy, his attorney, and prosecutors actually was all also a part of legal strategy, okay? So that Diddy and his attorney girl could get their defenses down. They could rest in their femininity, honey, and not understand that the prosecutors, baby, were coming in as wolves in sheep's clothing. Now, speaking of wolves in sheep's clothing, remember we was dragging the shit out of Don ass and talking about the head mammy in charge, which is the other female performer of Dirty Money, which is P. Diddy's group, Miss Kalenna Harper. Let's revisit Miss Kalenna Harper's selective amnesia, okay? Courtesy of people.com. Because remember, all up and through Don's lawsuit, there was many instances in which Cassie was being abused and assaulted, and there was various crimes being committed, not only in her presence, but also in the presence of Miss Kalenna Harper. And because remember, her and Kalenna Harper were both singers in the group, okay? Don alleged that he would starve them out. He would make them sing and be in the studio for 3 and 4 days without eating chicken and without shitting and pooping, girl. and Miss Kalenna Harper had been witness to all of this. But baby, Kalenna Harper says, girl, she don't know what in the hell Don is talking about. Okay, so let's get into it, honey. Kalenna Harper is sharing her thoughts about being mentioned in Don Richards' recent lawsuit against Diddy Combs. Taken to her Instagram story on Friday, September 13th, Harper, big 42 years of age, with her big back ass, responded to claims made by Richard, 41 years of age, in her recent complaint against Diddy, 54 years of age, that the two women allegedly saw the music mogul abuse Cassandra Cassie Ventura, 38 years of age, at his LA home. Quote, I acknowledge the recent lawsuit filed by Don Richard in which my name has been mentioned 33 times. You know that bitch counted every instant. She probably about to sue Don ass for suing Diddy ass. Okay? She led off the story's post, which was shared as plain text on a gray background. Quote, while I fully respect Don's right to recount her experiences, I want to emphasize that her account reflects her personal perspective and should not be interpreted as a universal truth applicable to everyone involved. Harper continued, quote, it's important to understand that while I was present in some of the same professional settings mentioned, many of the allegations and incidents described in the suit are not representative of my experiences, and some do not align with my own truth. Speaking of her husband, the single songwriter added, quote, Tony and I have always conducted ourselves with the highest level of professionalism and integrity. Really? Because we saw her on Love and Hip Hop about to whip Tammy's ass. Nobody gets on Love and Hip Hop, baby, to act with the highest level of professionalism. So I have to be forced to believe that y'all were gutter snipes when y'all was working with Diddy's deranged, demented ass just as much as y'all were willing to be gutter snipes on national television. But anyway, she goes on to say that we were not involved in, nor were we aware of, any behavior that could be considered abusive or unlawful. As this matter is now part of an ongoing legal process, I will refrain from discussing any specific details further, she concluded. Quote, my focus continues to be on my same dedication and positivity that have always guided me. I trust that the legal system will handle this case with the fairness and thoroughness it requires, and I support any process that seeks to uncover the truth. Now, mind you, this is a gag to me, right? Because Miss Harper is pulling the same junky ass self-preservating stunt that Don Richards' ass pulled. Because Don was saying the same shit when Aubrey O'Day from Diddy Kane was out here on Diddy's neck. And she was in interviews herself, Miss Don Richards. Hold on, let me refresh my page. She was in interviews herself getting her mamification on and all up Diddy's asshole.
That's it. You know what? That's two very powerful things.
Yeah.
Let's
right?
rewind it back.
And so if you're smart, you don't take advice, you pay it. Now, and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business.
Okay, so that's what Don was saying. Despite Kim Porter's experience, despite Aubrey O'Day's experience, despite Shine's experience, despite Mace's experience, despite Uncle Ron's experience, despite all these people, girl, Kamora Lee Simmons' experience, Lori Ann's experience. So I can't even really be mad at Miss Harper, girl, when she's only pulling a Don on Don. Because while everybody else was out here crying aloud, testifying, saying how they had been hoodwinked and abused and manipulated and drugged and dragged and stolen from by Diddy, girl, Don was out here on her I see no evil, I hear no evil shit.
You pay attention.
Mm.
So I just paid attention, you know? And that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support.
Wow. So you know what? That is Don's motherfucking karma, girl. Okay. Kalenna is not gonna play into Don's junkie stunts because she know that Don is being insincere. She know that Don is being opportunistic with this lawsuit. She know that Don was with the shits, okay, and she's just suing Diddy because the well has run dry now, girl, and the Diddy era is now over. So, you know, she's rolling her dice on seeing if she can get a payout on things that they actually witnessed. But the difference between Don and Miss Harper is that, see, Miss Harper is going to, she's pledged her allegiance to the flag, to the bad boy flag, for a life. Okay, for better or for worse, bitch, is the way her vows are set up to Bad Boys Inc. Okay, wow. Dawn has a more opportunistic and transactional attitude about things in general. So she's not about to hold on to Diddy if Diddy ain't serving her no more, girl. Okay, now that his ass is locked up, we know there ain't gonna be no more Dirty Money tours. It's going to be no more Dirty Money albums. It's going to be no more of any of this shit. There's no more that's going to come out of Diddy because he's no longer Hollywood's it boy. He's no longer got reach or power or access, girl. So, you know, let me file my lawsuit, and because he know that I saw the shit that I saw, I'm sure he'll settle out of court with my black ass too. But Diddy got bigger problems to fish, and Dawn probably would have got to pay out had her lawsuit not came 6 days before Diddy is supposed to turn himself in and already had to appeal this default judgment from this other inmate that he SA'd allegedly, who's also serving time for SA. So Diddy ain't even paying Dawn's fucking lawsuit any attention right now. So, you know, she really needs to sue her lawyer for the timing of this. But I also believe that, once again, like I said in the previous live stream, girl, that the timing of her lawsuit lends to my narrative that Dawn was really trying to wait to see if the Cassie shit was going to blow over. And if this was just going to be an isolated incident and that nothing else would happen and Diddy would kind of lay low for a while and then, you know, things would go back to normal how they have done for other celebrities. But it just kept being one lawsuit after another lawsuit after another lawsuit. Then came a raid, then came an indictment, then came more lawsuits and more lawsuits and more lawsuits, and then came footage. Okay, baby. So the whole House of Cards, girl, came crashing the fuck down. And when it was absolutely, utterly clear to Dawn that the House of Cards had collapsed, girl, that the submersible Titan had indeed imploded and was not going to reach Bikini Bottom, nor was the submersible Titan ever going to come up for air again, girl. She was gone. Then she pulled her motherfucking suit as a last-ditch effort to get whatever she could squeeze out of what the hell is left of Diddy's ass. But when everybody else from Bad was talking their experience, girl, Dawn was minding her business, girl. She ain't have a bad story to tell, honey. I'm gonna let y'all, let me go back a little bit, honey, talking about her loyalty to Diddy.
For what we gone through, and respect that. I understand that I loved my group, and I know that I puff over my group at the time. Things up, you know, we're just showing our society gives you a picture.
Oh,
mainstream culture, and just
ever since you went independent, do you talk to Diddy?
Not as often as I'd like, but that's the homie forever.
Not as often as I like, but that's the homie forever.
Yeah.
People will never understand that relationship.
Now, remind you, she filed a lawsuit just 6 days ago, but she was just on his last studio album last year and promoting the single that came out in December of last year, the same month that Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit against Diddy.
You know, like, people didn't know that Puff had bought me out of a contract prior to even getting on the show.
Really?
So I had loyalty to that, you know, and that's a respect that I understand that I loved my group, and I know that it wasn't I chose puff over my group at the time. It was more of when someone does that, where I come from, you got to respect that on a large level. So I gave loyalty to him, and I think I'll never forget that. And my father and my mother, for what we gone through, we'll never forget that. And I think with all his crazy, I look at things like that as loyalty. So I was loyal to him, and I paid my dues back like a businesswoman should.
Right.
Until he said, okay, your dues are paid. And then I left. Not, I'm going to leave you after you did me something.
And then just...
And a solid and just say, oh, by the way, thank you for buying out my contract, but now I'm going to go over here.
Girl, I'm just going to drop the link, child. Don opposite this Edgar. But you know what? I ain't mad at it, girl. Let the universe use Don ass, okay? I mean, let the universe use her ass because Diddy needs to go. Okay, so I don't even give a fuck if his own people treating his ass out, using his ass, because he ain't nothing but a user. He ain't nothing but an opportunistic individual. He ain't nothing but a damn abuser. So I don't give a fuck. But it's just funny as hell because, like I said in the last live stream, baby, everybody in this situation ain't a victim. Some people in this situation are with the shits. Some people in this situation were doing what they wanted to do and felt they had to do to get what they wanted out of situations, and they were willing to cut throats and put blood in the altar in order to do that, honey. And like all people who are cerebral and left-brained as hell and opportunistic, girl, you always have a backup plan for the backup plan, baby. Okay, so if you can't get what you need to get by trying to get this nigga to love you, then you get what you need to get from this nigga by making his ass hate you. Okay, but either way, bitch, you get his ass, okay? So it was nothing but a damn hive, okay? A hive of users and abusers mingled in there with actual victims and people who were truly being strong-armed and victimized in this situation. And this is what you're always going to get when it comes to the industry, okay? Everybody comes into the industry with a different set of philosophies. Some people are truly pulling up, girl, with their heart in the right place. They're all, hopes and dreams and innocent and naive and gullible and childlike. And then they get that shit ripped away from them, from monsters, before they even make it to the next level of the audition phase, because you can't even make it past the recruitant without having to bend over, without having to get on your knees, without having to sell your soul. That's what the whole casting couch situation is about. You can't even make it past the recruitants, yet alone get to the actual photo shoot, yet alone get to the actual gig, because once you sell your soul at this level, you want to sell your soul again once you get on set, because the cameraman is going to want his piece, the producer is going to want his piece. Oh, and then when you meet the big wig, the person who running all this shit, male or female, they're going to want their piece. And then for you to sustain what you've been willing to be transactional about, you're going to have to keep selling it. See, you don't sell your soul one time. That's just the slogan. It's a continual process of victimhood and selling yourself out. Now, there's other people, right, who pulled up to the audition process like, you know what, bitch, I don't give a fuck who dick I gotta suck up in this motherfucker. I'm gonna do whatever it take to get this motherfucking job. I'ma slit that bitch throat. I'ma cut her goddamn dress. I'ma put bleach on this bitch's skirt. I'm gonna cut up this person's acting card. I'm going to fuck. I'm going to suck. I don't give a damn what needs to happen. Baby, I am getting to this bag by any means necessary. Just tell me where to go. Those are the two type of parties in the industry. The people who pulled up innocent while light and love in them, genuinely just wanting to do their big ones. And then slowly got dragged through the dark ass rites of passages and got turned out. And then there's the people who came in skirt already up, drawers already down, throat already open, baby. What's up? What's up? Matter of fact, knew they ain't even talented, but knew they can make it through this industry through what the devil really wanted from them, which is deplorable ass behavior. And that's why you got so many talentless people in talented places. This why, when y'all be wondering, bitch, how all these talentless motherfuckers, why they getting pushed on us? Girl, how you got a record deal? How you got on tour? How you got in the building, bitch? I thought talent was the same, because, duh, this is less about talent. If you wanted to get straight to the meat and the potatoes, baby, and get to the defilement of it all and the filthiness of it all, but you don't need no talent. You just need a gutter snipe ass attitude. And you just need to be able to willing to get with the shits and be with the shits. And as long as you're willing to operate, and I say the consciousness, you can have all the doors you need to open up for you. And then the talented people can't even get past first basis because they're not willing to pussy pop and do all that low vibrational satanic Luciferian ass shit in order to move through the ranks. Ice Spice ain't got no talent, baby. Ice Spice ain't even have a career prior to her pop-off. She doesn't even have a movement. It doesn't even have nothing. She literally just popped up. They threw a few tracks around to make it look like she been on this path as some type of a damn drill music artist. Non-existent. Same thing with Lil Nas X. Industry plants, people who willing to do anything for a client at bar and willing to be used for marketing and monetary gain, who don't got no agenda, who don't got no vision. All of them rely on junkie stunts and propaganda for careers. This is why they got to pull stunts all the time. Why you think Lil Nas X got to pull stunts? He got to pull stunts to make a factual talent. And when he ain't got no stunts, you won't see his ass with no music. He got to rely on gaslighting. There's no talent there. He was used to usher in a certain energy. He was used to introduce a certain type of consciousness. And like the rest of them, don't give a fuck about what the agenda is, how the fuck it impacts anybody. All he knows is he want to be rich, he want to be famous, and where do I sign up at? And there it is. We have a working relationship. Now, once again, I'm going to drop the link, child. Okay, because I've been live streaming since early. Anyway, y'all can come up here, girl, and get into the things. I just dropped the link. Moderators, can y'all share the link of that link? Link, child. StreamYard is in the building. Y'all can come up and talk y'all shit. What y'all think gonna happen? You know, it's been rumors, girl, that it's supposed to be another major arrest that's gonna be jaw-dropping, girl. Okay? What y'all think going on? Do y'all think that Diddy gonna sing like a canary, girl? Because, you know, people thought that R. Kelly was gonna sing like a canary. And R. Kelly ain't saying shit. What y'all think was on that plane that Diddy ass sent to the Caribbean islands, honey? Do y'all think he's gonna get bail? What y'all think about Don? What y'all think about all these things, honey?
I just never said anything
Wow, I didn't
about
know he
that.
bought that contract
and I
out.
never told anybody. I took all the hate that came with it, that people thought I had didn't choose my group. I just took it.
Yeah.
Because it's a loyalty thing for me. It's a respect.
Absolutely.
You know, and I didn't want to get shelved. I didn't want to get like financially and business wise. It just wasn't smart.
Yeah.
Oh, we got rumors in T. What's going on, rumors?
Hey, Conscious. What up,
Hey.
crew? Conscious, I don't know why, but I so don't give a damn about this. I know I hit the link, but I'm like, I really don't give two flying shits. Because I feel like there are very few that we've known to date. There are very few real victims of Diddy. Now there are victims of Diddy, like his artists, some of his artists with their royalty. But when it comes to this like sex stuff, I just feel like a lot of them were willing participants. I don't know about the minor stuff. 'Cause I really just I don't know. I don't know if life just been lifing, but I just haven't been keeping up with it. I know he's a monster. I know he's guilty of a lot of things. But I just feel like with Dawn, for instance, I absolutely agree with you. I feel like this hoe was a willing participant, and her greed and her ego for fame and fortune, caused her to be dismissive of a lot of things and complicit in a lot of things. And I feel like a lot of people that has been associated with him have the same mentality. And I don't feel bad for none of their asses. I really don't. Like, y'all was bringing women in. I just feel like they were like the handlers. Like y'all were willing. Now if there were minors involved, which I do believe, like,
And when
let's
you
be
say
for real.
y'all, are you including
What's the
Cassie, Dawn?
I believe Cassie at some point had some dealings. I don't know to how much, like how far before like she became a victim, if that makes sense. Like the chick Lorianne, I believe she's had a hand in this. Cause for one thing, the women, we will sell each other out. And I'm not saying men don't do that, but we definitely know the men have more loyalty to each other than women do in a grand scheme of things. So I feel like a lot of these females were willing participant until it no longer served them. I do believe that Diddy turned on Cassie. I believe that somewhere her moral compass, once she saw how dark he could be, I believe her moral compass activated expeditiously, and she no longer wanted any parts of it. But I think that with each level that this man began to evolve, well, with the name changing and everything, I really believe that he became more demonic. And I definitely believe that for Cassie specifically, sis was like, I'm out. She didn't want no more parts of it. But you can't be complicit, like, with all that he was doing with his artists, robbing them blind, withholding their royalty, all that type of stuff, right? Their money, all that. I think she was, as far as Cassie, she was okay with that version of Diddy. But once it became this like satanic, like these sexual rituals and all of the sex trafficking and all of that, I think that's when she decided she didn't want no more. I believe that he had already started moving in that direction, pushing these women to and pushing them to have all of these different sexual escapades. That's when I think it became dark for Cassie, honestly. Like, now you're pimping me out. You're forcing me to do things that I'm not comfortable with. But you can't lay down with a dog and think that because it's a little pooch, that is cute, and it's not going to bite you when they have teeth. A dog is still a dog. Doesn't matter if it's a big dog. Doesn't matter if it's a small dog or whatever. And I think that's just been kind of the norm. What my problem is with all of this, I don't understand why I don't, maybe he couldn't go the legal route. Because if you want to get into being a pimp, kind of say whatever, like, why didn't he just try to get a license, open up a bunny ranch? Or so, like, if this is the area that you wanted to go into and you felt like it was lucrative, sex work, why didn't he just try to open up a bunny ranch or something? I don't understand why. Like, it's just weird to me how they try to like go into like become the white man and think that there's not going to be no punishment. You're still a nigga with money. You're never going to be looked at and held to regard that you're above the law. You're going down. And I honestly believe he definitely knew that's the reason why he went to the hotel. I think he wanted to go out with a bang. I do think there was still part of his ego that thought he's going to get away with it. But I believe he knows, like, you know, he's going to put the effort in, but he knows his time is up or whatever. But I don't think that we're going to see the results, like you said earlier, that we all want. Because I feel like he's going to just be in prison, in a fair prison, living a cushy lifestyle. And he's going to be doing the same, but the BS that he was doing out here, he's going to be doing that behind bars. Maybe not to the extreme that he was doing while he was out here free, but he's going to, like, he's so engulfed in it that his ego is so thirsty for power. Whatever he can get, he's going to do. Like, this hasn't been a lesson for him. It hasn't been a lesson for him. I mean, to be literally in a hotel with powder substance. Conscious, he still thinks that even though it's going to be a great fall, it's not going to be the fall that we all think. Because you know that literally that's what these people do, like these millionaires and stuff that go down. Unlike R. Kelly, Diddy's not going to lose at all. I just don't believe he's going to lose at all.
You don't believe, like, you don't believe he's going to lose in, like, in what sense?
Like, I think he's going to have, we've all seen, like, you know, and heard about when these millionaires and stuff go to prison, they don't have the same experience as broke people. I don't think his prison life is going to be what we imagine. I think it's still going to be really cushion. I think he's going to be inside, just like what's his name from Death Row, Suge Knight. He ain't living the experience that we think that most inmates are living. I mean, of course, they're behind bars. They don't have the freedom and liberty to come and go outside of the prison walls, but they're living a cushy life in the prison. The federal penitentiary is not the same for everyone. There are people that live a very cushy lifestyle in prison.
I would definitely say that, well, I can already see from Diddy's desperation to get out. I mean, he's definitely not preferring to be locked up. But like you said, once he's there and he's going to be there, I mean, he's still, relatively speaking, going to be having a much more privileged experience in prison than his other fellow comrades in prison, for sure. Because even Blueface just recently reported from prison that he's having a time of his life, apparently. Bill Cosby was talking about, for the time he was there, he was the damn dorms, like, fucking uncle, singing and laughing and joking and all this shit. I assume R. Kelly is doing fairly okay. So for sure, once Diddy knows he's there, I mean, he will adjust. And unfortunately, his fame and the equity around him will allow him to be a dorm favorite. And he won't be having the super low vibrational experience that a lot of people are hoping for. But you know what I still find rewarding? He's off the streets.
But this is what I was about to tell you. That ain't, listen, I personally know people that literally are serving Fed time. And I'm not even going to go into their business, but they still have the same motion in the streets they had while they're behind bars. Nothing ultimately changed outside of the fact that they're just behind the wall in bars, honestly. And I can see that. I think that a lot of times when we see, like, I know you can understand this, like, a lot of stuff we see on TV in the movies where people like turn a blind eye, like, oh, that's just TV, this and the third. But a lot of that has a lot of truth to it. And when I tell you that the only thing, like, he, of course, his popularity is going to dwindle some, but that man about to go into prison doing the same ish he was doing out here in the streets. Please believe me, he's going and doing this. Nothing is, because there are people now, do I think he's going to be turned into an informant? I do think he's going to become an informant, but I don't think it's to the extreme that I would assume. Like, there are people that he's tied to outside of the states.
But what I mean,
and
but what I mean by he's not doing that is that I still can celebrate, like, the obvious. This man is not able to pull in busloads of minors and underage boys and girls and
right,
have access to children, for one. So that's going to be the biggest relief, first and foremost, out of the gate, is he doesn't have access to abuse and traffic children and undocumented immigrants and all of that shit into his buffoonery. And he's going to be in an all male prison where he would only have access to women via the COs and the officers themselves. But this man won't be able to participate in the deviancy at the level that he's able to, being a free man who's just able to roam the entire earth with his wealth and his private jets and all of this stuff. Like, there's definitely a quantifiable level of criminality that gets to be shrunk as a result of his inability to have full access to resources and freedom.
I agree, but I know, because as we talked about the prison not reforming people, trust and believe. The only thing is that he's going to lose his restriction as being a top man, in a sense where he's going to be the leader. But trust and believe, them prison officials, the correction officers, trust and believe the warden, all of them, they're in on all of this stuff too. Trust me, it's gonna knock him down about 5 to 7 levels in his leadership of this. But please believe me, it's not going to stop. He's going to still be actively participating in this, and that's the unfortunate thing, because our penal system, like we looking for justice, but it's so corrupt and so engulfed in it as well that I just don't see. And we may not know because we're not engaged in that. But I promise you, because I've watched so many documentaries, I've read so much on this over the years. It's man, it's so dark in that world that everybody and their mama have a hand in it. The people, the judges, and all, like you was talking about, the DAs, they all have a hand in this, and that's the sad part, because there truly needs to be vindication for the true, real victims, and it actually needs to just stop, honestly. Like, I don't understand. First of all, it hurts me as a black American to see how our people are so quick to sell us out so that they can have a seat at the fucking table where they're not really welcomed. Like, you're willing to do like the most degrading things, and then to be a parent himself, have to have daughters, to have sons, which I feel like he's groomed his children to actually take over. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like he's groomed his children to take over, and I think the man has literally come to terms to some degree, not fully, but to some degree. I believe he's really come to terms with the fact that he knows, yeah, your days are numbered out here on these streets. He knew that. I don't think he knew they was gonna come a day early, but I believe he knew that his days were numbered and it was coming to an end or whatever, and he was willing to go out somewhat. He's still going to fight, but he was willing to go out with a bang doing what he loves to do. That ego is really strong in Diddy. But I do believe that realistically he knew he doesn't stand a chance. But of course he wasn't willingly going to just lay down and surrender himself. He was going to put some fight into it, and he's still going to put some fight into it. But I believe that deep down inside, that man know his time is up. And at his age, knowing his time is up, it's like almost, we've seen it with the mob, where the heads of the family, they know their time is up, and they know that it's time to like surrender over, turn over the leadership to someone else. But because behind bars, they're going to be limited, but the power's still going to be there.
I definitely get all of that, and we know that criminality definitely does not end, unfortunately, behind bars. However, there's still things Combs don't get to do anymore. He doesn't get to bamboozle people into 360 deals. He doesn't get to take advantage of up and coming talent. He doesn't get to steal their careers. He doesn't get to steal their intellectual property. He doesn't get to traffic children. Like, there are wins here. It's not just like a total there's no victory here. There's nothing worth celebrating. There's no reason to exhale. That's just not true, that there's no reason to not exhale. There are clear, objective, quantifiable wins that are worth celebrating and excelling about. Even with everything that you just said being true about him being able, I mean, he can still push drugs from within the prison system. He can also do his fair share of reasonably sexually exploiting other members of the prison system as well. But he also doesn't get to do that at the quantifiable level that he is able to do it at and has been able to do it at as a free token individual with all of
I
his.
agree with that. Conscious, I totally agree with that. I don't want to sound like I said, I'm not that invested in it. Like I'm like for the people, his victims, I definitely want justice. And I think for me to know that there's a possibility that there's still like, because I'm gonna sit and wait to see what else is coming out. I haven't been like all the way into it because I'm really tired of seeing. I've been tired of Diddy for years, honestly, and I've been feeling like, for those that truly been victimized by him, and I don't want to victim shame anyone, like Dawn or whatever the case may be. I just don't have no empathy for her. Like I didn't have no empathy for Kalenna when she was on Love and Hip Hop, because I'm like, you people know every artist that he's had since Mace has come out and spoken against him. We know what he did to Craig Mack and all. For all of those that saw these things and still only cared about themselves, like, you know what I'm saying, didn't have any type of empathy and consideration.
And I want to make a point on that, because that's why it's not victim blaming. Like if Don and all these, and even Kalenna, if you want to deny your own experience, that's one thing. But when you are aware of the heinous, diabolical shit happening to other people, and you're willing to deny, and derail the narrative, no, bitch, you are being complicit. Now, you have a right to shut the fuck up about your own personal experiences and abuse. But when you are also acting deaf and dumb and stupid to what's happening to other people, no, you're complicit. And you get to be criticized. You get to be held accountable. You get to get that smoke.
Right. So that's just kind of how my stance on it. Like, I want those that literally went into that industry. I don't care if it was those that went in, because I don't frown upon sex work. For those that voluntarily wanted to go in and engage in those activities or whatever, I just wish that people would do things the legal way, because always trying to mimic the white man, so to speak, it's never going to work for us. It's just never going to work for us, especially when it comes to engaging in criminal acts. You may get a nice little run, but eventually your day is going to come. Like, because you're never going to be on their level. You're never going to equal to them. They're never going to see you as someone. They'll allow you to play around in their little playground for a little bit, because ultimately it's going to benefit them. Like, i.e. Johnson and Johnson, right? With the baby oils or whatever the case. But a lot of these people knew what was going on. I'm pretty sure they've been at some of Diddy parties. They knew what was going on, but ultimately they benefit because he has to buy their supplies or whatever the case may be. Eventually, though, guess who's going to go down? Not Johnson and Johnson. They're not going to go down. So it's kind of sickening to me. And he's not the only one. We know, unfortunately, it's a lot of people in this industry that have their hands in sex trafficking. I know, not to go off topic, but staying within the topic, look at Zeus. There are people that are now coming out.
Hold on. Before you do that, because I want to make sure that this other panelists too get to chime in before we move into Zeus, because I want you to speak on Zeus as well. I want to welcome Felicia to the panel. Can you hear me, Felicia?
Yes, I can. Hey,
okay, hey, y'all. I didn't even see a lot of y'all in the back chat because I didn't even scroll down. I'm going to drop the link too, because I think I didn't even know a lot of y'all was back there. But welcome to the platform, Felicia.
Thank you so much. And hey to you and Rumors and Tea and everyone else. And thanks for letting me up.
Hey.
Hey, if I could, I just wanted to, because,
Yeah.
I've been listening to you all day. I wanted to talk a little bit about the lawyers on this case and how this bail hearing was handled. Just so folks know in the chat who don't know me or anything about me, I am for fair and equitable justice. And I certainly do believe that Mr. Combs' behavior has been criminal and has been abusive and has been atrocities of many. However, I do believe in a fair and equal justice system. And I don't think that's what we saw today. I was really troubled by how the bail hearing went down. So it's my understanding that Mr. Combs walked in and offered $48 million based on his mansion there in Star Island. He put Mama Combs' home up for $2 million. He said he was willing to wear the ankle bracelet 24/7, right? A GPS monitor. He had already surrendered all of his passports and the passports of his children and his mother. And the response, well, they had a debate in the court about it. And the outcome was, well, we find Mr. Combs is, obstructing justice. I understand he was making a series of phone calls. He has been contacting many people over the past 8 or 9 months who have been contacted or subpoenaed. And so, no, I don't support any of that. But when they read the indictment, it read to me much like a Miss Ventura's complaint. And so, kind of leaning into what Rumors has said, well, a lot of that was consensual. So, okay, how do they weed out?
But not consensual in terms of Miss Ventura?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, but y'all got to remember the part in her complaint where she said that Diddy would drug her up,
right,
and then she would participate in these freak-offs with sex workers, and then he would document those things and then use the documentation as a way to blackmail her into compliance and obedience.
Okay, Conscious, I accept that, but she also said after a while she had to go get her own substances. She said after a while that she would get on the phone and she would hire many of these ex-workers. And that even though when she would not want to participate because they started to become more frequent in nature, they went from like once a month to once a week, her substance abuse became even more palliative and more demanding, that's when she just, things were not going in her favor and she was begging to get out and saying no. So let's be clear about that. But I just
hold on. Well, I want to also add to that too, that I would assume that if you are under mental duress and manipulation and you're being threatened, and we know that Cassie was actually enduring physical assault at very aggressive, detrimental levels that could have led to her being unalived. So she was very much aware of what Diddy was capable of. I mean, if Don even witnessed Kim Porter flee in the studio with injuries, then we can only imagine how much Cassie witnessed, since she also actually had a direct interpersonal relationship with Kim, while Don kind of only knew of Kim from afar. But Cassie, her being a part of the harem and Kim being a part of the harem, I can only imagine what was witnessed. But I don't think it's also a far-fetched and illogical for someone who is being abused emotionally and mentally and beaten and then being coerced into taking drugs, eventually becoming a drug addict themselves. Oftentimes, that's the type of Stockholm syndrome development that happens anyway when you endure severe abuse of all kinds for a long time. You actually start to mirror your oppressor. You begin to deepen your own relationship to these patterns of abuse, etc. Because all of that is in the context of remaining in relationship to your abuser. and your abuser is using all of those tactics, abuse and drugs and sorcery and mind manipulation and physical abuse in order to get you to pretty much be self-operative. This was kind of the same tactic that slave masters used on slaves, which is why oftentimes the plantations did not have fences and walls to keep the slaves in, because the fence and walls were internal as a result of the abuse and the sexual exploitation and the intimidation tactics and all of those torture methods. It kind of takes on the life of it.
I agree with you. I was using that as to bring forward what I believe was in the context of the indictment and the reason why it is that they set the bail to the point of such a discussion where it would not be granted. I am not saying anything that you have said is incorrect. However, this was initially a consensual relationship. And so I am not truly understanding.
But that's how all abusive relationships start, baby. They all start with the love bombing. They all start consensually. Like, you don't go in getting your ass whooped. You don't go in being drugged up. You don't go in being sexually assaulted. Typically, it starts off coercive. It starts off as the abuser appealing to all of your dreams and hopes and wishes and smothering you and all of this bullshit, like P. Diddy would obviously do with his wealth and his prestige and his access. And then shit becomes progressively hellish.
I understand that. I also know, I have read the documents. Just so for someone in your chat, Miss Ventura said she entered into a consensual relationship with Mr. Combs when she was around 20 or 21 years of age. So moving forward, though, I'd like to get back to these lawyers. Yes. So I happen to agree with you that Mark Agnifilo thought that, he thought all the things that this was going to be simple. And I believe, yes, he got outplayed and outwitted in court today. For those who may not know, he and his wife both worked for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. And why do I say that? Because that's important intel. So they had relationships with people. They know the judges there. They know how the workings of the court. So I think Mr. Combs selected this attorney particularly for this matter because he thought he had enough experience and in-house intel to be able to navigate this successfully on his behalf. I believe the first error his attorney made was with the statement he made last night. So I thought, some of you may not have read it, but I thought it showed a sign of ignorance that he didn't know who his client was or how his client is perceived in quote unquote the Black community at this time. So I thought that was a first big error on the part of his attorney. And the second was allowing his client to get picked up at the Hyatt Hotel and not self-surrender. That was another huge mistake. However, we did see those clips of Mr. Combs outside the hotel and around Central Park. So that meant that if he had any law enforcement following him, they knew exactly where he was. So he opened himself to be picked up at the Park Hyatt Hotel, which would have thrown out his opportunity to be able to discuss or arrange for bail on his own behalf, because it would have been a self-surrendering situation. So I understand that his attorney is going back tomorrow. He says he's going to be in front of a different judge. So when I was listening, I'm thinking, he may have a better relationship with this judge, and he's hoping to have a better outcome. The last and final thing I want to talk about is, and as you mentioned and others have, is that Mr. Combs in his hotel room was found to have some substances. If you've been reading any of these cases and you've been following this for almost 10 months, you know that he has a serious substance abuse. This isn't something that, is every now and then or once or twice during the day. This is around the clock. Little Rod's lawsuit told us that when you worked for him, you had to wear a fanny pack filled with his favorite substances, and at any time he may come up to you and go digging in the fanny pack to get what he needed. So I think if they're not very careful and not observing him 24 hours, something very drastic may happen to Mr. Combs. I don't believe he's able to be incarcerated in a cell, whether it's in a room, without medical intervention. And I'm talking serious, doctored medical intervention. He's detoxing right now.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us, whether we feel he's guilty or not guilty, a monster or not, want something horrific to happen to him during this.
Maybe it's a lot of people who don't mind.
Well, I'm not one of
him being afflicted in the way that he has afflicted other people.
I want him to stand in front of a jury of his peers. I want him to answer for his crimes. I want him to answer for his criminal behavior. And then to be found by his peers as to what they feel the judgment should be. No, I don't want to see him just go into some form of cardiac arrest or something, and then he cannot stand held accountable for his deeds.
Well, let me ask you this question,
Mhm.
Boo. So with everything that Rumors and T said about how a lot of times, especially for these very wealthy, high-profile convicts like R. Kelly and Cosby and all these folk, with their experience of prison, even after they've been held accountable and stood trial and then sentenced away, they end up having a good time, as Cosby attested to. You know, he was having a great time in the one for the year he was there, and Blueface had just called in to the public and said he's having a great time with a full head of hair. Do you think that's still? Do you think that these people just being stuck basically on a schoolyard, having a long sleepover with other men, eating and joking and lifting weights and having access to cell phones and laptops and just ultimately just living in a fraternity house is equivalent to the pain and suffering and the trauma that's left on children and or innocent adults who've been victimized and had their lives completely obliterated, and they have freedom and can even enjoy their freedom because of the psychological and physical damage that's been done to them, while the perpetrators just get to live on a piece of land with other men and Hail Mary until their time is up.
Well, to that I have a couple of responses. I believe children, particularly children, are to be loved, protected, and valued at all times. When it comes to the kind of justice I'd like to see for him, I'd like to see him behind bars. No, I wouldn't want it to be, lush and plush and a happy time. I would want him to be treated fairly, and that's for sure. And you said something earlier of which I couldn't agree with more. He would be off these streets, and I need him off these streets. And I'm sorry that he is not. Maybe he is. I could be speaking out of turn. They may have him up at Bellevue Hospital or somewhere getting hydration and all kinds of medical support right now. But I don't want the Jeffrey Epstein story here. I don't want that kind of ending. I don't want that.
And just to be clear, even though his trial has not happened and he is presumably innocent until proven guilty, do you believe he's guilty of any of the things he's been accused of and that they've indicted him of, or any of the things in the suits against him from various people in his life? Do you even believe he's actually guilty?
I absolutely do. And that's why I opened up with the statement that his attorney made. And I said he doesn't know his client. I mean, just the simple fact that we see on the video that he assaulted Miss Ventura tells me he's guilty of assault, of which he was not charged with today. But that's a whole nother conversation. I believe I have read maybe 9 of these civil lawsuits, And I have followed his career from when those young people were stampeded to death, wanting to go to a concert basketball game. So wherever the judgment wants to come, I'm willing to deal with it. I understand who and what he is. But that still does not mean that I want him treated unfairly, that I don't want him to have equal justice under the law. And I don't like the way things went today for him. I really don't.
think that Cassie's case is actually a part of the indictment, because I noticed that when they were talking about a victim one, they basically were describing Cassie.
Mhm. Absolutely.
So
They
I
had,
think
yeah, most of it was the Ventura matter that I was listening to when we were listening to the Attorney General. And also, I would say Little Rod. And then I don't remember the woman's name. I think her name was April something, the Fashion Institute student. They brought in a line or two from her civil case as well. So yeah, I need equal justice and I need equal fairness. And I don't like the way things went today. And I believe his attorney was a big failure today. And he should have done far better considering the rate of pay he is an hour.
Okay. Rumors and tea. It sounds like you wanted to chime in.
Oh, I actually was on mute listening.
Okay.
I do now. I agree. Unfortunately, this is the problem that I do have when we know that an individual is guilty of their crimes. Um, I really do. Now, my humanity kind of, the light on my humanity kind of dims because we see that a lot of times these people, these offenders, they get away with such injustices for so long that we genuinely we don't care how justice is achieved. We don't care if they don't get a fair trial because we know that this is, this person is an offender. We know, quote unquote, they're a monster, they're a menace. But then your humanity has to activate, which is what I'm getting from her. That she just wants justice. She just wants there to be justice to be given out the way that justice is supposed to be given out in a fair manner. And it's hard when you just know that a person has just gotten away with so much. We watch Shine take a charge for him, and there's no telling who else is taking charges for him. There are probably a lot of cases that we're not even familiar with where his name wasn't even mentioned, but he was behind it. And I do understand, and I agree. I'm like 60-40 here. I'm going to be honest. I'm like 60-40 here. I know a lot of times we feel like, well, there are other races rather, and people from other nationalities that have done worse, have gotten away. But I think that the cautionary tale is for our people to understand, no matter how much you fight the table, you're never going to be one of them. So stop selling us out to try to fit into a narrative that was never designed for us, for a space that was never designed for us. Like, you are willing to literally betray your own people for your own personal gain so that you can live up to their status. You will never be one of them. And to even just be willing to sell out your people just to try to become something that you're never going to be it's wild as hell to me. It's just wild as hell. So I feel like, there's credibility to what she's saying as far as his because I said that in the chat earlier. We know that this man is he's a functional avid user, substance abuse user. But we've all known that he was a substance abuse user or whatever the case would be. There is some truth in that, but that should be the easy way out for him though. Honestly, that should be the easy way out.
So let me add this then. Since we also know from the indictments and the correspondences between Diddy's attorney and prosecutors that Diddy was aware for 6 months that trial was coming, he was being indicted. They had already started preparing for this. Diddy had the means, the wealth, the time, and the energy to sober up, to get himself into a sober living situation, to get off of any drugs and narcotics he was addicted to prepare himself from the unpredictable of what he knew what was coming 6 months later. Doesn't he have an obligation as well to have, since he prepared himself in all these other ways, he paid off the $18 million debt so that he can be able to offer up his house in collateral. He was trying to sell this plane. He did all these other material things, but he did not sober up to preparate for this. And now, you know, he possibly is in some holding cell, shriveling up, going through withdrawals that he didn't have to go through had he also like actually not also been addicted to drugs. And at the very least, if was, could have used that money and that wealth that he was using to extort and hurt and weaponize against other people to put himself into the best medical care and the best sober living facility and cleanse himself of all of this. Like, does he have any stake in that, Felicia?
One might also say he could have paid Cassie off to prevent it, her going to the feds. But that ego, as we know, is so strong. It's so strong. I just think that this man really believed, up until Cassie really called his bluff, I think this man really believed that he was untouchable because he was able to go as long as he did in his criminal acts. I don't feel bad for him. I don't believe that whatever preparations he's made, paying off the debts and all that, I don't believe that he did that to look for good standard, for the courts to appear in good standards. I think he did that to kind of like make sure that his family wouldn't inherit, to just kind of lessen the blow for them and make sure financially they were good. I just don't think that anything that he's done has really come from a genuine place outside of the worrying about his immediate family still being able to be cared for. I don't believe that this man has any regrets for anything that he's done. Him going to try to get some substance abuse treatment, I could never see that happening. And I do believe that there may be part of him that we know why, he's using the substances to medicate himself, right? But I believe that this man has multiple different rationales going on in his mind, that he sees different scenarios. That's my opinion. I don't think that he feels like 100% the jig is up, but I believe that he's scrambling and he has all these different scenarios going on in his head, how he feels like if it don't pan out, well, then I can go with this. I have so many different multiple choice options, how this man thinks it all can play out for him. But I don't think that this man feels as though he's guilty. I really don't. Because if he thought he was guilty, he would have turned himself in.
He's pleading innocent. As his attorney said, I'm going to fight for my client. Of course, he is pleading innocent. R. Kelly is still crying innocent. even though he got a whole tape out here.
Because as we know, narcissists really convince themselves that if at any point, it doesn't matter how they get you to engage in their bullshit, they still feel like no matter how much of what I say, you still had a choice. And they know that deep down, underlying, they know that they have been able to manipulate a person, but they feel that it's not their fault for being able to manipulate you. It's your fault because you should have been smarter or had enough strength to not fall for it. So therefore, it lies on the victim. So you're not a victim. That's that whole rationale of a narcissist. And we know Diddy is definitely like one of the biggest narcs in the industry. And hence why I don't feel bad for him. And my frustration, and now I feel like I'm getting attached when I was detached from it. My frustration comes from the fact of there is no humility in him. There's no humility in him. And the fact that he's had children, that he's brought into this, that he has groomed himself, I just don't see this I just feel like this is going to be a generational thing with them. That angers me to a point that I really wish I could get my hands on Diddy and just really, you know, do some things that may not be within my moral compass. Because at the end of the day, he is a monster. And people always look to, you know, when they think of the devil and demons, they always look for the ugly figure as far as aesthetically. But trust and believe everything that smiles and glitter ain't gold.
Conscious, if I may, I'd like to answer your question about the rehab.
Yes.
So for months now, I have been saying that he needs to reach out and get into a sober living, a deep therapy center where they, work on the mental, the physical, the spiritual end, so that he could get some clarity as to what his future was looking like. I am confident that the people in his circle, because he has an incredible plethora of attorneys, have told him the same. And he probably did not listen, because this is where he is today. My point again is on the legal perception, that legal eye as to what happened in court today. And what they will do to one, they will do to another. So I'm not into my feelings here. I'm just into the facts, how this was handled in court. He had a very well knowledgeable attorney who knows this district attorney and this office, and they still weren't, with all that they put on the table, able to get him bonded out. As again,
So you're saying that you believe that based upon the bail package that they offered, he should have been able to get out on bail?
Absolutely. And if you recall,
how do you feel about the argument that I made about not only him being a flight risk, because to me it doesn't seem like he's a flight risk either. I mean, he turned in his passport, he given over the plane, he's willing to only pooch around to LA, to Florida, and to New York, and he gave up the passports of his whole family, all of that good jazz, But considering the heinous nature of the indictments and the crimes that he's been accused of, doesn't he also pose a risk to any potential witness and victim, since this man knows who he's victimized and he knows who has bared witness to the things that he's done? Like, doesn't that also, like, what about the everyday people or the witnesses and victims who have to deal with him having access to his freedom?
And I said earlier that I understand that after this, what's her name? The woman.
The rumors and tea.
No. Dawn Richard. After her suit dropped, I believe it was on Thursday, and then her colleague, her coworker, was sitting with the DA on Saturday, and she said she got a series of phone calls from Mr. Combs the previous Friday. So the 14th and the 15th. All of this was going back and forth. That is definitely a situation that is dangerous. However, I also want to bring up the Cordello Smith lawsuit that he won out there, I believe in Minnesota, on default for $100 million. It turns out, because he won this suit for $100 million on default, is why they say that the properties Mr. Combs put up for his bail package was not eligible because of this default that Mr. Cordello Smith had just won last week, Tuesday. So I am following this pattern. And again, it's about equity and fairness in the legal justice system. And I didn't see it today. And I didn't appreciate that it was blatant in so many faces of how this got done.
But I don't understand, Boo, if the property he's offering up is collateral in another default judgment, then he's not offering up a $50 million bail.
Exactly. And that's why the judge would not consider it.
Oh, and that's why you are blaming his attorney, because his attorney should have known that.
Amen. That's what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. And this is someone who has hired the really good lawyers. And this is how he is getting played in the legal system.
So then let me ask you this question. Do you think that his lawyer is secretly with the shits? Because I mean,
I don't know.
We know how the law technically is supposed to move, and we know what's ethically supposed to be the conduct, but we know when we're talking about humans and money and all of this that people scribble outside the lines. Do you think that his attorney is either incompetent or might be with the shits?
Absolutely. I mean, Conscious, I've been following you for a while. You know about service, how a person is supposed to be served. Mr. Combs and his attorney out on the West Coast said he never received service on this suit from Cordello Smith, who's locked up in a jail in Minnesota. But the judge ruled in his favor a default of $100 million, and $10 million is to be the first payment come October. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration on the legal end. I'm not getting into, the other side of things. I'm just looking at it from the legal perspective.
I was like a legal expert. Like, you're not dealing with the interpersonal and the context of the case, but just how the legalities are being.
Absolutely. And I happen to believe that Dawn Richard's civil complaint was actually a witness statement. I don't think it was anything in her complaint that said she was supposed to be compensated XYZ. She didn't get paid. She was promised to be paid and the payments never came. She was speaking about all the things she saw and other people allegedly had seen. And then we learned 48 hours later that her band member is sitting down with the DA on Saturday. These things are troubling.
Okay, so put a pause in it because I got a feeling that there's some ladies up here who want to speak to you. We got Erica and Andrea as well. Erica, welcome to the platform, boo. Can you hear me?
Conscious, yes, can you hear me?
Hey, Miss Johnson, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So I just want to say, first of all, I love you. And I've been watching you for a long time, and I finally got the big girl panties on.
Welcome, and thank you so much for your love and support. Love you too.
Yes. And hi, panel. I love all of you as well. So let me start by saying I'm very much vengeance is mine, saith the Lord type of girl. I'm like, God's gonna work it out. It's gonna whatever he says goes, it's gonna be all right. But when it comes to Diddy, I definitely don't have any emotions for him. And I just feel as though, of course, dealing with a narcissist, as we all know, dealing with somebody who's able to even dissociate themselves from themselves in order to, act in a certain way, you're not really going to get the justice that you want them to have. Cassie, just naming her, nothing, he's never going to get enough to repay for what he did to her. And that's just her, not naming anybody else, in his lawsuits.
Yeah.
So I think that, the fact that, he didn't get to turn himself in. Okay, he's going to be in jail going through withdrawals. I think those are little pieces of justice that we're going to be able to see. Maybe finding out if his lawyer is a little bit dirty, or finding out if, something was handled wrong on the legal end, because I'm not super versed in, the legal side of things. I think those are going to be our little pieces of justice that we see. And not saying that that's going to change, definitely not going to change Diddy's mind or make him necessarily feel anything. But I think that's all we're really going to get, in order to maybe see little gleams of light, is those little things of maybe things not turning out the way it's supposed to, or it not panning out like, how it's supposed to in every other case. I think that's really all we're going to get here.
Do you think that they're going to get enough? Because some people are arguing that they're just pretty much like the indictment based upon the charges and everything, that they're going to get him on enough to put him away for the rest of his life.
I pray, but I just, I'm a person, I don't trust our legal system. I don't trust.
I don't blame you
at all. Like,
we have been a appointed and hoodwinked so many times in the past. I understand.
So, you know, and I'm generally optimistic, but you know,
Yeah.
to this point, I'm just like, well, you know, probably not. I hope, you know, I hope there's some light so that some people can feel maybe vindicated or feel justified, you know, even if it's not a whole lot. I pray that happens, but I don't think he'll get what he's deserved. I really don't.
Okay. So hold on. So so you think that he's gonna totally walk? Like you think he's gonna pass go and collect 200?
Now, to me, Diddy doesn't seem like a person who's just gonna, you know, go lay down. So I do see, you know, I feel like his mouth is gonna run a little bit, at least a little bit, to see if he could try to work something out. So I think he's gonna get less. I think he's gonna go to jail. I think he's gonna get less though, less than what you know was originally planned. Yeah. Yeah.
Less. Interesting. Okay. I want to read this post from Neighborhood Talk and get Andrea up in her. Damn. Assistant U.S. Attorney says that Diddy caught former Dirty Money bandmate Kalenna Harper 54 times in one day after Dawn filed her lawsuit and before Kalenna made an opposing statement. They tapping this nigga phone, got his records and all, child. Dawn, former Dirty Money bandmate Kalenna Harper says she never witnessed Diddy abuse Cassie though her name is mentioned 33 times in new lawsuit. Her account, and Dawn also in that lawsuit, as you guys know, mentioned Usher and Nia, which I want us to have a conversation about here too as well. As high profile guests, and accuses Diddy, of course, of SAing her and witnessing Kim Porter and Cassie being abused and allegedly threatened to unalive her when she told Cassie to leave, etc. This situation with Dawn, Diddy, and Ms. Harper just has me in a chokehold because, as I said, obviously Kalenna is Diddy's like right hand pet pussy, and her allegiance is going to be to the flag of bad boys until death. Like she's one of those, like completely mammified down to the ground for Diddy. While Dawn was willing to be mammy as well, not according to me, but according to Dawn herself, and I'm never going to let y'all not hear it. Okay, out of Dawn's own mouth.
I wanted to pay my dues, so I did, and I always respect him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice. What's the best advice he's ever given?
He's a marketing man. So if you're smart, now and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. You pay attention. So I just paid attention. Now and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support.
So this situation with Dawn and Kalenna as it's just got me absolutely just enmeshed because Dawn would have been willing to be Miss Harper as well. But the difference between Dawn and Miss Harper is that Miss Harper is, for better or for worse, she's going down with Diddy. She done pledged her allegiance. She done committed to a lifetime. This is her story. Ain't never gonna change. She always gonna feel indebted to Diddy because he helped her to achieve the highest success that she's ever had in this lifetime before and after him. So to her, that's her holy grail, and she's never going to speak negative and nasty on Diddy's name simply because of what he was able to do for her. Dawn, however, is not a unconditional person. She's very much so transactional. So as long as she was able to benefit and milk Diddy, she was going to be Miss Harper. So as you guys can see her in interviews, she played the same game. I ain't see no evil. I ain't hear no evil. He's amazing. He da-da-da-da-da. He got my loyalty. Boom, 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 boom. He gave me a business. He da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ain't no bad stories. Da-da-da-da-da. But cash cow drying up. And because Dawn, unlike Harper, is more transactional, baby, hell, boom, she goes wherever the money go. Wherever her career go, wherever the opportunity is where the opportunist is going to go. So of course Diddy got on the phone with Miss Harper and basically, had a conversation with her 33 times in one night. And of course, Harper is completely gagged by Don filing this lawsuit because Harper knows what the rest of us know. She knows Don was with the shits too. So it's funny to Harper that Don filed this lawsuit when it's like, girl, what? You were a willing participant. You were not one of the people who were victimizing this whole thing. You were me. You were with the shits. You were wanting to do all the things. You were begging to be at all the things. You were happy to show up at all the things and to do whatever it took. Because both of us are attention-seeking demons who wanted fame and wanted fortune and wanted access by any means necessary. And we were apathetic to other people and didn't care who the fuck we hurt in order to get what we wanted. That's why we were the unholy trinity. Hell, our name is Dirty Money, bitch, and we literally are living up to it. Like, it's all hanging out in the brand itself. Bad Boy Entertainment, dirty ass motherfucking money. Like, hello. So Harper is sticking to her script and know that Dawn is pulling a junkie stunt, trying to perpetuate herself down. And we proved it in Dawn's own lawsuit that Dawn is insincere because she was terrified of Diddy in all these instances, but never when it came to her money and never when it came to her needing a Lunchable. If that bitch got hungry, despite Diddy trying to starve them out, she left that damn studio. She went down into Walgreens. She went down there to Caesar's Pizza, baby, and got her a slice, knowing that it was going to get her berated, cussed out, called all type of bitches and hoes and fat bitches and all of this and all of that. Third, she didn't care if it costed her a bullet to her ass. When she wasn't getting paid to promote Cyrock and all these other things that Diddy was making 6 figures for promoting, she didn't have no problem pulling up on his ass and pulling his ass aside to get up in his face about what her check was. But when it came to her witnessing him violating minors, when it came to her witnessing him violating women and men and boys and girls, all of a sudden she was too terrified. She was so terrified. She didn't know. She was frozen up, honey. Just call her the new Ice Spice. Ice Cube. But when it came to her money, and when it came to that bitch eating an apple, she was ready to take a bullet for it. And made every other excuse in terms of why she shut that mouth and closed her eyes and saw no evil and heard no evil when it came to the hurt and the harm of other people. I want to bring Andrew in here. Welcome to the platform, love.
Hey,
Andrew.
how are you? How are you? Letting you know up front,
I hear you in motion.
Yes, but I'm about to stop shortly.
Okay.
But enjoying the show. I do have opinions on Dawn and all of that, but I'll save those for later. But I wanted to address a couple things. One, before I forgot, but two, because I didn't want some things to linger out there because I want to correct just a couple things.
Yeah.
One, bail, bond, what have you, is a mechanism that's in place to ensure the appearance of a defendant. Full stop. The amount of bail is proportionate to that person's ability to pay. That's why we know we have some of these bail reform systems and things like that for indigent defendants and, people that can't afford things. But also, when you have a person of this level of wealth, they take that into consideration too. Like, what amount of bail could we impose that would require that could ensure that requirement to appear is fulfilled? In this instance, they stated that the level of wealth that he has, the access that he has, the connections that he has, there is no amount of bail that can ensure his appearance. When they were talking about the plane, you have to pay attention to the nuance in the words. Oh, yes, he has his plane up for sale, but it hasn't been sold. He still owns it, right? Oh, we have a letter of someone that's interested. Does it preclude him from buying another one? He have access to friends that have planes that he can use? Does he have funds in offshore accounts XYZ? All of those answers are yes. So his reach is the prosecutor was by the books when it came to that bail hearing. He didn't do it. We may not like it. We may feel everyone should be afforded a bail. However, the purpose of bail is that so the defendant will appear. It was deemed that there is no amount because he has too much. He has access to too much. So they could not ensure that he wouldn't.
Infinite resources.
Second, one thing that will prohibit you from getting bail is to interfere in the investigation. One of his charges is obstruction of justice for calling and threatening and bribing witnesses and coercing witnesses. He was taped doing such. So you cannot be seen obstructing justice, contacting witnesses, threatening witnesses. That's tampering. That's witness tampering. So while
And
he
then
has been
argue
free,
that
he's been
you
witness
aren't
tampering.
a risk.
Exactly. So as you have been free, you have been witness tampering. That is a stipulation that can revoke your ability to have bail. So he has been found to have done that. So there's nothing wrong or there's no maltreatment. There's no anything as with regard to bail is concerned with Diddy. The next thing, Diddy got in front of us and told us he was a changed man, that Cassie had been with him during the dark times and helped him get over. He told us he went to rehab. He said that in that video. Go listen to it again. He said that he said that he is a clean man. So why are we worried about him dehydrating and detoxing and needing to go get an IV? That man told us that he is clean. So that is not a concern either. He can go sit on a cot with everybody else, like everyone else. If he's given bail in this instance with these issues and this criteria, then he will not be being treated fairly. He will be getting preferential treatment because he does not qualify for bail. As far as that lawsuit in those houses, that lawyer got up there today and said that he had homes that he paid off that were unencumbered. Unencumbered means there are no liens on them. And that he was offering up these homes as collateral for his bail. So that default judgment, whatever, is not affecting him because his lawyer stood up there today and said that he purposely paid off his Star Island mortgage and he paid off his mother's mortgage. He paid all these mortgages off so that he could have a clean and clear title to those homes so that they could be used in a bail package. So that's no issue either. Further, he said, oh, well, he turned over his passports and all of this. Again, this man has been known to pay off people. He doesn't fly commercially, so he wouldn't be going through TSA that way. Or, he wouldn't be going in the airports and, he would be on a private plane flying out of a private airport. We already know that he is known to fly in and out. He got caught. Remember, he was boarding a plane when his drug dealing assistant got caught with the fanny pack full of the pink stuff. Remember? They were about to fly to another island. Exactly. He is known to visit Russell Simmons. Where is Russell Simmons? Russell Simmons is in Bali. Bali does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. That is why Russell Simmons is in Bali, because he doesn't want to be extradited. he had, again, all of this, he's where he needs to be according to the facts at hand at present. Is all I'm saying. You know, he'll be tried. But if he were given bail in this instance, it would not be fair treatment. It would be preferential treatment because he does not deserve it, according to these facts.
Now, I would love for Felicia to react to that. Felicia.
Okay, so the question is on the last one. I think you want me to answer, right, about the detention.
Well, the whole damn thing. You've asked me.
Oh my goodness, I should have been taking notes.
So yes, you should have, Felicia.
I should have been taking notes. I agree with most of what she said, but the piece about the detention, I understood from his attorney that if he had been allowed to surrender, then the court could not have made a request for detention. And so since they went to pick him up, they were then allowed to imply detention. And that made a big difference in today's bond hearing.
I missed part of that. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I couldn't hear you.
It was a detention. The detention request made by the Attorney General. And according to Sean Combs' attorney, if they had allowed him to surrender today versus picking him up last night, he would not have been subjected to detention. He would have been able to post bond and be able to leave today.
Well, additionally, the AUSA stated after that the reason that that Diddy appears to have orchestrated this, it was to give the appearance that he had been cooperating and that he would have deserved that bail because he was surrendering.
Uh-huh.
He did not comply with all the requirements that they were asked, and they are withholding what their actual reason was, but they said that they had become aware of additional information that required them to pick him up then versus the next day. In my opinion, based on all the other things we know, they may have known that he was about to abscond and leave because because it could be those 33 phone calls that he had made, right? Because he was making them up until today, apparently. You know, he was calling people, having conversations with them, trying to convince them to say certain things and didn't happen and say certain things did happen. He is on tape doing these things. So whatever it was that they found that they could no longer, they couldn't wait anymore. They had to pick him up now because the information that they had been given. So, and like I said, they said it was an orchestration to appear as though he was cooperating. But I saw someone say something that's true. I want to correct if I came out saying that you don't have records when you fly out from private airports. There are records when you fly out. There are records when you fly out from private airports. What I mean, and you can look at the Jeffrey Epstein logs and all of this and see what I'm talking about. They will doctor those. They will doctor the logs, and it's easier to give someone a payoff to do that. To say because there are spurts and ranges of time that they couldn't tie back with Jeffrey Epstein because of the way that his logs had been altered. So that came out in court as well. So all I'm saying is they had information that led them to believe that had they not moved in a day early, that the circumstances would be different. I don't know if that meant they thought that he may flee. I don't know if that meant that they thought because that he was still calling people, he was trying to bribe people. Either way, all of those things made him ineligible for that bail.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I wasn't aware. I appreciate that information.
Yeah, and like I said, and you seem like a sweet lady. You can rest well tonight worrying about him and whatever drug problem, because he told us that he is clean and that he went to rehab. So he shouldn't be having issues. He shouldn't be having withdrawals. He shouldn't have any dehydration. He should be just fine on that cot.
I am so confident that they probably have him in Bellevue right now because they did find those substances with him last night. So he's probably there right now.
But he said that he went to rehab and he is clean of substances. So if they find him with the shakes and foaming at the mouth, and he must have food poisoning, we will not assume at all that he is in withdrawals, because he said he went to rehab and he is clean. And I believe him.
I don't.
Okay, so
If that's what that man said, we need to believe what he said. He said he's clean, and that is all.
I believe him too, baby. So food poisoning, maybe he got bit by a roach and it's an infection.
A roach, a rat,
I will
both,
believe it's anything
spider.
else, because Diddy ain't supposed to be on no drugs, because he's supposed to be clean and sober, because
That's what he
whole
told
Cassie
us.
ordeal changed his life.
He said he's a changed man, and it's all because of Cassie staying with him during the dark times. I also want to address that part about Cassie. From the very beginning with Cassie never wanted to be, even though she said she was in a voluntary relationship, the girl never wanted to be in the relationship with him, to be clear. If you read what she says, she had a boyfriend. She told the man she had a boyfriend. He threatened and ran the boyfriend off, tricked her into going to Miami. She thought it was on business, and assaulted her on that first trip. The very, very first interaction they ever had was assault. The woman, she ran away from him multiple times. He got private investigators and found her and sick goons on her and sent them and drug her back and threatened her family, threatened everyone that hid her, to the point that he broke into one of her friends' home and hung them off the side of the balcony. So I don't think anything within that relationship was consensual. I think all of it was done under duress. And I think she did what she did to survive and to live, because everybody says run, get away. She did. Multiple times. She ran, she got away. And what did he do? He paid off police. He paid off hotels. He got private investigators. He, at one point, I got messed with her parents' bank accounts and stuff. She tried everything that we are told to do, even to the point of trying to take herself out. She said, if I can't leave this way, I'm gonna have to run. And she couldn't even do that. He wouldn't even let her do that.
So, Andrew, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
I need to be brought up with some information. How was she able to ultimately then leave?
Okay, so she developed a relationship with the guy who is her husband now. He was her
Mm-hmm.
personal assistant. Diddy was paying him to be her personal assistant, because she was never allowed really access. People weren't really allowed access to her. So she finally had someone that had regular access to her, that he really didn't stop. So what she ended up doing, after she realized she could trust him, she confided in him. And he went and he did the things, the legwork to help her escape. And he wasn't afraid of Diddy. So now she had someone to stand up for her, right? So that's
Okay.
how she got away this time. She finally had somebody who was willing to stand up and say, and then
Sent
again,
from
he had been working there.
heaven.
He had been working there, remember? So he knew dirt too. It was too day, and plus they were smart. They put crumbs out there. You can do what you want to do to us, and we may not be here, but if you do something, all your dirt gonna come out, because we got it here, we got it here, we got it here. They did it kind of
Got
like
you.
when you remember when, what's her name, Katie Holmes, when she ran away from, was it Tom Cruise? She
Mm-hmm.
planned, she planned for months and months and months. Her father helped her plan, and she escaped. That's how she did it. So they planned for months and months and months, and they set up the same thing. Everything was in place by the time she left.
Now, this is what I call divesting. Now, I want us to also talk about, because we dragging shit out of Don ass and shit, but I'm really sick of Usher fake ass, and a red nosed clown ass Neo always got on my last goddamn nerve with his cheating, not able to be married, unintegral ass. I really wasn't surprised that either one of these niggas felt Cassie when Don said that both of them witnessed Cassie getting punched and then escorted out of the restaurant as Diddy proceeded to laugh and to socialize with everybody there,
I'm
including
gonna step
them.
down for a second. I'll have to come back.
I'm okay, boo. So how do y'all feel about Usher and Neo, them being complicit as fuck in this abuse? I mean, we know that a lot of people were complicit, but since we're talking about all the people who we know publicly been a part of all of this, how do y'all feel about these quiet ass mute puppies continuing to act like they see no evil and hear no evil? They in their Miss Hopper energy too, honey. They don't know nothing, honey. And these are men. These are supposed to be our kings and our protectors. These, the heterosexual masculine trope. These are the niggas who want to lead. These are the niggas who want to be head of household.
Well, for me,
and these niggas also watched a man twice, 3 times Cassie's size and density punch her in her stomach and abuse her and said all or nothing. And Usher has continued to pooch around with Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
And I expect less from Neo because, hell, he done put his own damn wife through prostitutes and escorts and every damn thing else. So I wouldn't be surprised if Neo ass is on a freak off tape either, because he been having his own freak offs in his damn marriage.
Well, that's what I was going to speak to in regards to Neo first. I'm not surprised. Exactly what you spoke to is what I was going to say. So that doesn't surprise me. And honestly, I'm not surprised by Usher. It is so common. First of all, they look, in my opinion, they look at Diddy in a god, like with this god complex type of thing. Like, they admire him so much. I just don't see, I would never see them speaking out against him. We know that is what I spoke to earlier about men being more loyal to each other. When it comes to these type of situations, they will turn a blind eye, even if there is an ounce of any type of humanity within them. Their loyalty is going to lie with the other man. That's a common practice. So I'm not surprised. I don't think that Usher will ever speak out against Diddy. I think he has so much admiration for him. And I know that we would love Usher, because I believe that Usher has stories for days. He has a hell of a lot of intel. I mean, hell, he was damn near groomed, if not completely groomed by Diddy his damn self. He knows more than probably half of the industry. To be honest, he's probably been present for more things than we could even fathom or whatever. But is he going to? Absolutely not, because then we, even though his name has always been attached to Diddy's, right? He still has that like send my good boy type of thing, if that makes sense. Like, even though there's been allegations against him at this, that, and the third, nothing has really stuck with him or whatever. He's been able to maneuver and still have like a polishedness to him within the industry and within, fandom. But Neo, he, he's another Diddy. I don't think it's to the same extreme, but he's definitely another Diddy. He's taking a page from Diddy's playbook and some of the other execs in the industry, and he's moving the same exact way. So, am I surprised? Hell no. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that they were made to sleep with Cassie as well. They probably all was in a damn orgy party. He could have had them all taking turns on their knees for him, and I would not be surprised. Mute.
Dang, I mean, I definitely just want to say I agree with Rumors and Tea. I mean, Neo can go to the nearest hell to me. Usher is a little bit of a disappointment. Grew up with his music, blah blah blah. Thought he was, someone that, that maybe he's not. But I think if anything, and this is just maybe a reminder to me, but hopefully a reminder to other people, like, we spend so much money on these tickets and we be windmilling in comments for these celebrities and like people we have no clue who they really are. And it's like at the end of the day, they're humans. Like all of us on this earth, on this planet are humans. We're going to be corrupted by power. We're going to be corrupted by money. We're going to be corrupted by status. We're all susceptible to all of that. Every single one of us, YouTubers, social media content creator, like everyone's susceptible to the same things. So we got to quit putting these people as if they are gods, as if they are supposed to be over and above and more than what they are, which is human.
I have a little more nuanced take to that. I agree with what you all are saying about all that, but I also want to make sure we all remember this is also a man who, especially at that time, and even this one, who was basically invincible. So how do you go up against? How do you challenge? Especially in those times, though they should have believed those women, though they should have believed the men.
They didn't have to even believe it. Apparently, they witnessed it.
No, I'm talking about the police. I'm talking about the police.
Oh, the police.
Okay, I'm talking about any of the authorities. You know what I'm saying? Though they should have. It's clear that in those days, one, that they probably wouldn't have believed what they heard. Two, they were all up for sale, and which is clear, because all of these things that happened in front of these people, some of these things, according to the AUSA today, according to the prosecutor today, they were reported. Some of these things were reported to police, and nothing became of them. There were assaults that were reported. Because again, I'm going on the, well, my gosh, nobody stood up for people. Nobody did this. Nobody told. According to the AUSA today, from then to now, people have been saying things. People have been being paid off. And that's really sad. So if you've been around someone, you've seen this person do some of the most horrific things, and for a fact some of these things have been reported to authorities, and they are still free. Not only are they free, they are growing in power. Right before your eyes. This isn't something you heard. It's not an urban rumor. You've watched it happen. You've watched them become more and more and more powerful, and more and more and more ruthless. Because one of his charges was arson for blowing up Kid Cudi's truck. All these multiple assaults, on women, on men, all of the paying off of different things, paying for things to being done. We're hearing all these things, and they also made sure to tell us today, and there's more. And there's more. He had a network of people. So I'm not excusing it, but what I'm saying is we can't be so quick to say that everybody in that situation had the same levels of complicity.
But let me say this, and that's why I asked you, because there are things that I did not remember. That's why I asked you, how did Cassie get out?
Yeah.
And all of what you're saying, if what Usher and any of them that witnessed it, if they truly had any integrity and had love for women, they could have done the same thing that Alex did.
Actually,
okay, wait a minute, and hold
Alex
on. But
did
even
this in the 2000s, though, in the
but
2016
listen to me. I understand that. I wouldn't expect Neo to say anything, right? But
I don't either.
Usher to this day, even once the video footage was put out, Usher to this day still has not spoken out to apologize to Cassie publicly. He has not spoken out to say, I did witness this. He's still aligned to Diddy.
Well, actually, let's think about that out loud, right? Because I think I said this yesterday before they had the thing today. I was talking with someone. I said, I think we need to now pay attention to those people who are quiet rather than those who are loud. There could be multiple reasons. That AUSA said that they had interviewed at least 50 people who cooperated in varying ways. Some were witnesses, some were simply witnesses, and some were victims as well. But they had
have interviewed and have brought before the grand jury at least 50 people. Okay. They have confiscated from Diddy at least 90 cell phones. So Usher may have been quiet because Usher has to be quiet.
What you mean has to? Has to how? What you mean has
Because
to?
because when you are cooperating, if they've spoken to you or you've spoken to the grand jury or whatever, right?
I'm gonna tell you why I don't respect that, Andrew, because Cassie could have lost her life this entire time.
Okay, and so
it could have actually never made it to this.
I get what you're saying, but here's what I'm also saying.
And Neo nor Usher have any excuse. Cassie's frail 5'3" ass as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
As the person in a society that's deemed to be the submissive part of the masculine and who's not supposed to be leading, who's not supposed to be busting down doors, who's not supposed to be standing up in the face of adversity, but actually supposed to be protected. Not only had to survive, had to protect herself, and then had to launch this whole shit off single-handedly off her own shoulders.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing we have to remember. During the 90s
and we got excuses for grown-ass men. I'm not standing on business.
No, I'm not. It's not that I'm giving excuses. I want us to remember what it was at the time. Remember, at the 90s and the early 2000s, Usher was a kid himself. He was a child.
Yeah. But that's the thing, Andrew. I'm not even speaking about the early 90s and early. I'm speaking about
that was taking place in 2017, 20.
I'm about to bring it forward to now. I'm about to bring it forward to now. At that, so for all of the stuff from that part of it, I'm saying for that and anybody else in that time, at that time, things were different. People believed differently, and he was a child. From that moment forward, like you said, when Alex was involved and he
was always older than Cassie.
But what I'm saying, but not by much. Not by much. They're around the same age.
And Cassie, as a woman, did it for herself.
Exactly.
Again, a woman always does
it. Remember now, hold on. But I want y'all to remember, this is the same man, right? This Usher, the same dude who last year was at a Chris Brown party, he was at his own birthday celebration
and stepped in for what's her name?
And stepped in for Tiana Taylor, I think, and Chris Brown situation.
That's exactly where I'm getting. That's
exactly all
up
in between that, but yet Cassie was actually getting her ass beat while there was only a verbal altercation between.
And that's where I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to.
Oh, but I guess of course he would, because that wasn't a enclosed event. And there were cameras rolling, and it was just I think for Usher to look like a man, because
I think times changed.
People could have been recording in that situation, because it could have potentially ended up as a photo op and ended up viral on the internet. He definitely wasn't going to not step in, but because the Diddy situation was closed in and exclusive, and he didn't have to, he was incubated.
I think it's more simplistic than that. I think the times have changed, and the mindset and the way that we as a society see these events. We see them as they actually are horrible, horrific things that we do need to intervene in. Especially in our community, they have had the mind your own business aspect. Plus, they're benefiting from this.
As a man, though, I ain't never been told to mind my business if a woman was being abused in my presence. I ain't never been taught no shit like that. I ain't never been raised on no principle like that. You haven't,
but there are lots of people like that were.
We were taught as men and as young males to keep our hands to ourselves, to not fight women.
Yes.
Therefore, we ain't never been taught to mind our bit. Matter of fact, in the 90s, actually, that's when men was kind of the most protective of women. They were actually jumping in situations and visibly getting in between men who were frisky, who were doing the most. Like, I lived through that era. It's this new 2000 shit that's interesting to me, where men now are minding their business and women now are definitely on their own. But I lived through the era where brothers stepped in and said, "Nah, bro, you doing too much," or the sister
where you were amongst
or got up
people,
in a nigga's
because
face on behalf of a woman.
I know for a fact back in the days, that was for the collective that I would see. Your brother would step in for you, your cousin or your friends. But if they now, as far as like speaking out and stuff like that, people are more apt to speak out because they think differently.
Because
I'm
here's
not,
the
but
thing.
that's not no excuse.
Honestly, let me say this.
Hold on, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So whatever experiences and indoctrination culturally, interpersonally, that led to Usher being a punk ass bitch, then I guess didn't get the same excuse for whatever influences and experiences that led him to thinking it was okay to then abuse women.
No, that's where you got me wrong.
Right? Because everybody's a product of something. So whatever Usher was a product of that made it okay ultimately, or excuses him or explains why he is a punk ass bitch, or him and Neo is a punk ass bitch, then
actually I'm saying no. I'm saying he was wrong then. I'm saying people and everybody was wrong then. They should have stepped in then, and they should always have, whatever the area is. What I am saying, that was the norm at the time. Doesn't make it right. I'm just saying the people that thought that way, thoughts and ideas and ideologies have changed in these years, is what I'm saying. I think that it was wrong then, and people should have stopped the stuff then and now. But I'm saying now, the common thought across the board now is that it's wrong. You see what I'm saying? It is wrong, and you are expected now to step in, and you should. You should have done it then too.
I was always raised in our culture. Never one time in no community I ever lived in for almost 40 years was the consensus whip women and beat women. I mean, we know that women got beat and DV happened, and a lot of times in marriage and relationships, men would put their hands and commit interpersonal violence upon their female partners, but there was never this like collective consensus of men go beat the hell out of women.
As a matter of fact, to even speak to that point, it was even when it came to drug dealers, thugs, hustlers, whatever you want to call them, you couldn't even. And I'm 43 years old, and I was a teenager in the 90s. You couldn't even stand on the street corner and put your hand on a woman because niggas will tear you. I don't care what they other shortcomings were. They will get on your ass and tear you the fuck down. Because one thing you wasn't going to do was to do anything that was going to attract attention that could possibly draw police to where you were at in your criminal activities. So men never in the 90s, that was not that is a small percentage. Now, yes, I do agree that there had to be some grooming there, where I don't think that Usher ever thought it was okay, but I do believe that Usher was complicit, maybe because of fear, because he saw that Diddy wasn't
there were no
charges, anything was sticking. There was no but however, I'm speaking for 2024.
Yes.
2024, there's no reason. I don't give a damn if he's been working with the police, low key, whatever. 2024, he should have spoken out. If he couldn't do anything else, he should have apologized to Cassie publicly. Because the reality is, once Cassie went forward, and all of this information had been released to the public, he knew there was a chance that anyone that was there that ever witnessed Diddy abusing this woman at any point, they all know that there is a chance that their name was going to be put out there to the public.
And I'm going to say something that sounds callous.
Hold on, Andrea. Set aside the public being aware. There should be a moral compass. And I feel like once it went public, their moral compass should have activated, especially Usher's, and he should have apologized. Even if he could not open his mouth, if he felt there's a part of him that feels like he doesn't want to speak on Diddy, he should have still apologized to Cassie for failing.
Okay, well, let me explain something for the legal part of that. I get what you're saying. Morally, I get what you're saying. But let's just put it out there. If you have any level of complicity, maybe you weren't involved with the actions, but maybe you were there and you didn't intervene, what have you? Legally, the intelligent and the smart thing that any lawyer will advise you to do is to keep your mouth shut. And you know why? Because that statement, that short statement that Diddy made trying to apologize, that was used against him in court today.
But
You
no,
can't.
let me tell you
You
something.
don't. If you have any sense.
Andrew, my mother was a paralegal, so I have a little. I ain't all the way versed in all legal all things that are legal. But I know that he could have apologized to Cassie just on the lawn for the footage being
And
revealed. He didn't have to
and when
say,
you
I
do that,
apologize for not stepping in
you
and doing
have
anything. Just
accepted
I
liability
apologize.
legally.
And
When you do
That
that,
doesn't
you
make him
can't do it.
I want
liable.
to add something into that
That
because,
came from a lawyer today. Multiple
but I want
lawyers
to
that I
add something
heard
into that
said that
because
today.
people don't have to obey other lawyers. I mean,
But if
legal
you want to stay out of
advice
jail,
is
you better,
literally.
you better
I mean,
listen to
no. I'm just saying factually, legal advice is just that. You're not morally. I mean, like you have no obligation to listen to your lawyer. You cannot listen to the lawyer or listen to the lawyer. You ultimately still decide what you do and don't do, and it doesn't excuse Usher being able to apologize to Cassie privately, even if he didn't want to speak publicly.
And
but
we don't know he
that
may
hasn't.
have.
And we can assume it probably hasn't happened because Usher hasn't done anything that has proven that's even him to begin with. But to add to that, after Cassie filed her lawsuit, because I can also understand not speaking publicly about somebody else shit publicly until they speak about their shit publicly, because I'm not going to speak about your abuse that I know you experiencing personally and get out here on my platform and talk about your marriage injury or talk about your marriage rumors in T and say, oh, da 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 da. Like if y'all bringing forward, like I would respect anything that y'all share with me privately, and then if y'all come forward publicly, then I can stand behind that. So I don't understand why once Cassie filed her lawsuit and publicly said these things were done to me, I can prove these things. There obviously have been witnesses because Don witnessed these things. Miss Harper witnessed these things. Usher witnessed these things. Hotel personnel witnessed these things as they the ones who had footage. Lots and loads of people witnessed these things. Once she did that, and then Diddy made his apology and then retracted his apology and basically called this woman a liar and said he's going to fight for his innocence, this, that, and the third, that could have been an opportunity for Usher in, because hold on, I ain't talking about an 18-year-old Usher now. I'm talking about a 2023 Usher, a grown man now who with his own superstardom, his own power, his own credibility, his own social equity, he's now a peer to Diddy. He's no longer an up-and-coming young little weasel trying to get himself there. He's an equal titan now in this shit, and he is far more credible of a person than Diddy could ever be, because Diddy's reputation has always been socially soiled. So if Usher would have been a man and taken his celebrity and superstardom at his big old 23-year-old self and stardom and aligned with Cassie, why not do that as a man who knew that a woman was being abused in front of you, who came forward, who got apologized to, and then got smeared by the same motherfucker who caught himself trying to take fake accountability and called this woman a fucking liar. And like Andrew said, all these people did nothing. They allowed Cassie to just windmill for herself. And now I know why the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter had to be behind Cassie, because we can see nobody else was going to be. That's why she had to have the cosmic power of the universe behind her ass, because no physical being was actually going to have her back.
The reason being, again, I say, if you have any level of legal exposure in anything, you may want to make public statements, and though you may want to defend yourself or say things, the smart, prudent, legal thing to do is to not litigate anything, not say anything publicly. That is just, any attorney worth their salt is going to tell you that.
But what could he have? If him simply saying, Cassie, I am so sorry that happened to you.
Okay, so just that statement right there,
Hold on.
Usher
Usher had nothing to lose after her settlement was settled.
Yes, he
before
did.
even
His
reached
own
the-
legal couple.
No, he had nothing to
For
lose.
what?
Because he was telling a provable, corroborated truth based upon what she put in her own shit and based upon what he was willing to settle out of court with her on. Her shit never even made it to a grand jury.
But he
Diddy
never knew.
corroborated the whole damn lawsuit by settling out of court with her ass and then coming forward publicly. So Usher coming in afterwards, after she done got her coin, after she done got her settlement, and then after Diddy acknowledges this suit and these claims and fake addresses. I was in a fucked up place. I was in a dark place. Da, 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 da. I got rehab. I got da, 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 da. Usher coming after that and saying, yeah, you know, I witnessed some things when it came to Cassie. I witnessed her being abused. This woman is not lying about her experience. I've personally seen some things. I regret as a man at times not stepping in, but right now I'm taking my opportunity to do what I should have did for you 3 years ago or 4 years ago, and just want to say, sis, I'm proud of you, and this lady is not a motherfucking liar, and anybody's lawyer can motherfucking call me because the truth can prove itself. The truth can stand.
Because
as a lawyer, I don't have to fear no legal consequence when I'm telling the truth.
Right.
Because
people who lying need to be scared of the criminal justice system. People who are frauding need to be afraid of the people who tell the truth don't need to be afraid.
First of all, you know what you know, and you know what you're going to say. Again, they have spoken to over 50 people. You don't know what they know. You don't know what evidence they have.
I don't need to. You can't tell me what the fuck I don't know based upon what I've seen. If I saw you get abused, I don't give what I need to know what you need to know for. And the abuse has already been acknowledged because this woman done sued her abuser. And then her abuser done acknowledged the allegations and apologized to this woman, then recanted and called her a fucking liar.
But investigations don't stop there because of that. The investigations don't stop there because of that.
There's no excuse for no fucking Usher to have lied. There's none. There's literally no excuse.
Legally, he's doing the
I don't give a fuck. And we don't know that he ever even consulted with a lawyer. Usher just sat his
if
ass
he's smart,
down.
he has, because he has shown up in multiple legal documents.
Just chose to be as complicit as he was when Cassie was getting punched in her stomach right in front of him and Neo.
And that could possibly be.
And just like he didn't consult 911, then he ain't consult a damn lawyer about speaking out about her being called a liar from a nigga who settled out of court with her and then apologized to her publicly.
Well, what you're not considering is the man has been brought up in multiple lawsuits. His name, so it's not just this one.
Who?
Diddy? Usher. His name
so
has been brought up in multiple.
I ain't talking about other lawsuits. I don't have nothing to say about the lawsuits. I'm just speaking about the Cassie situation.
But that is my point. It is not just
we're talking about the social responsibility of this. And once again,
Usher wasn't
going to have to be Usher. Once again, all of us have had attorneys. I have an attorney right now. I have disobeyed my own attorneys, and guess what? I'm just fine. I can either take the advice or not take the damn advice. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. I get to decide what I'm going to do, and I get to decide how I'm going to show up. An attorney doesn't do that. You consult with attorneys. You don't.
That's true. But if one tells me that I'm going to
consult with multiple attorneys. I can go get a second opinion. Like I don't have to. I'm not like nobody has to rest on the words of an attorney as if they are a God. Usher can speak to his experience.
But if I have legal exposure,
there's no legal consequence to you corroborating something that has been corroborated now by both the victim and the villain in the situation.
But if your name has been brought up in multiple things, now your name is in the middle of a
I don't care. That's what being a man is all about.
That's what prudent thing for you to do is to. They got enough to put you in jail without you opening your mouth and
all
helping
these people. That's actually my personal issue with all of this, from Dawn to Diddy to Usher to all these folk. Is everybody? It's just hyper apathetic, self-preserving. I only care about me. That's actually my pushback to all of this.
Same, because why are you more worried about legal actions than a human being's life? That's fucking crap.
I don't give a fuck about no damn legal action.
This. if I'm saying I'm Usher, right? I'm a father. I'm a husband. I have family that are relying upon me. I understand, and I may feel bad about
Which
what happened
means
to
you
them,
apologize.
but my family and
And
their
then
well-being is dependent upon
and do you
me
know what's
being
fucking and do you know
free
what's fucking
and
disgusting
a
about
money
that?
earner.
Had this woman died, everybody would have remained just as fucking quiet because
They
of
sure would have.
all those sick, immoral ass reasons.
Yes, they would have.
The whole point of a sound morality is to also have a space in your morality to include the aiding and abetting and the betterment of other human beings. And if that's absent in Usher's morality or anybody else's, that is very flawed. Because if your
my
humanity,
morality
if
is
you're
going to cause a
because
problem
if you're
for my
it's
family,
not an that's not an automatic, because everything that we're talking about is hypothetical, right? Including everything that you're saying. It's not automatic he would have ended up in any trouble. It's not automatic that there would have been any legal consequences. And speaking out, those are not things that factually and objectively would have occurred. These are all hypothetical.
But I can ensure that it never would if I keep my mouth shut in the public.
There's no absolute that there would have been any legal clapback for Usher corroborating the truth that Diddy and Cassie corroborated.
Again, when you are mentioning
Andrew,
all these things,
can I say this? Can I say this? Because speaking, even if I see things from your point of view, Usher would still have more advantage on his side, because the reality is, if there's any truth to the rumors that we've heard for years since this young man has come into the industry, we know that he has allegedly been groomed, and even to a point there's been rumors that he's been victimized by Diddy as well. So whatever his name being thrown up, that would just make it wouldn't make him responsible legally. There wouldn't be any ramifications for him, because that actually will corroborate and help him to have a case against Diddy. If his morals were intact, he
but we
would
don't
speak
know
out.
that. We don't know that.
But we don't know what.
That's the thing. We don't know the level of culpability that man has in anything.
None,
And
because
is
no
not looking at
culpability for
just this
Cassie.
case.
It wouldn't
He's
have
looking
been
at
none
all
for
the
Usher
other ones.
corroborating what the
And there is
courts
no
allowed
need
her
to help
to get
people
a payout on.
put you in jail. There's
It
no
wouldn't
need
have
to
been no
open your mouth
culpability.
and help somebody put you in jail.
I don't now. This is one thing I
The
believe. I
only
believe
thing that Usher would have had to worry about is if his ass has been involved in a lot of shit he shouldn't have been involved in, and speaking up for Cassie as a witness would have allowed a damn rabbit hole of events to take place that would have eventually led to his ass being incriminated. But if he in fact ain't had nothing to lose and he's speaking to the truth and his hands are motherfucking clean, Usher didn't have a goddamn thing to worry about, like nobody else who ain't broke the law. Like nobody else who ain't doing this shit they ain't
public
supposed to be doing.
statements of apology, public statements of apology in the court of law.
Usher not a defendant. He's not a defendant, and he's not a plaintiff in any case.
But they are considered an admission of guilt.
Admission of
like
guilt.
all
So yes,
I don't feel guilty.
Just like
yes,
all
I
these
was
other
there.
public,
because you don't
just
know.
like all
We
these
don't
other
know
public
what the
figures
other
have
50
spoken out
people.
right about what happened to Cassie, including
But we don't know
Diddy.
what the other 50 people.
We do know, because we know that his bodyguard has been speaking about the abuse of
we
Cassie.
Don't know. People
we also know that Aubrey O'Day has been speaking about the abuse. A lot of other famous people have been speaking out about Diddy for years, and definitely been speaking about his ass over the past 3-4 years.
And they tell the public one thing, and they tell the prosecutors another, and then the fact the
do all that.
Is,
the point
is
these people are
so
talking.
What you do is you
and
keep your mouth shut, and you
ain't
only
no
talk
legal
to the
consequence
prosecutors.
And ain't no legal consequence fell on the bodyguard.
Ain't on any of them.
The court of public opinion is not going to keep you out of prison, but the court of law.
So why is not? But Andrew, then why has not RBO Day been locked up? Why hasn't she been arrested? She's apologized to Cassie. She's spoken out against it. She was privy. She was one of the people in the rooms in various times.
Every document I have seen, Aubrey O'Day was being victimized.
Same thing. Okay, so what about the security?
Because there has been numerous people. Okay. Oh, hold on.
Huh?
Yeah, let's talk about the security. The security today. Would you like to know what they said about the security today? What they said about the security today was they listed them as unindicted co-conspirators and let us know that there will be more, and that they are going after management and security.
Amen.
Everything
and
every
anybody
statement.
who's been
But
complicit
guess
in
what?
this
But
should.
guess what?
And that's
You're
why
right.
I said
They
ain't
should.
nobody got nothing to worry about except the people whose hands are
But
dirty.
no. But we're talking about the speaking out right is doing all of this right. And guess what?
We're saying give a public apology. See, what
Statement
I'm
that
thinking
they
what
have
you're
made
alluding to,
publicly is going to be used against them in the court of law. You don't
Andrew, what
hand
you're alluding
you
to
don't
is that
hand
Usher.
people the evidence to put you in jail. Shut up.
So what I'm saying is what you're alluding to is that Usher had took part. He was not just complicit as far as watching, not just being there and looking and seeing and not intervening, but he was a part of the crimes himself.
No, that's
Because
not
that's
what I'm
what
saying
you
at
got.
all about Usher.
Well,
What I'm saying about
because if
Usher
he
is
was not,
Usher
listen,
does.
hold on, Andrew. If that's not the case, then that doesn't stand. Because Conscious has said that repeatedly, and I'm understanding. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to him, and it just doesn't make any sense. If this
Okay,
man
so
has
I'm going to
committed
explain what
any
I'm saying.
crime,
I'm not saying that he's a complicit at all. What I am saying is he only knows what he has told the prosecutors. He does not know what the other 50 people have told the prosecutors. He
yes,
doesn't
but if
know
he's
what
not
they've given.
guilty, what does that have to do with anything? If he's not guilty,
Ain't got
Because
nothing to
and
do
I'm
with nothing.
apologizing to Cassie, what does that have to do with
okay,
anything?
I'm trying to
Hold
tell
on,
you.
because I don't
I'm
even want to
trying
go
to
down
tell
to
you.
these other people. Let's stick to Usher, Cassie, and Diddy.
Uh-huh.
Usher would have simply been corroborating what was corroborated by Diddy settling out of court and then following up with that with a apology that he then retracted.
Okay, well, let's say here's a scenario. Let's say this. Let's say he never beat anybody, anything. Let's say Usher sat in the corner and snorted some of the pink powder all night long. And let's say he carried the pink powder with him because maybe his own personal pink powder. Okay, that's trafficking right there. That's drug trafficking right there. That would be a crime. It may not be that he hurt someone. That's what I'm trying to tell you all. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that's obvious to us that's involved in doing something to Cassie or doing something or not standing up for Cassie. Everything that happened in these interactions are
Andrew,
up for
we are
criminal prosecution.
We are also living in the real world, boo. So it's like none of us need a tutorial on what does and doesn't happen because we watch TV and watch documentaries of people participating in documentaries about cold cases and murder cases and being neighbors and all these things and classmates to people who did heinous crimes, who are speaking out in the open,
but they weren't there while they were doing them.
Shit they witnessed at the time, shit they was aware of, etc. Like, it's okay. And once again, I'm making the moral appeal here, the cerebral appeal of, well, once you say something, you can incriminate yourself. Look, I'm the kind of bitch, I don't give a fuck about that. When I know I'm standing on business, hey, bring it on. Let the rabbit hole, let it do what the motherfucking do, because I got that much confidence and I got that much faith in the square that I'm standing on. And rather
I might have confidence and I might have faith, but I am not a legal expert and I am not going to jail.
I'm not finished. Whether there is a system in place that's going to handle the situation properly or not, those things are not going to sway me, because once again, like, I'm going to stand on the square that I believe is right. And I'm actually glad to be somebody who does not only concern myself with me, or who chooses to save myself, what I'm going to say, unnecessarily at the expense of other shit that is larger than me. And I can see that Diddy picking Justin Bieber, picking Usher, picking Don, picking all these people, he handpicked them for a reason. He picked Kalenna for a reason. He picked other people that he could sniff out the selfishness and narcissism out of. All other people who are deeply self-preserving, incredibly selfish as fuck and apathetic and don't give a fuck and are ruthlessly ambitious as fuck. Like, Diddy surrounded himself with his tribe mates, and That includes Usher ass, in my opinion. I do not like Usher's fake, fucked up ass. And to know, we all know Usher was victimized. We know there's a confrontation between Usher's mammy and Diddy about the inappropriate shit going on with her son. We played the footage of Kevin Hart interviewing Usher at P. Diddy's crib, and Kevin Hart walking in to Diddy sitting on a guest bedroom where a big 10-inch dildo is plopped on the bed, and Diddy trying to pan the camera, and then turning around in a 3-part interview with them three, and Diddy having to police his own language about him and Usher waking up in the same bed together, wrestling when Usher was a young boy, and Kevin Hart putting his hand to his face, like, get me the fuck out of this. Get me out of this, whatever this shit is. Get me away from this. Like, the fact that we know Usher was victimized, we know Usher had his own experience. And like I said earlier on, if Usher want to be private about his shit, I'm cool with that. What I will never respect is people being quiet and complicit about other people's shit. If you don't want to talk about your own trauma, cool. If you don't want to talk about your own experience, fine. But this whole attitude, like of Cold in the chat, who says, if I was Usher, I wouldn't say a darn thing either. You know, it's very easy to say shit like this until the person who didn't say nothing was the person who passed by your daughter sitting at the edge of a bridge and leaping for her life. Something that could have been arguably prevented had somebody who saw that not minded their business. So, like, if we actually lived in a society of where the majority of people actually believe this way, that you need to mind your business and you need to shut up and you need to not say shit and you don't have no social responsibility, regardless of gender, regardless of circumstance, regardless of sexuality, regardless of whatever it is. If we actually lived in a mind your business society, this would literally be.
So, Conscious, I get what you're saying, but let me say this for real.
Hold on. Let me say this. I want social responsibility again. I don't give a fuck how much this era makes this narcissism shit cool. I don't give a fuck about how cool and how much this current society wants to make fetch happen. They want to make narcissism happen real bad. They want to make get money over everything happen real bad. They want to make apathy happen real bad. They want to make all this anti-humanity shit happen real bad. Trust me, I can see how hungry this current time is for the me, I shit.
But what I'm saying, the place to do that
is interesting, and it's interesting when that happens because it's easy to be that apathetic when it's not our shit, but then we see that people can't really walk that walk and talk that talk until they in situations where they need advocacy, when they in situations where they need representation, where they in situations where they need somebody to corroborate, when they need people to step in and tap into that humanity shit. Nobody want that humanity shit until it's them.
The thing, I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is the thing to do that is in courts. The court of public opinion. He could have did
it privately, because I'm arguing that he could have did it privately.
And that's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is we don't know that.
Cassie I'm just going to assume that he didn't, because there's no proof that he did.
But we don't know either way. And what I'm saying is coming out publicly
in front of her, and he didn't even go check on her, according to Don. Everybody acted like nothing happened. As she said in the lawsuit, everybody just went to laughing and doing the vacay bounce. Everybody had to be on code and play it cool.
And all of that was wrong. Somebody should have stepped in. But nobody
should have, because people should have consulted their lawyers before they stepped in and intervened on a woman being
No, what I'm saying now is
people should have got their attorneys on the phone before they
in this instance. Yes, you get your attorney and you cooperate with the police and you cooperate with prosecution and you keep your mouth closed in public. There's nothing that's going to be resolved.
And that's exactly why the Diddys and there are Kellys.
No, I said go to court, go to the police. Solve it there. But there's nothing to be resolved sadly, there's nothing to be resolved in the public. Saying anything right now in the public is
It wasn't
only
even
going
for the
to
public. It was
hurt
for
the
Cassie.
prosecution.
It was for Cassie. And Cassie has spoke publicly about what everybody knew happened to her as privately.
And as soon as Cassie did, the feds picked this up.
As
There's
they
no
should have.
time in between.
As they fucking should have.
That's my point. So there was no, it would be stupid to speak publicly.
No,
as soon as she did the
everybody
lawsuit,
else speaking, all the fans speaking,
and they're stupid to be doing
still
it too.
motherfucking speaking. Everybody else is still speaking,
but they're dumb to do it.
Best friend are speaking.
Just because they're doing it doesn't mean they're smart to do. They're
Shine out here still speaking. The witness who got shot in her face still speaking.
And
everybody's still speaking.
Of what they are saying will be used in court as it was today.
It should be. If it's the fucking truth, it needs to be.
Shut up. Don't talk in public.
No, ma'am. Talk in public and talk in court.
The court, it's not.
As long as you talk the truth and you don't add anything more or less to it, talk your shit
can't do anything
socially,
for you.
and don't. No, it does because it brings social awareness. Yes, it does because now we all know who the
prosecution is going to bring social.
Now
awareness.
we all know who the fuck to keep our kids from. Now
the prosecution is going to do that.
No, because everybody. All these cases that happen don't even get the national attention that they fucking need. So no, you need social awareness. That's why
the prosecution is going to do that because we will know what happened.
To do it. We the people are doing it, and we the people need to keep on doing it because it's being done. We get to have
the people cannot exact the justice that is deserved here.
It's not about it's about awareness. You keep conflating the issue. Nobody's because I'm the king of the bitch who says that the court of public opinion can yield no justice. I ain't arguing no. I'm arguing awareness,
and that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Yeah, but don't conflate the two because you acting like there's no.
I am not saying never speak.
In the court of public opinion,
let the legal process work.
You arguing the legal process that don't infringe upon the social process.
If people you speak before the legal process is done, you are going to circumvent.
People don't wrote whole tell-all books on motherfucking celebrities. People don't wrote whole fucking tell-alls and then had movies produced about their lives and their abuse and their rape and their everything else that had happened to them at the hands of the rich and the powerful and the famous.
And those people that did it are either dead or have been
long
prosecuted.
As your ass is telling the truth and you don't shimmy to the left or to the right, you ain't gonna have no problem socially or legally. Your ass
let the legal process work, then say whatever you want. But do not
but that's what we're saying. The legal process worked in Cassie's case, and Usher nor Neo.
It has not worked.
Shit.
That legal process has not worked.
Nor Neo has.
The legal process is still ongoing for Cassie.
Diddy spoke out before Usher and Neo did.
The legal process
still haven't said anything.
The legal process is still ongoing.
Usher has no excuse. And then when this legal process is complete, we're going to see if Usher then takes the opportunity still, once the case wrapped, once Diddy's behind bars, once he's been sentenced and put away, we're going to be able to still see if Mr. Usher, upon consulting
and then at that point we can say
and get a man about it. But guess what? Nobody would have given a damn because nobody spoke it up when it actually mattered for this damn woman who could have lost her life for years, suffering at the hands of this damn man.
She never would have gotten justice.
And all these people done been in freak offs, and all these people done witnessed the abuse and the exploitation and the busing and trafficking in of underage albino and Blasian.
And you want him to be prosecuted and put away for it. Put him away.
Nobody said nothing, and everybody still allowing P. Diddy to present.
This is why we don't get convictions. This is why we don't get convictions because people start running their mouths and they ruin cases.
And artistry with him and everything else, and they don't witness all this heinous shit.
If we really want to get, justice in the legal system for people, we would understand that running our mouths will help you not get
justice though in the court. We just don't want justice though in the legal system, Andrew. We want justice we want a better society.
And that's my point.
We want a better ethic.
We want a better
call because aren't black women crying out from the land, saying we're
Yes.
the least protected.
In
Nobody
order to
gives
get
us
them
up.
both,
Nobody
in order to get
sees
them both,
us.
don't
Nobody's
jack up the legal
protecting
case.
us. We don't just want, because we don't live alongside the criminal justice system only. We live with each other.
And that's my point.
We want a better,
let me say this.
collective,
Conscious,
ethically and morally.
Conscious, please. Yes, I hear what you're saying. What I am saying is I want them both too. The best way to get them both
is to work on them both.
No, is to not do something in one area that's going to ensure that you don't get the
everybody
justice in the
don't
area.
want the area.
Get the justice, then get the social aid.
Once again,
get the justice,
everybody
but
don't
if you know speaking out is going to hurt your legal case,
everybody does not want a criminal case, Andrew.
Okay. For those that don't want it, then yes, do it in the public. But for those that
there are people who want to be able to write their books and people who want to be able to tell their story without telling the legal system.
And they have every right to do it.
Exactly.
In that case, go to the public. But if you want a legal,
you can focus on both the right hand and the left hand. It's not an either or. Just make both better. You want a better legal system. I want a better society.
No, there's a way to do them both. If you don't want legal justice, then go the public route.
You have to run to the police because that wasn't the only option there. The option was you could have intervened as a man at the time. The option is you could have called her privately or spoken up and stood in solidarity with her publicly, like so many celebrities did when Megan got shot, who spoke up for Meg. Like there's a lot of other alternatives. There's not no narrow reaches in this conversation about all the ways in which Usher could have advocated for Cassie.
That's my point. If it is not legal justice that you are seeking, yes, take it public immediately and go socially with it. But if you want to get legal justice and you want social awareness, you get the legal justice first. Do not do anything that's going to hurt that case. Then go public.
That's not the part that Usher had to worry about. It's Cassie's case. He literally was a bystander and a witness. Mm-hmm. And he can take to his platform.
That's all that we know of.
Instagram and get on his high horse and say, I saw Cassie abused or beat or punched or physically assaulted by Diddy.
And if
he can do that, like every other person who's doing that now.
And I would tell you that the prosecutors would tell you they don't want you to
boyfriends, or when it comes to celebrities abusing them, extorting them, etc.
If you are a witness, the prosecution does not want you doing that. That's what I'm saying.
I don't care, but okay,
you're going to hurt the case if you do.
They don't want a lot of things that happen
because they want to win the case, and your mouth can hurt that case.
But
Usher's mouth wouldn't have hurt a case that wrapped up civilly already.
Because it's a criminal case ongoing at the same time. When
he's going to be brought in to say what he would have said socially. I did witness P. Diddy punch her in her stomach along with Neo and Dawn in a room. That happened. Yes.
I'm saying is there was
hand to God, hand on the Bible. I Usher Raymond, the Rain Man.
Okay, all right.
I Usher the Rain Man. Judge, hi, Judge. Hi, Judge. I'm here in the courthouse with my attorney. I'm here to be a witness.
I'm going to disagree.
For Cassie, because I publicly corroborated her story socially when I went to my Instagram and my TikTok, or when I wrote in my memoir that one day I was at an event of Diddy's and I witnessed him punch her in the stomach. And now, luckily, this woman has sued him civilly, and now it's evolving to a criminal case. And I'm here to say what I said in my memoir. I'm here to say what I said on Instagram Live. I'm here to say what I said on Facebook Live, that I, Usher Raymond the Rain Man, saw Diddy punch her in her stomach. Under oath, I'm saying that.
And then what's going to happen to you?
Witnessed it indeed.
Every video and everything that Diddy has of you doing illegal, whether it was involved in this or not, whether you heard anybody.
The U.S. attorney literally got on the press conference this morning and said this is an ongoing investigation. We are open to everything. Anybody who want to come forward, come forward. So if
Exactly.
Usher would make a great witness, he's a credible person. He saw something. If he would have
And
already
who
spoken out
says that
before,
he hasn't come forward? That's
have,
what I'm telling you. But he ain't got to come tell us he did.
I ain't talking about what we
We're
don't
not
know.
important.
I ain't talking about what we don't know. I'm talking about what we know so far. And we ain't seen Usher publicly on the
he don't
public
need
side of
to.
this. We ain't seen it. And when we see his name come up, then we can deal with his name coming up.
We
So
have seen his name publicly come up.
Now, until his name come up, my foot is on the Rain Man's
It
neck.
has come up publicly.
Great.
Multiple times.
It needs to come up multiple times.
And he needs to keep his mouth shut multiple times.
So, can I ask you a question, Andrew? I want to know him apologizing to Cassie.
Mm-hmm.
You know how
can that be a possibility?
Do you know how many people who spoken out socially and then
and they should have shut up? Lots.
And has been brought in. I have been brought in as a witness to a whole case, and I did 4 years of publicly screaming for the rooftop, and I qualified as the perfect witness.
But you weren't involved.
I literally am. I'm living it.
But you weren't there when it happened. You weren't sitting there.
I was there when it happened. I also was there when it happened.
I'm talking about when the accused, when the act that they're saying, you weren't there then. That's what I'm saying.
What act? Who?
He was.
What are you talking about? I am a part of a civil suit right now as a witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about something else. Sorry.
Yes, I'm a part of a civil suit right now as a witness and was there from the beginning and been shouting for the rooftops. And guess what? I made the perfect witness not because I'm speaking socially, not speaking socially, but because I'm speaking the truth. I'm speaking what we can fucking prove. And I'm speaking based upon my proximity. I'm speaking upon all the things that make me a qualified, glorified ass witness.
I still stand on. I understand I understand what you're saying.
The judge
you made the choice
back
not
on me and said, you know what? This bitch done spoke out publicly, been running his mouth too much. Therefore, he can't be a witness. The attorney ain't looked at me and said, you know what? This bitch already done spoke out publicly. He done fucked up the goddamn case. He can't. And no, that's how you get on the board.
And
anybody who has come forward,
we're going to have to agree to disagree.
It doesn't matter whether you have spoken socially, if you've already spoken before you can, so that don't matter. If you have information,
it is not the intelligent thing to do in a criminal trial. Open your mouth in public.
Okay, I will agree to that once you have consulted your lawyer. And there's an agenda that's being created against the oppositional party, and then you play your role, whatever the fuck your role is, once you get there. My argument is that speaking aloud and speaking the truth does not hurt your case. And
every attorney that has spoken about this,
people who have came forward to every
attorney that
people
has
who
spoken
came
about
forward
this
to social media ended up as
all these people need to
in a criminal case. People who came forward in front of the cameraman and local news ended up as witnesses in
every attorney that has spoken on this instance with these issues with Diddy has said that it doesn't matter whatever the public pressure, these people, the best thing that they need to do is to shut up. I've also heard very credible attorneys said if that was my attorney, he would have to find him another, because the only way that I can advocate for him is for him to keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, that's optional. That's optional. Find another. It's okay.
I want my attorney.
It's perfectly okay.
I want my attorney to tell me the truth, and I want him to vigorously advocate
People go
for
through
me.
several lawyers on one case. It's okay. People have
you shouldn't have
11 damn different lawyers on one case.
Legal
it's
advice.
Okay.
And it's good legal advice to keep your
mouth. It ain't no
mouth
excuse
shut.
For motherfucking Usher. He didn't do nothing then. He ain't doing nothing now. And if his name don't come up in none of this shit, if he ain't one of the 50 witnesses, and if he don't say shit in the aftermath, Usher will remain a punk ass bitch, as I'm labeling him now. And I want us to listen to this because I want to get more into an Usher conversation, courtesy of fair use.
For real. Diddy.
Damn, Usher!
And me was supposed to be a group. Things?
Yeah, but you were 13. What we?
Oh, really? Diddy, Usher, and who was supposed to be a group?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
For real. Diddy.
Diddy.
Damn, Usher!
And me was supposed to be a group. Things?
Yikes.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle,
right?
And I saw it, and it was, but I don't know if indulge and understand what I was even looking at.
What
like
a
living
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14.
Now, you know what's so funny? Usher is sitting here talking about what was it like to bear witness to a P. Diddy phenomenon. You know what? I was 13. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but you know what he was? He was a grown-ass motherfucking man when he watched Diddy punch the fuck out of Cassie ass. He understood exactly what the fuck he was looking at then. And by the time Diddy got involved with Cassie ass and started abusing Cassie ass, Usher was a full developed adult human being who understood right from fucking wrong and who already knew what type of nigga his mentor was, because this nigga had been mentoring him since he was a minor himself. So if anybody knew who Diddy was before anybody else knew, before Danny DeCane knew, before Don knew, before Miss Harper knew, before Aubrey knew, before Gene Deal knew, Usher knew who the fuck Diddy was. And Usher, not only as a little boy, was exploited and subjected and groomed and exposed to shit that he had no business being exposed to. But once he grew up to be a grown-ass man and to have full and utter autonomy and to be a global-ass superstar who would go on to date Chili from TLC and to now be engaged and married to the woman he is married to and to raise his own social profile, he maintained relationship to the man that brought his own mother and Diddy into confrontation and maintained proximity to Diddy even after knowing what he was doing to Cassie Ventura. Not to mention that Usher is, right, because we humanizing him, right? Oh, these people are human. So that means that Usher been aware of all the same rumor mirroring that the rest of us been aware of, right? Oh, his connection to Tupac's death, his connection to Biggie's death, his connection to Kim Porter's death, his connection to all this other fuckery and foolery, right? Because, see, we are equal opportunity drag over here. I'm not just going to put my motherfucking neck on Don's frail ass. Oh, I'm going to give these niggas that work, too.
Give it to him.
And so I'm just trying to make it make sense on, yeah, the little boy we can excuse.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something called the age of accountability. And a lot of y'all punish y'all teenagers for doing far less than any of what the fuck these celebrities have been indicted for and have been subpoenaed to the stand to attest to. A lot of y'all have kicked out y'all teenagers for doing a lot less, have restricted phone privileges, and expected more of them for doing a lot less in the world than what these celebrities are brought into question for. And a lot of y'all will be quick to raise your hand and your belt and be authoritarian to what can be compared to be mild, relatively speaking, to the shit that's happening as it relates to adults. And Usher, though, has an excuse. If Usher has an excuse, everybody does. I'm not excusing no grown-ass motherfucking man with means and power his motherfucking self not standing on business because he, like Don, like Harper, like everybody else, is protecting his own goddamn interests. He's protecting his own interests. He doesn't want to go up against Diddy because his motherfucking ass is scared. He don't want to go up against Diddy because there's no reason to. I got what I needed from this nigga. I became that nigga. And I see no evil. I hear no evil, baby. All these people are opportunistic. They don't want to rock the boat because it don't impact them. That's it, And that's all. It ain't got nothing to do with them. And that's okay in a lot of people's world. There are a lot of apathetic, narcissistic, self-obsessed individuals who only give a fuck about their own means. I don't agree with those people. It ain't my worldview. Those ain't my people. I don't want shit to do with these type of people. I don't give a fuck about these motherfucking people. And they got the right to be selfish, and I got a right to put my foot on their motherfucking neck. I mean, on their motherfucking neck. And it is what the fuck it is. I don't agree that he should have been selfish. I don't agree that he should not have intervened on Cassie's behalf. I wasn't raised to agree with that. And I'm not going to agree with that. You know how many motherfucking shootouts I had to be fucking involved in, standing in for my female best friends? You know how many motherfucking niggas' houses I had to run up in? You know how many fucking pairs of Timberlands I had to get scratched the fuck up? How many fucking chains I had to get ripped, tussling a bitch's nigga to the ground? So I don't respect no nigga. And I'm a gay nigga. So I'm damn sure not going to respect some so-called masculine, heterosexual ass man not tapping into his motherfucking masculinity and standing up where the fuck he could have stood up at. But if that's what y'all teaching y'all sons, that's fine. If y'all teaching them to be punk assholes, if y'all teaching them to stay out of other people's business, that's y'all business. Some of our business didn't involve being raised like that. That's not some of our culture. Because when you heard a woman crying through the wall, you went to go see what the fuck was going on. You went to bang on the motherfucking door. You called the motherfucking po-po. But in all that you did something. You can choose how you wanted to intervene, but what you did was made the decision to get involved. You would never be able to convince me to respect a motherfucking nigga who watched a woman get punched and beat by another fucking man. And his excuse is what exactly? And then to watch the same woman he let down in the moment, then be slandered by the nigga that he knew was lying on her because he bared witness to the things that P. Diddy turned around and denied doing to Cassie. But at this time, because he's somebody in the world and he got so much to lose, then he should have forfeited at least being able to say publicly nothing more or nothing less. Her ass ain't lying. That's all I'm going to say. Bye. Or publicly apologizing to Cassie. And that also could have been ambiguous as well. He didn't even have to go into no motherfucking details. He could have said, Cassie, I'm going to call you, boo. I owe you an apology. Nobody would have had to know what that even motherfucking meant. But the fact that it's being alleged that Neo and punk-ass Usher Raymond, and you know what's so funny? You know what I think I'm triggered by? You know what I realize I'm triggered by, y'all? Not only is this so far left, because y'all know how I am, bitch. Y'all know I run toward the burning house, honey. Y'all know, bitch. I'll get sued. I'll force a bitch to pull silver stalking orders, bitch. Y'all know I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, bitch. You're not going to get me off 0 square hole. Bring the apocalypse, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Okay, that's consistent with my reputation, honey. Okay, I make niggas sue. I make niggas get protective orders. Bitch, you want it? You got it. I don't give a fuck. Because that's how confident I am in what I'm in. And that's why I'm sitting here blessed and highly favored. That's why no weapon formed against me still has prospered. That give a fuck, that not give a fuck is working for me. And that's what my opposite haters are really mad at. So no, I don't have it in me to understand somebody like a Usher. I don't have it in me to understand cowards. I went up against the machine, Nicki Minaj, and her 2-time convicted ass registered sex offender murdering ass husband, who I know play goon games, who I know play lawsuit games as they play with my bitch Nosy. Don't give a fuck. Bitch, whatever you want, I want. Whatever type of time you want, bitch, I'm on. Okay? I don't care. Because when I know what the fuck I know and I does what the fuck I does, it's going to be with an unapologetic, unapologetic conviction. And there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can pose. There's no lie you can tell, bitch, that's going to electric slide my motherfucking ass to the left or the right. If anything, bitch, is gonna make me double the fuck down, and then your ass is going to be the one suffering and running to the white man for help to stop me. I don't have it in me to respect mute ass self-preserving people who can witness directly in front of them factually injury and harm being committed to another human being and do nothing, especially once they have become adults. And I think what triggers me with these weak ass pussy eating R&B niggas like Neo and Usher ass is the fact that these hoes got the motherfucking audacity to create a music that panders to sweeten it up to women. Miss Independent, don't you little? But if Miss Independent get her ass whooped by a nigga, bitch, I just wanna take it nice and slow until a bitch get punched in her stomach and you can't even call 911 for her ass. I think what I'm triggered by is that these niggas have built a whole brand off of acting like they love and care and give a full fuck about women, and women make up their biggest demographic of consumers and viewers. And then your wives have been cheated on. You're out here cheating on your wife with escorts, prostitutes. You got Usher's R&B ass allowing women to get beat and subjected to violence in front of him, and then have the audacity to make baby-making romantic motherfucking music to appeal to the value of a woman. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, Usher and Neo. Big dildo to y'all asses, bitch. No bark, no bite, no square standing ass motherfucking niggas. Let me rewind this back, then y'all can chime in too, child.
Jay-Z, for real, Diddy,
Damn, Arthur!
and me was supposed to be a group. Things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
saying?
went there to see the lifestyle,
Right.
And I saw it, and it was, but I don't know if indulge and understand what I was even looking at.
What
like
a
living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy camp?
Hell no.
But you traded Justin Bieber over to Diddy. Girl, I can't take it. I can't even do this no more. Let me get the fuck up off this live. Y'all got something y'all want to say? Because I feel like I'm about to blow a whole fucking kettle and just go completely fucking nuclear and atomic on this motherfucker.
Just that you're right, Conscious. There's no excuse for you worried about your brand over morality. Y'all can scream Black Lives Matter all day. Y'all can, but you can't acknowledge when you saw a crime done approximately over 10 years ago. You're responsible as a grown man, you're responsible for that now. And you should be responsible on social media. And then you should also be ready to handle that shit in court too. Handle that. You owe her a public apology. Period. You should be prepared to back up that apology in court.
I just want to say, Conscious, thank you for always standing on truth, no matter which way the pendulum swings, who it's for not being biased in all situations. I think that it is important for me. It is important as a consumer of whatever. If I'm going to have my money, if I'm going to use my money to purchase tickets or anything, I do not want to be supportive of anyone that I would not feel will protect me. If I was in their presence and I was in harm's way, I would like to know that these men would be there to protect me. And I don't feel that, I damn sure never felt it from Neo, and I don't feel that with Usher. And I think that it is important for society to see that, because as you've stated, they are pandering to the black, especially to the black woman, but they're pandering to women. And if it wasn't for women, they would not have the successful careers that they have. And we hold, fuck the digital system. Socially, we hold their careers in our hand. We're quick to always want to cancel other people or whatever, but I think that it's time for us. They're going to be the mammies that are going to take their stance and ride out with them. But for all women that genuinely are coming from a place of wanting better, we hold the power. We already know this. We see it in Cassie. Like, if it wasn't for Cassie, Diddy wouldn't even be where he's at right now. So I just think that we hold the power, and it's time for us to step up and put our foot on these motherfuckers' necks. Don't just do it for, the Donald Trumps. Do it for the ones for our own too. Put our foot the fuck down and have these motherfuckers either live up to the standard or they got to get the fuck on. And it's just that simple. I love Usher's music. I think he's very talented, but that don't he's not a siren in my life. That don't exclude, the standards that I would like for him to fucking live up to. So don't get mesmerized by all the motherfucking glitz and the fucking glamour. There's a bigger issue at part, or whatever the case may be. These motherfuckers ain't willing to step up and do the right fucking thing and expense to motherfucking losing it all for what's going to be ultimately the best for us. Fuck them.
And that's the sad part, because it's bigger. It's so beyond Cassie. Like, y'all didn't just stay quiet about Cassie. Y'all stayed quiet about everything else too. Mm-hmm. Everything else too. There's a TOO. There's a dot. There's a comma. And then y'all continue to y'all knew what y'all knew to be factually true about this man's behavior with allegedly minors, young women, boys, girls, men, etc. And y'all continue to parade his ass around and help him to sustain his social equity. Y'all knew he was running a whole motherfucking corrupted enterprise over there where other young talent were coming in, trying to get their big break, thinking they could do that through signing to Bad Boys, or working for his clothing line, or working for any other business he had in an attempt for them to live out their dreams. And y'all knew what had happened to y'all. Y'all knew if it didn't happen to y'all knew what happened to other people. Y'all knew it was true. Y'all didn't have to speculate it. It wasn't no secondhand information. Y'all knew it to be true.
And we don't have to wait for the legal system to hold them accountable. We can do that shit.
We are the damn legal system. The legal system.
We are. These celebrities are way more scared of social media than they've ever been.
Yep. That's why they always try to get in front of the narrative. They always try to get in front of the story. They scared of us.
Exactly. That's why Usher has. That's why nobody has said anything. They're scared of their brand. They're scared of what we will do. Fuck the legal system.
Right. But the reality is this: if nobody caught it, if this man is not willing to risk exposing his own children to Diddy, why the fuck would we support that? That should have been a red flag, and people should have been, and it still should be a conversation to this day. If he's not willing to exploit and expose his own children to Diddy, why the fuck are we okay with him knowing that other people, children, and for that matter, even fucking adults are being exploited by this man? Like, I don't know. It's like a lot of people are just so fucking caught up in like a cloud or some fucking way. Like, I just don't get it, or whatever the case may be. But we see this shit time and time again. And although, like, I feel like the public has to take accountability, responsibility too, because we keep fucking putting the money, we keep aligning their pockets to fucking climb higher and be more powerful, whatever the case may be. Yeah, we may not have kicked Cassie in the motherfucking stomach, but we keep motherfucking buying the music. We keep going to the fucking concerts. We keep feeding a motherfucking ego and thirst for more.
And then they use that support and those streaming sales and those royalties to abuse other people. We don't need the criminal justice system in order to hold these niggas by the balls. Look at what we had did to the baby. Look at what people did to Chrisette Michele when she endorsed Trump. Look at all the careers that got canceled, not because shit went to the legal system. Shit got canceled by the people.
Conscious, I haven't heard not one major uproar especially since the Cassie thing. Now y'all could correct me, but I have not seen not one major uproar where people are saying cancel Diddy. I've heard people say he ain't shit, he's a monster, this, that, and the third, but I haven't seen not one movement yet. Like it's like you can't have it both ways. You just cannot have it both ways. If we want this motherfucker gone, then he could be gone. Like, yeah, he's only powerful because we continue to put the money in his fucking pockets. Don't you know narcissists know this about the general public? They know exactly what to do to fucking stay in alignment of power. So although I understood slightly, I did not agree. I understood slightly what Andrew was trying to say, but the reality is it's bigger. Yes, there's two-part folds. There's the legal system, as she was stating in conscious what you were saying. There is also the fucking society, like the social aspect of it. And the social aspect, if it wasn't for the social aspect, we wouldn't fucking even have justice for fucking George Floyd. Like, it's a lot of things. If it wasn't for the social aspect playing a role, it would not have we wouldn't gotten the results that we have. And sometimes, and not even sometimes, the majority of the time, the legal system fails us. It's the social fucking networks that actually gets us more justice than any other fucking department in this fucking world, whether it's the legal sector or whatever. Like, let's not do away with what has been working.
Oh yeah, because like I said, I agree with Andrew when it comes to don't fuck up a case once it's a case. But we're not gonna act like simply speaking the truth fucks up a case, because it never does. And matter of fact, in the age of the court of public opinion, most attorneys actually like to play the social media game. They like to disseminate information. That's how they was able to really hoodwink and bamboozle R. Kelly ass too. They started the social smear campaign first, and then use that as leverage to pop everything the fuck off, because the jury would have already been pretty much preconditioned to see R. Kelly a certain way by the time his ass took the stand for the crimes and the facts against his ass. There is no excuse, even legally, for Usher not being able to say Cassie didn't lie or I saw it, period. I just
And
pulled up.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, especially because his name is
I don't
already
expect Usher. If Usher is like, let's entertain the hypothetical that Usher is a part of this investigation. I do not expect Usher to get into any nuance about the case. I don't expect him to talk about the details of the case, his role in the case, da 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 da. There's nothing disruptive about him saying to the court of opinion what he's basically gonna say on a goddamn stand. which is I saw what I saw, period. Or Cassie didn't lie, period. I'll see y'all ass in court, period. But fuck even the aftermath. I'm disappointed that a grown-ass man, Usher, allowed Cassie to be punched in her stomach and that there were other men there who saw Diddy do this to her. And because everybody wanted to remain an elite and everybody wanted to remain having access to the elite and to elite tables, because this was not about fear for nobody. These motherfuckers enjoy the egotism that comes from feeling so significant by being a part of the elite club. That's what these fucking hoes and niggas is thriving off of and prioritizing. They want to continue to get invited to the Harper's Bazaar. They want to continue to be invited to the Anna Wintour fashion events. These people want access to the upper echelon, and they're not willing to compromise their social equity and the level of egotism that they get to wake up with and go to bed in because somebody else is being harmed and abused. The fuck? No, of course, no. Because this society forever and definitely now has been groomed to be somebody. And we've been so groomed and conditioned to quote unquote be somebody to the point that it has compromised the integrity of our ethical code and our motherfucking moral code. And that's why you got sick, complicit ass people either directly or indirectly participating in shit that is absolutely diabolical and with no conscience at all. Don't have a conscience about it at all. Matter of fact, we'll press the gas and then some and double the fuck down. But looking at this, I just put up social media. So the Jasmine brand just confirmed that Cassie, because Cassie came up in our earlier conversation when Miss Felicia was up here, because I said victim one in the indictment is obviously Cassie. So I already knew right there that Cassie was a part of this. But they just confirmed Cassie obviously has been confirmed as a witness. And guess what? Of course, she socially spoke out first and laid it all out in that silver suit, baby. And now she's the perfect motherfucking witness after telling all the goddamn church's business. Diddy's lawyer, Mark, whatever the fuck his last name is, confirmed that Cassie is a witness in a federal ex-trafficking criminal case against Diddy. Baby, this is what the fuck I'm talking about. When the fact that women out here doing the work, the fact that women are the ones out here taking out the Gotham, like the villains of Gotham, it makes it even harder for me to respect these niggas. When you got women doing the most and niggas doing nothing, I don't have no patience. I don't got no type of compassion. I don't got no type of rationale. I don't got nothing. I don't got shit. This woman endured being victimized and then completely embodied Superwoman and is damn near single-handedly taking down a nigga that Usher didn't choose to, that Neo didn't choose to, that Biggie didn't choose to, that Kim and the Mafia didn't choose to, that Mace didn't choose to, that Suge didn't choose to. The same woman who we saw getting drugged up and down that motherfucking hallway. And then you think I can look at Usher and be like, and this motherfucking woman is kicking this bitch asshole in for all the assholes that got kicked in. Let's read some of the comments. See what's going on here. probably been a lot of goddamn updates since we've been running this damn trap up here. Oh, the trial is a long way down the road. Cassie could take the stand. I stand with Cassie and my additional victims, period. Cassie got paid and now gets to testify against Diddy. Honey, she played chess. Out of what I said, baby. So how am I going to respect these niggas? How am I going to respect these niggas when women showing their ass like this? How? This woman had to save herself and did, and then end up saving a whole entire village. Made it possible for the whole village to be saved. Made it possible for every trafficked albino minor and female, every mixed race minor and adult female, every boy and grown man, every artist, anybody and everybody, made it possible for the whole village to be spared of this nigga's grip and power. And a 5'6" side shaved head, never was a superstar, always was a C-list, D-list celebrity, even with Diddy's help. Didn't even have the social equity of Neo. Didn't even have the level of commercial success as an Usher.
You know what? And
how can I respect these niggas, Rumors and Tea?
I'm really starting to believe that her career.
This woman took this nigga down with less. How can I respect these niggas? I'll make it make sense to me, Rumors and Tea. How can I respect these niggas?
It's none there. It's none there to have.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's none there to have.
Okay.
It's none there. Like, people need to just be honest and realistic about the situation. There's none there to have. And it's crazy because Usher, you watched your mom stand up for you.
Your mother
Stepped in and did everything she could to try to protect you. So some of these niggas is just degenerate.
And you played in her fucking face too.
Right.
Weak ass.
All for greed and fame.
Boy.
And I don't understand. You know what? And it's so sad because the world has made it with doing the right thing to be corny. Doing the right thing to being a stand-up man is corny. Why we see Russell Wilson always catching so much flack. Being integral is corny. And I would rather be fucking corny.
Yep.
And stand outside of the crowd because I know that the majority of the crowd ain't nothing but a bunch of wicked ass demons anyway.
Yep.
And moments like this, we've said it in the past when it came to Megan, with her trial and all of that, you learn who people are. And that's why I'm largely happy and okay with being outside of the crowd and being isolated the way that I live, because people are dangerous. People's way of thinking is very, very dangerous. For me, there is still no excuse. Like I said, that man, fuck private. I feel like he should speak out publicly. I don't want no fucking behind the door. I don't see how him speaking out publicly and just apologizing to this woman will ruin the fucking case when there's fucking shitloads of fucking evidence. Cassie's account in itself is enough to put him the fuck away. So I'm not even gonna go along with that. And I feel like any attorney that's advising him, for me, it's like that's an ego shit. You just want to be the one, like you want to have that moment in the trial where you can fucking say, have that ta-da, that big surprise and shit. Like fuck all of that. We need to, like, you know what I'm saying? That's an ego shit. We have enough fucked up ass egos running wild and running amok, which is why we're in the place that we're in as a whole fucking world. And people need to really fucking stop the bullshit, stop capping, open their fucking eyes. Like Chris Rock was saying, that selective fucking outrage. Y'all like the same standards. I don't understand the energy. We feel some kind of way about Trump and all of his shenanigans or whatever, but at the same time, we're going to sit back and we're going to be like, oh no, we're not going to call out Usher for his fucking shenanigans.
Because he protected this nigga. He aided and abetted and allowing Diddy to do all the things that they did out. Like, we can't hold these people accountable when they underage, all that shit, they kids, etc. All these people are now adults. All these niggas, like, all these people are mothers, fathers, married, husbands, wives. We talking about people who were adults when we were kids. like who were at least young adults when we were kids, but adults nonetheless. So they're damn sure men and women now. What's the excuse now? You know the way somebody's using their money. You know the way somebody's using their fame. You know the way somebody's using their means. What's the excuse now? And then to not even have the audacity to at least, if you ain't gonna do shit, if you ain't gonna get involved with the feds, if you ain't gonna get involved with the civil and criminal cases, if you ain't gonna get involved with the social outrage of it all, what is the fucking excuse then to not at least socially distance yourself from a motherfucker? But like, Dawn, bitch, you still on records with Diddy as of just 6 months ago.
Like,
You're still Usher. You're still pooching around with this nigga, and you've been knowing who this nigga is and what type of time he been on since you've been 14, 15 years old. And you've lived through all the horror stories of what he's done to his label mates, to his employees, to his bandmates. You've lived through all the shit that we've been aware of about Diddy. What's the excuse now? You niggas couldn't even at least socially distance from this nigga if you wasn't gonna do shit else. If you wasn't gonna get involved no other way. If you wasn't going to take a stand, if you wasn't going to advocate, if you wasn't going to contribute in no other way, you niggas who knew what time it was couldn't even at least not be seen with the nigga.
Always a woman standing on fucking business.
And we couldn't even get you niggas to do that. You niggas didn't even have enough conscience. Didn't even have enough humanity to at least do that. You know what? I'm not going to get involved, but what I'm not going to do is pooch around and shit on top of motherfucking platform and placate to no type of equity that still makes this nigga a relevant, important fucking figure.
Yeah, because
what I'm not gonna do is pooch around and continue to aid and abet in his popularity and sensationalism, knowing that that's only going to drive more people to be interested and to deify him, knowing what he's going to do. You niggas couldn't even do that.
Because all of that displays solidarity. You still standing with this motherfucker.
That part.
And I was going to say, you know, Usher could have literally just, even if he didn't publicly, I prefer for him to publicly apologize to him. He could have literally just posted a fucking picture of him or posted a picture of Cassie.
Sure.
There's ways to do things without even opening your mouth. That's suggestive. We know this. So to me, it's inexcusable. And we know that I can imagine all of the other high profile celebrities that have been a witness, not just to Cassie, but we're sticking to Cassie because she's the only one that, well, Audrey has spoken out, but she's the only one that went to fucking task. She didn't just run her mouth. She she did the fucking work. She did the fucking work.
And
She didn't come with her white lily fucking tears.
Yep.
And for me, because she did the work, I just feel like the solidarity that these men, especially the black men, did not like Usher. I'm really, really disappointed in him the most because to know that his mother, you watched your mother stand up for you, go to bat for you, even though you chose on the dumbest, ignorant shit ever. You chose to still align yourself with this man. But where is your conscience at? Where is your humanity at? Where's your empathy at? That should have been something that was a moment for him, not only for Cassie, but for his mother. Because, sir, you owe your mama a fucking apology.
Your mother.
For you to openly to admit that you wouldn't allow your fucking kids to get in fucking alignment with this man, but you were okay with yourself being in alignment with him, you owe your mother a fucking apology.
Yep. Coward ass, soul selling ass niggas. raccoon
To know your mama did it by herself.
tap dancing ass Illuminati ass motherfucking niggas.
To just know that his mother did it by herself.
Your
She
mother.
raised you by herself. She did it by herself.
Your
And your
mother.
pussy ass still not being able to fucking stand on bit. You should be fucking inspired. How fucking dare you? How dare you? How
Boy.
fucking dare you? But he didn't even fucking stand up for the ex-wife. When she was being dragged and everything, he didn't fucking stand up and fucking really fight for her. He is like, now I'm getting pissed off at Usher. He's a whole bitch ass nigga. He's legitimately a bitch ass nigga. How dare you? These niggas don't love fucking women. They love each other.
Girl, and you know what? After we wrap this up, whenever it comes to an end, I'm gonna have to go baptize myself in rosemary and frankincense and holy water, because when I be tapping into this type of energy, I just be like, God, just go ahead and sing the goddamn extension on these niggas, because I don't even know what the point is. I really don't even know what their contribution is. I really don't even know what it be leaving me. And what's the point, God? What is the point of these niggas? What is the point? What is the point? What is the point? Because all I see is the regression of it all. What is the point?
But I think ultimately,
what is literally the fucking point at this point? Why are they here? Why have the aliens landed?
as I started out initially, I told you I was detached, and then I feel sucked in, or whatever. But I always have to try to look at the bigger picture. And honestly, Conscious, I really, really feel like, because I know that ultimately the devil really just wants any opportunity he can use to discourage us. He's going to take that opportunity, and this is one of those moments, or whatever. But I'm not interested. Like, I'm so glad that I don't indulge anymore in downloading and fucking buying concert tickets or whatever. Like, I'm not mesmerized by celebrities. You know what I mean? I just don't feel it for they asses. I don't put none of they asses on a pedestal. I don't motherfucking sit back. I don't windmill for none of these motherfuckers, because they all 99.9% of them are integral. I mean, have no fucking integrity whatsoever. I am not interested, other than I just want justice for the real victims. Fuck these mammies. Fuck these bitch ass niggas. I hope all this shit fucking comes tumbling down. But ultimately, I know that it's not going to. So I'm interested in motherfucking maintaining me and my children's sanity. Trying to make sure that I continue to open their fucking eyes and keep mine fucking open. Don't get caught back under the fucking sleepy spell of fucking the celebrities, the lights, the glam, and all of that. Because that shit is motherfucking nothing but smoke and fucking mirrors. All these motherfuckers is possessed with fucking demons. And they have no fucking intention to do nothing but continue to spread that dark ass energy. And I don't want no parts of it. And I'm motherfucking side-eyeing everybody. Trust and believe. I'm watching comments and everything. I'm side-eyeing all you motherfuckers. I feel like y'all all a fucking danger and you're cancer and it's spreading. I ain't fucking with you people. Anybody that motherfucking is up for this bullshit, that's Team Diddy, Team Usher, and all these fake ass fucking individuals, I don't fuck with y'all. And I know y'all probably don't give a fuck. And I'm glad you don't. I'm sorry, I know you motherfuckers. Y'all dangerous. Y'all dangerous.
Man, motherfuckers.
Cause
This society, Andre. Look, this is why I stay to my fuck. I literally live like an Eskimo in an igloo. Like, I got all my favorite stuff around me and all my favorite people around me, baby, and I am cut off. I live practically off the motherfucking grid. I am unfindable on this motherfucking planet. Like, I can't deal. I'm not a part of this, like the old, like the biblical statement, in the world but not of this motherfucker. Like, yeah, I'm on here and there's other people here, but baby, I'm not them. I'm not amongst them, because I can't do it. This is a very weird, fucked up society that does not want any type of social responsibility. And you know, this brings me to another question, and we probably need to talk about this. I might feel like coming back and open up the panel again. I was listening to a panel that was talking about our side chicks. What was it? Are side chicks the reason for the end of the marriage, or some shit like that? Or it's something about side chicks being responsible for the death of the marriage. And people were making an argument. Some people were making an argument that, yeah, the side chicks do contribute to the breakdown of a fucking relationship. And then other people were absolutely putting the onus on the man, for better or for worse. Side chick don't owe, you know, the wife nothing. You know, it's the man that, you know, signed up for the veil, you know, for his vows for, you know, her to owe her everything, etc. And I remember listening to that conversation and thinking to myself, why can't two things be true at the same time? That man absolutely owes his wife, and he should be held accountable beyond all else, beyond the side chick. However, I'm not going to agree that the side chick does not have a role, because I do believe in something called being socially responsible. And I don't understand why we are so willing in this time period to just take the. I guess nobody want responsibility. I guess people really do find morals and ethics just to be too heavy of a load. It's burdening. It's burdening to carry a moral around. It's burdening to be ethical. You know, oh my God, like the way I saw people protesting any type of social responsibility to anybody, it broke my heart, because it totally explained why this society feels as cold and dense and soulless and apathetic and degenerate as it does. It was a full-on receipt for why it feels like winter all the time in America.
Can you please have that can we go live about that?
Oh yeah, we can go live.
Oh, because I'm a reformed side chick, and I could definitely tell my, you know, I always could speak to my truth. I can always speak to my truth.
Okay, yes, we can get into that. So another update has been, y'all know them 33 times that Diddy called Miss Harper today, girl, where apparently it has been confirmed that, well, not confirmed, but allegedly Diddy done pressured Dirty Money member and mammy Kalenna Harper into helping him silence Don Richards' lawsuit. Okay, another Jasmine Brand exclusive. I don't know why I keep doing this to the damn screen. Hold on. What the fuck am I? Oh, okay, here it is. It seems that Kalenna Harper's statement was a last-ditch effort for Diddy to save himself. Per CNN, prosecutors claim that Diddy pressured his former groupmate from Dirty Money to end Don Richards' lawsuit. On Tuesday, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson suggested that Diddy contacted Kalenna after Don filed her lawsuit against him last week. Johnson said in her court that Diddy reached out to Kalenna 58 times in 4 days. According to the New York Post, Diddy's last text messages to Harper came in on September 14th, 1 day after she released her neutral statement. Kalenna wrote in a lengthy statement that she had never witnessed any abuse detailed by Don. Okay, let me go to the New York Post and see if they got a more detailed write-up, actually, because if they showing these goddamn text messages somewhere, let me see. P. Diddy and Kalenna Harper. How you spell the whole name? Kalenna.
Kaleena.
Okay. Text messages. New York Post. And we can open up the link for that discussion too, honey. All y'all who agree or disagree that the side chick is responsible for the breakdown of a marriage, honey. I want to hear from y'all. I want to hear all the philosophies, all the attitudes. Let's come up in here. Let's come up here and argue about it, baby. Okay, because this is an arguing ass platform, child. Let's come up here and get into it. Diddy allegedly, okay, this is, let me see, because I'm on Jasmine Brand again. Let's see, she got more details on the actual website. Hopper as previously. Oh no, that's Kalenna's story. Dirty Money was a musical group. Yeah. The group signed. Yeah. Expedited by the successor. Yeah. Don or Kalenna have yet to respond to these reports. So, do you think that Don is going to end up as a witness as well?
I don't know if she's going to or not. I just find it interesting with Kalenna, with all the financial problems that she's had incurred, being homeless, her children having to live with her mother, and interestingly enough, if I'm not mistaken, just last week she made a post about her son. It left fans speculating what first one of her sons had been if he had transitioned. And then later on in the comments, someone left a lengthy message stating that she had just lost custody of that son, and she was looking for a new representation, trying to regain custody of her son. So I don't understand this woman at all to even get involved in this. Now I can understand if Dawn implemented her in the case in her lawsuit, then she would have no choice but to speak. However, this man has not helped her. She was not one of the members that actually profited long term. Diddy left her in a very financial like situation, bad for economic situation where she was struggling. It was exploited by herself and the Love and Hip Hop cast. But she has since spoken thereafter. So she hasn't benefited. Diddy left her ass on red, and now you're coming to, well, by her trying to pretend to be neutral, it's actually her really standing in solidarity with him. But if I was her, I just wouldn't even fucking speak out publicly. I would have not said anything. Now that's one person that I would not have spoken out at all publicly, because this is not going to win in her favor when it comes to her even trying to have access to her son again. Like, I think this woman is a fucking retard. I'm just gonna be honest. She's a retard. I don't know if this is desperation or what.
And a woman's in tea is using retard colloquially.
And I apologize. Yes, I don't mean it in that way, in an offensive way, but there is something definitely not working properly. Like, she's not a smart, intelligent person. She's not a logical thinking person. I don't know if she's just, her wheels are spinning. She's in a panic and she doesn't like, but she has a
Wheels are
mountain of
definitely
issues.
spinning and there's nobody on the bus.
Yeah, she has a mountain of legal issues that should be take precedent over anything Diddy has going on, and yet you're willing to go and speak. Like, I would never do that, knowing that I'm trying to regain custody of my child, because that implements you in possibly having wherewithal. And a judge can frown upon that. I mean, you've already lost the custody, but you're trying to regain some type of custody of him. How do you think that's going to look before the courts? How do you think that's going to look? They may look at you and feel like you're completely unfit. Your child is not. You cannot provide him with a safe environment. You're engulfed in things like, and like, it's just too much. It's just too much. It really, on her behalf, sis, you just need now take Andrew's advice and just shut the fuck up. Please do. If anybody needs to shut the hell up, she does.
And while she needing to shut the hell up, the fans are arguing that the son that looked like Diddy need to be locked up just in case he like his damn daddy. Just in case, baby, lock his ass up. I'm hollering.
I hate that for his children. My heart breaks for Diddy's victims, but my heart breaks for his children the most, because I really feel like they have been groomed. I mean, look, he's allowing his daughters to hang out with Drake, and if like, I feel like these people have literally groomed these children. That's why I was saying earlier, if he does go to prison, this will continue on. Because I'm pretty sure, as most toxic ass men do, he's groomed his sons into following his footsteps.
And they're saying that some of them are, because I think I heard some allegations against King Combs apparently had came out a while ago. Let me see. King Kong celebrations. I thought I heard some. Oh, hey, yeah. Back in April, Diddy's son King Kong sued for SA. Let's refresh this shit. Because I said I knew. I said something. I remember something happening. BBC.com. Diddy's son accused of actual assault in lawsuit. The son of rapper Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of actually assaulting a woman on a yacht during a family holiday in St. Martin in 2022. Could you get more fucking deviant? Grace, whatever the hell last name is, says Christian King Combs physically and actually assaulted her, according to a lawsuit filed in a civil court in LA on Thursday. His father, who is facing a federal SA probe, is also named in a lawsuit for aiding. She ran right into your point. Rumors in tea, right into your fear. Also named in a lawsuit for aiding the alleged assault. Last week, Sean Combs' properties were raided as part of the investigation. Their lawyer, Aaron Dreyer, said the latest allegations were lewd and meritless claims made up of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts, just like they said about all the Diddy's claims. It is the latest in a string of serious SA allegations against Sean Combs and now his son. The plaintiff, who worked as a steward on the yacht, alleged that the luxury vessel was often crowded with intoxicated people, suspected ex-workers. Hey, now we know, right? That's a part of Diddy's indictment. They obsessed with male and female ex-workers and prostitutes and all of that. Celebrities and drugs. Hell, Diddy is indicted on drug charges. She believes that drinks served for her and other women on board may have been spiked. Hell, is it not consistent with what Don said about the alleged underage albino women and Black and Asian mixed race females and the young males who appeared to her to be not underage, but also be inebriated or under some type of control of substance? She believes the drink served for her and other women on board may have been spiked with drugs because she saw people falling over themselves, panicking, or passing out, the court document stated. Sean Combs, 54, is named as a defendant in a lawsuit for premises liability as he chartered the luxury yacht. The rapper turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into hedonistic and I love that terminology, hedonistic environment. I'm using that for the rest of 2024. Hedonistic ass niggas and a hedonistic ass environment. The court document says the lawsuit claims that Christian Combs, 26, insisted that the plaintiff drink tequila with him and then became violent, grabbing her arm when she tried to leave. She says he groped her and proceeded to kiss her neck, face, and hands. The Combs record producer Rodney Lil Rod Jones, who has filed his own suit against Combs, was recording at the time. Transcripts are included in the lawsuit. In a separate incident, the plaintiff alleges that Christian Combs tried to force her to perform oral sex on him in the yacht cinema. She says a complaint she filed with the ship's captain was not taken seriously and alleges that Sean Combs paid a hefty tip to the ship's crew to keep her complaint quiet, something he would have learned from his daddy, who paid that Intercontinental Hotel $50K to suppress that footage that came out anyway via CNN, right? As a result of the alleged attack, the plaintiff says that her longtime romantic relationship broke down and that she has developed an eating disorder and suffers from epilepsy. Now, you know what? I was with her. But I guess that bitch had to finish strong, baby. Okay, that motherfucker had to, baby. She had to pin, baby. I guess she had to go out strong now. Okay, now her relationships done broke down. She done developed an eating order and suffers from epileptic damn seizures. One of the most successful music. Okay, so girl, throw the whole goddamn family away. This throw
I'm conscious. I'm sorry, Misha Hilton too. You know what this man has been doing all these fucking years. And I get that your son at some point became an adult, but you should have been fucking called his ass out. You know what I mean? To prevent your son falling into the sucking place right along with his fucking pappy. You should have been calling his ass. I just knew when she made that post when they got arrested when the house was raided. I just knew sis was about to just become unhinged and tell it the fuck all. But what did she do? Take a fucking a payout and went back in her motherfucking cubbyhole. I'm tired of all of these motherfuckers in their egos and their thirst for fame and being able to be paid the fuck off, like having no type of moral compass. How are you as a mother, especially seeing what once, first of all, your child is in danger, and then you know that Kim is no longer here, although Kim was not a fucking innocent party either. All these bitches chose the fame and the money and fucking closed their fucking mouth. As you just stated, throw the whole fucking family away. His mama should be a fucking shame of her fucking self. Because she just be pooching on fucking around here knowing that she hustle. They've all been motherfucking privy to what the fuck this man has been doing for years. With each fucking name change, this man has gotten worse. He's gotten worse.
This is a shame.
And I wish the whole fucking family, except for the fucking minor, I wish the minors could be put in a motherfucking some type of program where they could be deprogrammed. Some type of facility where they could do some intensive fucking therapy and deprogram their asses.
And
But I wish the whole family could be indicted. Honest to God, I do.
And it's facts. And see, this is another downfall of a don't do nothing as society, because in some cases, sometimes the abusers, they raise their offsprings while they have the opportunity to, and they have the parental privilege and the access and proximity to do so. They raise their offspring to be who they are. Of course, if Diddy had no respect for nobody else's autonomy, he damn sure wasn't going to be able to teach and instill no sound morals in his own boys under a patriarchy on top of that. So I can only imagine how much the boys are possibly with the shit. And the fact that that woman pretty much laid out damn near that King Combs did pretty much everything to her that Diddy allegedly has done to his female and male victims. Almost play by play. And they're obviously standing with their father, because as we saw them, courtesy of the Associated Press footage coming out of the goddamn courthouse, sad, head down, glasses on, and then we read the transcript of the judge basically telling them, hey, I'm sorry that, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to detain y'all father. I'm so sorry. He's not coming home with y'all. So even in lieu, so let me ask you this question too, then, because this opens up another thing too. This whole issue of blood is thicker than water, family is everything. You don't have to stop loving somebody you love because they've been a villain in somebody else's story. How do you feel? Because I know earlier you said, your heart goes out to the kids because obviously, like, this gives them so few options when you're born into some shit like this. And they didn't get a chance to, not be a part of something like this because they were brought into this world via their parents and into this experience created by their parents. But how do you feel about them also being adults and them also knowing all the things we all know? They've heard all the things we all heard, and hell, they actually may know the truth about things that we only can speculate that they know to be true. But they're also watching a federal investigation go out. They're at the courthouse. They see and are hearing the evidence against their father. And they are now, as young men, standing in solidarity with their dad, do you think that should be an indictment against their character, or that there should be this special category reserved for family when it comes to like the Jeffrey Dahmers that are in families, the John Gacy's that are in families, the Diddy's, the R. Kelly's who are the uncles, the father, the son? Like, do you think that it should kind of, there should be some grace when it comes to the family's relationship to the person that has abused other people or hurt other people?
My personal opinion,
Yeah.
I think that once you become an adult, especially if you've had relations outside of your family, hopefully those people have had a decent morale to themselves. Therefore, you should have learned the difference between right and wrong. I think two things can be true at the same time. As Iyanla spoke when she mentioned Jonathan Majors, you can still love, because part of loving someone, truly loving someone, is also to provide correction in them. You may not be able to get them to change their lives, but you be honest. I think in situations like this, you can stand in solidarity out of love and loyalty with your relative, but you can also speak the truth. And when it comes to people that have been victimized by them, and acknowledging that, yes, a crime has been committed. I still love my father. He may not be the best person walking the face of the earth, but he's still my father. I don't agree with his actions, but I still love my father. I won't abandon my father, but make it clear I'm not standing with my father because I think he's right. I'm simply standing with my father because he's my father and I love him. A lot of people don't know how to do that out of fear of the person that has wronged the guilty party, rejecting their love. And it's okay for a person to reject your love if their rejection is coming from a place of ego, knowing when you know that the truth is still the truth. That's not going to change. They don't have to accept your love, but that doesn't mean that you have to remove your love from them either. I don't think that in this case that he should have any further contact with his children. I'm going to be honest with you. I really do genuinely feel like in situations like this, that especially the daughters, because they're still minors, I don't know how much they have been privy to, but I like actually having access to it. But I'm pretty sure they're aware of all of these allegations. Long before he got locked up, I'm pretty sure they've been aware of all of the allegations against their father. I feel like they need to be removed out of the custody of that family and placed in an environment where they can literally be deprogrammed. It's unfortunate because they're 17. So once they turn 18, I don't know when their birthdays are. I don't know if it's before this year is out or next year. But I think that, in these situations that children, like, I just think the courts need to step in when it's situations like this, because ultimately he's an endangerment. He's been an endangerment to his children. He really has.
And let's talk about the endangerment, because my mouth is on the floor. Like really quarantine the whole lineage, because from King Combs to allegedly SAN, an employee on the yacht. Justin Combs, from King Combs down to Justin Combs, faced renewed accusations of attempted murder and latest legal filings. The pair allegedly GUN'd down an associate in an LA studio bathroom following a heated argument. The music producer suing Diddy doubles down on allegations that the rapper and his son were involved in a outing at a recording studio in 2022. Oh, this is an allegation by Lil Rod. Comes in February with a slew of allegations, including sexual harassment threats and drugging during Jones' time with the music mogul while working on his latest album from 2022 to 2023. While the lawsuit is still ongoing, Jones is doubling down on allegations that Combs and his son Justin were involved. in a Udine at a LA recording studio in 2022. The details in the initial complaint filed in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York describe a Udine at a writers and producers camp at Chalice Recording Studio in LA on September 12th of 2022, but the details provided in the initial complaint and an amended one don't match up with the information about the Udine provided by Los Angeles Police and Combs' attorney. Jones' initial complaint included his account of the Udine, in which he claims he heard multiple GUN shots after a heated conversation in a bathroom nearby. Jones says when the bathroom door opened, Combs and his son exited, and a person identified as G was lying on the bathroom floor in a fetal position, holding his stomach and bleeding out of his leg and hip area. Jones admitted the filing includes a message allegedly written by representatives at Chalice. Quote, the Udine occurred a half a block away from Chalice, and it was a result of a robbery. They are police reports corroborating this. Please wait for facts to come out before you start contributing to the defamation of our organization. That note naturally corroborates Combs' attorney's account of the incident. When LAPD arrived on the scene, it was immediately determined conclusively that the Udine took place some distance from the studio. And see, I'm glad that apparently Justin Combs wasn't a part of no shit like this, but this also is, look, I'm concerned by some of the people that filed against Diddy, because there's no question that Diddy is a monster, Diddy is deviant, Diddy is all these things. But see, it's a type of games a lot of these people played, and they filings that, you know, for us people who are able to be fair and be rational and speak from both sides and tug on everybody's wig, no matter who the fuck it is in the situation. We can tug on the villain wig, we can tug on the opportunist wig, we can recognize the victimhood of it all, we can tug on like the whole body of a situation. This was my problem for the jump, which is why I did not report on Lil Rod's lawsuit, because it was a lot of clown shit going on in Lil Rod's lawsuit. It was very clear that, and I wasn't surprised, because Tyrone Blackburn, I believe, was the one who was representing Lil Rod. He's the same red-nosed ass attorney, the red-nosed clown that is representing Jennifer Huff and has stalled her damn case. And Tyrone Blackburn, it has been sanctioned multiple times for literally spinning salacious court filings in an attempt to sensationalize the case and then not even doing the work in the actual case. And here it is. Lil Rod had to amend his complaint like 2-3 times, because remember, initially he also had put a screenshot of what he said was X-rated footage that Diddy sent to him of Stevie J engaging in same-sex activities with another man. But then that was debunked, because the actual person who Lil Rod was representing as Stevie J was an actual like same gender loving adult film star who was like, nah, bro, that's me. And a lot of people was like, this don't really look like Stevie J. It kind of do, but it kind of don't. Like the guy familiar, and then come to find out, girl, that was not Stevie J at all. And then you misrepresented an entire Udine that didn't even take place nowhere close. Like, it didn't even happen in the front room. Like, you said there was a whole ood out in the bathroom, girl, and that there was a man bleeding out in the studio bathroom. The Udine happened as a robbery that took place a block away. Like, it's the fuck shit that's going on, and it really pisses me off, because here it is. You do have a person, Diddy, who is doing fucked up shit to people, but because you niggas out here playing reindeer games, y'all are actually like setting the potential for real incrimination and accountability to be set back like miles. And then you destroy your own fucking credibility, and then you put your own self on the radar, under the spotlight, and it just takes away from the case. It takes away from people who are being genuinely fucking victimized. You then also make the observer and the audience insecure, because now we don't know what the fuck to trust because we want to believe you, but now you exaggerate and you embellish and shit for no reason instead of just, like I said earlier, just tell the fucking truth. No more, nothing less. You don't have to color it in no more than what it's colored in. If it's red, it's red. You don't have to add pink, yellow, orange. You don't got to decorate the picture. Just tell the fucking truth. But then all this pussy popping start. And see, I'm not one of those, like, I'm a very passionate person, but I'm not an emotionally irrational person. And what I'm not going to do is, even when you're trying to go up and expose somebody, I'm not going to act like you also just didn't lie to us. I'm not going to act like you didn't breach your own integrity and there's some fucking inconsistencies and some clear fucking lies being told here. I'm not that invested in any situation to where I'm just going, even if a motherfucker lying, even if a motherfucker inconsistent, I'm just like, fuck all, no, ain't no fuck all that. Because if we're going to live in a system that truly penalizes people, when I die and my heart stops beating and I have to go meet the universe, bitch, any blood on my hands, I want it to be crystal clear 4K clarification about that blood. I don't need no pretend blood on my hand. I don't need no emotionally based ass blood on my hand because I have to answer for everything that I stand behind and everything that I motherfucking do. And I'm not going to be falsely accusing people of shit just because I am so emotionally driven. If you want to talk to us about somebody doing you wrong, you better be talking factually. Because, bitch, once you start pussy popping, you start lying, you start moving shit around, you start doing all this shit, bitch, I'm on your ass too. I'm on your ass too. And if you're mad about it, you can be mad at yourself for the Hunger Games that you're playing. Because had you told the truth and let it be what it was, and not added nothing to it or taken nothing away from it, bitch, we wouldn't be here now questioning you.
I'm gonna tell you something.
I don't give a fuck who we're talking about, including fucking Diddy. The shit is so derailing and it's so discouraging. And you just end up pushing a community that could have supported you if you just would have stuck to the facts and stuck to what it was. Instead of doing all the fucking extra shit. Because when I go to hang people on the cross, bitch, I want to be clear about why the fuck they're there. And I want to walk away from the ass being on the cross in good conscience. I don't want to have no questions about what I just helped do to somebody else. But when you start lying, okay, baby, somebody else going to have to pick up your case. I can't do it. When you start inserting fallacies and exaggerations and developments, okay, baby, that's for somebody else, baby. Find you somebody emotional. Find you somebody who loves a narrative and don't give a fuck about whatever. Because, baby, once you start pussy popping, I'm going to pop right with you. Go ahead, Rumors and Tea.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe this is the reason why her complaint and the information that she provided, I believe this is the reason why the feds and the courts took her serious, because Cassie was truthful. I don't think that Cassie had any other agenda other than getting justice, but I don't think her justice seeking was not just for herself. I believe wholeheartedly that this woman had an intention to not only have her vindication, but to just bring down that ring, that sex trafficking ring they had going on, to end it for anyone else, anyone that had already been victimized, and for those that will be victimized in the future. I think her intentions were purely driven by a divine will. Because the rest of these people that have made, because I thought about while you were talking and you were reading about Rod Wade, I thought about Mace, because we know for years Mace had been speaking out. But I'm pretty sure that during the height of their career, the bad boy era, which was literally the late 2000s, the early 2000s, I'm pretty sure that that's when the sex ring and all of that had began. Never once have I heard Mace speak out, mention anything about these sexual activities and engagements that have been going on or whatever. And for him to have become a pastor and all of that, he only stuck to this man owes him money. He never spoke out against any other crimes that this man was committing. Hence why. See how the universe and the Almighty, our universal God, how he operates? The Holy Daughter, nor the universe, nor the God would allow vindication for Mace because it was coming from a place of selfishness. He wasn't concerned about anyone else. But Cassie, in my opinion, literally had divine interaction. See, I really believe that, like I stated earlier, I do believe that there were times where she was a willing participant, but I don't think that came, and that could have been because of the drug inducing that she was engaging in. But I believe this woman had a divine awakening and saw that she was literally in the devil's playground. And I am so glad that she did her due diligence, that it became something bigger. Because I really believe that although she was trying to get Diddy to pay her off, I believe that she always planned on releasing that information to the feds. I really believe that.
Who, Cassie?
Yes.
Yeah. For sure.
I believe that. And I believe that that was the part of the greater good. A lot of people had an issue with her. Oh, she just did it for the money. She just did it for the money. But I've always believed that money was not the motivating. I believe that he owed her money because I believe that she became aware that this man stunted her career. I believe that was definitely intentional on his behalf because, in my opinion, I don't think that she's the greatest singer or anything, but she damn sure, she could have been as big as a Sierra. She could have been as big as Jennifer Hudson. Not Jennifer Hudson. What's her name? Jennifer Lopez, if not bigger. He stunted this woman's career. So she was well within her right to get what was owed to her financially. But I believe without a shadow of a doubt, she was always going to do the good works of the Lord and release that information to the feds. And I'm glad that she stayed integral. I'm glad that she did not fucking embellish. I'm glad that she didn't, become emotional, unintelligent and unravel. I'm glad that she stood still and allowed her emotional intelligence and coupled with divine intervention to guide her. Because it was never going to be any other way that this man was going to be where he's at right now. And although I still stand on what I believe when it comes to what his time and his sentencing is going to be, or like you said, I can also acknowledge that he himself, the ultimate threat of him being able to walk this earth is enough for me because honestly, we may never get, like you said, everyone that did speak this, we may not never see the justice that we want to see from him. But it's enough because when it comes to narcissists, just him not even being able to have the free will that he wants 100% is enough. Yeah. I think that sometimes we have to take that, like, although I struggle with it, but sometimes we do have to just accept that and take that because there's a bigger picture there. Now, I want his children set the fuck down. I do. I want his children set the fuck down. Everybody's looking at his sons, but I'm really, really afraid for his daughters. Because, again, for them to be walking around here with Drake, they might become madams.
Period. Facts. Because we know he already was apparently dating Lotto's, 18-year-old sister? 19-year-old sister.
And we know that How are they able to lure the young girls? They use other young people.
With the shit, yep. That's what Epstein was doing. He was having the other middle schoolers go out and recruit other young girls. They would bring their friends back to his place. It was a mess.
And it's alarming. It's really alarming. And my heart still goes out to them collectively. That's just the empath in me. But I know how cancer spreads. Like anything good spreads, bad spreads. And I just feel like he's planted a whole fucking garden and he's been feeding all of them the same narcissistic bullshit.
Yep.
And they all ultimately will feel, although they may be experiencing right now, there may be a panic in them to feel like, oh my God, because he's their leader. He's like a cult leader. Oh my God, he's about to go down. But ultimately, like everything else in life, there's always a generational thing. You pass the torch to the next ones in line. My greatest fear is that it's not going to end with Diddy. So now, if I was the courts, I don't know what can they do, how they can intercede legally. But if I was the courts, I would go after the whole fucking family. I would. And I know people will be like, oh my God, not his daughter, his kids, they suffer so much. No. There are such things as omen children, okay? And if this man has I know y'all like, where's she going with this? If this man has made his children sacrificial lambs, have opened them up to this world, we have to know that the buck don't stop with Diddy.
Nope, just like these racists, they raise their kids to be racist. These extremists, they raise their kids to be extremists. Apparently, it's similar grooming going on. And if Diddy is grooming and violating everybody else's kids, why the fuck would he have reserved this part of himself when it came to his own children? Especially his boys. Oh no, he definitely would want his boys to be the type of man he is. Most men do. Whatever type of man they is, they raising their boys to have what they consider to be a man's mentality.
I just don't want to sleep on them daughters, because a lot of people, everybody's more focused on his sons, but them little girls, them young ladies, baby.
How old are his daughters?
17. And I ain't just talking about the twin girls, his other daughter too. I forgot her name right off the top of my head. The others, because they're all the same age, all three of them.
Child, this might have been all of their ancestors coming in a attempt to intervene to break this cycle by putting Diddy ass away so that these kids could have a chance. Or the boys too. Because even though they grown, but they now have an opportunity to have kind of like this line of demarcation in their experience and to kind of see the light and to evolve and mature. And I hope they take that opportunity, because Kim apparently is working from the grave. And I think there is a shaking from the grave in an attempt to save these young people. I do. And I think Diddy being put away is also not only to keep his ass, off the streets and to keep his ass from terrorizing and victimizing underage people, adult people, but also to give his kids a fair shot. And if Kim's spirit is behind a lot of this, if her unresolved grievances and the untimely departure from this world is a mission she still has on the other side and staying connected to this earth plane, then I'm sure all this energy coming at fucking Diddy right now, is really mostly for her kids. It just happens to save everybody else ass too, who is and has been in proximity to Diddy and his shenanigans. I want to welcome Shauna and Nosy to the channel. I want to read this TMZ update super quick too, because I know earlier we were talking to, I think, Felicia, and we were also talking about like whether Diddy would be having, the lap of luxury in prison. But according to TMZ, baby, Diddy was welcomed to MDC Brooklyn, which is far from Star Island, apparently. Diddy is feeling a severe reversal of fortune right now, locked up in a federal jail that's held plenty of famous people, but also is about as far from the lap of luxury as the embattled mogul's been in at least 30 years. On the heels of the judge ordering Diddy to be held without bail, the Fed shipped him out of the Lower Manhattan Federal Courthouse and off to Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, a facility notorious for its brutal and sometimes fatal conditions. MDC Brooklyn's been the temporary home to several celeb inmates in recent years, including, R. Kelly, Fetty Wap, Michael Cohen, Allison Mack, and, of course, Epstein's goofy bitch, Miss Maxwell. Now, Diddy will be settling into his new bare surroundings, a horrifically stark difference from his Miami and LA mansion lifestyles. Oh, I didn't even know that RBO Day also reacted. Let me see what the fuck her reaction was. From 50 Cent to RBO Day, stars are starting to take to social media to share their thoughts on Diddy. I don't give a fuck about 50 Cent's reaction. Let me see. Aubrey O'Day posted a cryptic message following his arrest. The Danity Kane singer took to Instagram on Monday amid the news of Diddy book, where she shared, "The purpose of justice is to provide an ending and allow us the space to create a new chapter. Women never get this. I feel validated. Today is a win for women all over the world, not just me. Things are finally changing." All right. Hold on. This is a quote from her too. The singer told 2Fab earlier this year that this is a systemic issue, and I'm more focused on the ways in which the music industry specifically need to evolve, and in the ways in which we need to go about creating a safe space for music artists without any obligations, and to be freely respected and paid for their work without any obligation, without any blacklist, without any pressure to do anything other than be the talented people that they showed up to be, the 40-year-old singer explained. All right. Welcome, Shauna. Now, I know you was giving somebody ass to work in the chat, and y'all ass was going at it, child, about this damn Kim Porter either being a side chick or no chick, part of the harem, queen of the harem.
Right.
Okay, what y'all got going on? Who the hell? Yeah, what's going on?
Well, I watched a really, of course, I don't know where I saw it, but a really good documentary about Kim Porter, and the way I understand it, which is not shocking, men like Diddy, they're not one woman kind of dudes. So at some point, and I don't know who the person was before. I don't think it was Misha, but it might have been. I don't know. Anyway, Kim Porter was a side chick too. It's to try to say any of these women were any better than the other one is sickening, and I think it's mincing words, or just dissecting. In the end, these were all women who were manipulated by a man and abused, and so they are all on equal footing. Not one of them is better than the other. Shoot, Misha was what, 15 when she a teenager when she got pregnant with Justin, I think. I mean, this man has been doing this from the beginning of time, and the fact that they're starting in 2008, he's lucky, because everything that he's done in his lifetime since he came on the scene was evil and diabolical. And each decade, each year, he was able to gain more and more power and be able to have and get more and more people under his spell to become the man he is today. So, and I wanted to say another thing about Usher. When you're talking about Usher, his mother, I don't know about her. And again, I've watched so many things, I couldn't tell you where exactly, but I don't think she was a good person. I mean, didn't she, in the end, she sold her child to the highest bidder. So I don't have much grace for Usher's mother. All these people, let their children go off with adults to make them stars, they need their heads examined, you know, even though, you know, children have been abused in the industry since the beginning of the industry. So it's like, not like it's all like, oh my gosh, I'm surprised this happened. This has been going on. So the fact that you would willingly surrender your child to an adult without your supervision is disgusting, and your head needs to be examined. I don't think Usher's mother, she's got dirty hands too.
Okay, you know, like I said, because I definitely think that there's a systemic issue around greed and the obtainment of wealth and celebrity and money that transcends a lot of time our humanity and clouds our critical thinking abilities, and we do really irrational, fucked up, careless ass shit like haul our children off for the summer just because it's Beyonce who want to teach their ass how to sing and dance for the next 3 months, or because what we believe about these celebrities or these public figures. And I mean, I know there are hoods and ghettos right now, and that Beyonce and Jay-Z could pull they damn bus in and say, hey, give us y'all kids for the next month. We're going to put them on the pathway to superstardom and teach them how to cultivate their talents, girl. And them kids will be good as gone for the month. Parents probably wouldn't even sign a damn waiver because the kids would be on the bus so goddamn fast just because of the equity that be on these so-called famous and rich people. And because people, even the adult people, are serving the god of money and the god of fame and the god of resources, they end up participating in selling out their children and putting their children in compromise as positions that they didn't really think through, because you forfeited being a parent in an attempt to raise up your social capital and to raise up the amount of money in your checking and savings account at on the so-called heels of your child's giftedness and potential. Yeah, like there's definitely a bigger systemic societal conversation that is not being had, that is birthing this whole reality of kids being exploited and young people being in these situations, just like Sparkle's niece, the one who ended up on that infamous ass R. Kelly tape, who, because she knew who R. Kelly was, she nucked and bucked against the niece, working with R. Kelly, being alone with R. Kelly. But R. Kelly had moved around Sparkle ass and had got into direct contact with her niece's parents directly. And then she walked into the studio one day and her niece is there and they've been there by herself without her parents. She's like, where the fuck your parents at? Why you here? Oh, mama, daddy dropped me off. And And Sparkle was shook. And she had a whole fit with her brother, her sister, etc., over why they allowed, and the parents didn't give a fuck. They was like, look, this man can change our motherfucking life. He sees it for our daughter. She has a gift. Let him make her a fucking star. Move the fuck out the way, you hating asshole. And let history be made. And then history was motherfucking made. In all the wrong motherfucking ways. And because these parents are not having a deeper, more introspective look at their own personal values, we end up just as a society focusing on the end result, which is the villains that end up finishing off what in fact the parents started in their own carelessness and in their own attitudes and priorities and values as people that led to them handing over their kids and throwing them to the fucking wilderness and hoping for the best. So I would love one day to have a conversation where we can stump the motherfucking yard of these parents too. Stump on their motherfucking necks, stump on top of their heads and their bodies, use their bodies as trampolines, and beat the living dog shit out of their asses as well, verbally, because they have every bit to do with what has happened to these young people who have been exploited and groomed and trafficked and abused, whether it's from the Nickelodeon set or from the studio itself. We're going to have to address the issue of our values. I want to welcome Nosy to the platform. Hey, boo, can you hear me?
Yep. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Hey, y'all. It's a lot going on with this
It's like
Diddy shit.
everything.
I've been watching it too. You know, I was on it. You know, we was on last night for a long time.
Long time.
Yep. I said I was gonna come up here when I made it in. I just want to just point out something that Shanitra brought to my attention earlier.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about last night. Don, I sent you the lawsuit, Don's lawsuit, the 55 pages. She accused that man of doing things with children, and that's not mentioned at all.
Yeah.
I really don't. They're trying to cover up for people like Jimmy Iovine, Clive Davis. You know, Sloan Bella said that. Sloan Bella said that there are higher ups, and she specifically said this is like old town, like Motown, older men, rich, wealthy Motown men, that Berry Gordy crowd. They are involved in what Don accused Diddy of. And if they reveal it, it's going to reveal what they have done. Because they're at those freak offs. I believe that. And to save them, to cover it up, they're going to sacrifice Diddy. It's just so much going on with this. And people, I don't know. It's deeper than people are seeing, I think. So I want to make sure I point that out. People need to really start, people who are online talking about it need to start asking about the children. We need to be asking what happened with them.
So I know Andrea, when she was in the chat earlier, because I was on Don's neck as usual, she was saying that apparently Don, before she filed her lawsuit, apparently Don actually was also apparently in some type of conversation or cahoots with the feds, and then they greenlit her to go ahead and file her civil suit. And so she very well may end up, I guess, as a potential witness, because the U.S. attorney who spoke earlier this morning said, you know, he wanted to be vague about the information, but claimed that there was like 50 witnesses that are going to be coming into this thing and that have been subpoenaed. So I'm thinking, also based upon Dawn filing her suit like 6 days before Diddy was supposed to come in, because what we learned from the indictment and the correspondences between Diddy's attorneys and the prosecutors is that they've been planning this out for 6 months, even down to the day that he would come in, do his mugshot, turn himself in, etc. They went and got his ass a date earlier. I was initially thinking maybe they didn't mention the children part in Dawn's lawsuit because her shit kind of came like down the pipeline, and it came to later on in the game. Like she literally filed her shit 6 days before he was already going to be indicted for all this other stuff the feds could prove. But that didn't scare me, because I know in Bishop Whitehead case, the feds had initially filed an indictment against him, and then they dogpiled unto his motherfucking squarehead ass, and they kept superseding his indictment. So I don't think the ball is out yet with the accusations that Dawn made in her lawsuit. I think it's very well, as the U.S. attorney said, this is an ongoing investigation, baby, and we not taking nothing off the table. We entertaining everything. I could see them coming back on Diddy ass and superseding his indictment and adding in those claims, especially if there are receipts, because they also going to have to only use what they can basically prove against Diddy. So if there's proof there, if Dawn has some type of form of proof or witnesses, she can get other people to corroborate that these underage albino girls and Black and Asian girls were being trafficked in, and these underage boys, they were inebriated, seemed to be zoned out, and they were being assaulted by Diddy and his entourage. I think they'll double down on Diddy. I've seen them do it like with Bishop Whitehead. And the feds are good for adding more shit and adding more shit and adding more shit and adding more shit. But I do also, because when you said yesterday on the panel, you said, y'all, that fucking plane that Diddy had over there in them fucking Caribbean islands, that motherfucker was getting the tip out of this bitch. I believe that's where the hardcore shit is. And unfortunately, if they don't subpoena that airport and the pilot, and they don't get a record to account for what was on our plane, where it was taken to, once they got into the Caribbeans and all of that shit, if they don't do that, I fear that what was on our plane is probably the stuff that can incriminate the Clive Davises, the politicians, the big wigs. And because Diddy knows how Epstein turned out, I think he had to ensure to these other powerful motherfuckers that he was able to protect their best interests too. Because he know that there's a hit on his head now as a result of him having all this shit on everybody. And so he got the extra incentive to also try to protect them in order for his ass to stay alive. And if they don't deal with whatever might have possibly be on that plane, there may not come an expose on who we also who we all know is possibly also connected to this, who's even more powerful than Diddy. All of the whites, all of the blacks, all of the rich and famous and powerful and elite on both sides. But I think the bulk of the darkest of that shit is on that damn plane. I do. And when you said it, I felt it. Like I felt it intuitively. I felt it in my cells. I was like, that's what it is. That's it's a link right there. But it's possible that he can get superseded with his indictment. So I don't think the Don allegations are going to be overlooked entirely, not just yet. But we are early on, so we gotta kind of
see. I was thinking that they got him a day early because of the Don allegations. I was like, they probably did plan months ago to get him on, Tuesday, September 18th. But because what Don said, that made them say, oh, hell no, go pick him up. So I was sure that they were going to mention that today. And when they didn't mention it, I'm confused.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. And I don't know. I hope what you're saying is right. I hope they do come on, and finally say, oh, and by the way, don't forget what you did to those girls. But it just feels like why even the blogs are not mentioning that. It's very eerie. That's a big thing, and the big blogs are not talking about it. They're not talking about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Nosy, can I ask you a question? Do you think there's a possibility that because there's so many big wigs involved behind the scenes, do you think that someone is there on that island destroying the information?
Oh, probably so.
I mean, somebody had to be there to meet the plane.
Because the feds thinking of, you know what I mean? So you got Russell, that's not that, even though I don't think he's going to leave where he's at, but like, do you guys think, because he might be implementing in it too. You know what I mean? Do you like, I don't want to be saying stuff like this because I don't even want to put no ideas out there just in case nobody's been smart enough to think that way. But I'm just thinking that if the information is in on an island or something, that there's a great possibility they thinking Diddy might be the one to go and try to make sure it gets done. But that could be being done because he got arrested yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
So that I will hope
going out a long time ago. He flew that plane out. That was either like it was right after that Cassie stuff. That plane has been gone for months and months and months.
That's when they raided his house when his sons got locked up, correct?
No, this was before the raid. Does anybody remember when that plane was flown out? This was before the raid.
It was back in March. It was let me see. I'm about to share the screen.
It feels like that happened before that raid happened. Okay. Private jet track. Yep. Okay, maybe it was during the raids.
Yeah. Because then shit started moving. Because that's what made everybody so confused. Like, okay, well, hold on. Because everybody was thinking like, oh, Diddy on that plane, he done flew to Bali. His ass done got out of the jurisdiction. But then come to find out, Diddy was still here pooching around in the States. But the plane was over there in the Caribbean. People were like, what the fuck is going on? Why is his plane there? He's here. Like, no, you said that plane trafficked the real T. That plane was used as a mobile device to carry out that shit out of the U.S. jurisdiction. But I don't think Diddy would have it destroyed if he was going to make all this effort to. He just wanted to relocate it because he could have destroyed it here in the States. Diddy is going to try to hold on to whatever shit he got over these people's heads just in case he need to ever, use this shit how is it to be used, which is to blackmail them. But right now, he's trying to protect himself and protect them. So right now, he's just trying to relocate the goddamn T, but he's going to go out of his way first to try not to destroy that shit because he don't know if he's ever going to need those receipts.
Yeah.
For anybody who is caught up in the sauce of it all.
I feel like that man's plane did that twice. I think this happened twice with people like, why is Diddy's plane moving and what's on it? I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like that happened twice. But I know one thing. Before he's able to spill anything, they gonna fucking kill him. Oh, wait. Did we cuss over here?
We're cussing ministry.
I be forgetting. They gonna kill his ass. Before he get to reveal anything, that nigga's gonna die. They gonna Epstein his ass. If
you don't think he gonna make it? You don't think he gonna make it?
No, they gonna get rid of Diddy. He's not about to be telling on Clive Davis and all them old ass men. That man gonna keep their riches and they gonna die with what they think is honor. No, they not dying in no prison.
Well, see, a lot of people are already saying that they better not kill him because nobody ain't gonna believe he's actually dead. So that's just gonna lead to a whole nother, conspiratorial rabbit hole of, is he dead? Are they protecting him? Did he pay his way out of this and fake his death?
But that ain't gonna matter. People can have all the conspiracies they want as long as those elites are protected. They don't care what people think. They don't care nothing about people.
They don't.
They just care about their secret being protected. They gonna know his ass is dead and they're gonna know they're safe. They gonna get him up out of here. I don't know. Listen, Sloan Bella made her predictions. She said that she didn't see him doing jail time, but I think she also said that she didn't even see him getting arrested, and that he was just gonna go away, and that people would see him on the street and not even care that he's there. I don't know, because he got arrested, and that goes against what she said. I'm pretty sure she didn't even see him getting arrested at all. Like I said, energy changes. So at this point, we don't know what the energy could be changing to. Somebody could be doing spiritual work on Diddy to make sure his ass is arrested. Honestly, I think it's Kim. I think that Kim Porter is on that man. I'm telling y'all, absolutely. I don't know why people think that people don't protect their children from the grave. My mother protected me from the grave. Every time Jaguar Wright speaks my name, somebody dies or she goes to jail.
Yep.
She says, that bitch mentioned me one day and her mammy died the next day.
My God, today. Rest in
one
peace.
Day that bitch's head started swelling. We didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, her head started swelling. God.
Okay. You don't think that's my mother? She said she was going to my mother's grave, and now her mother can't. They can't. Last I heard, they couldn't even find her mammy's body to put her in a grave. See what happens when you fuck with crazy women's children? Kim was a little crazy, and that man took her away from her children, and her daughters were very young. She's not done.
She not.
She knows it's him. She knows it's him.
All of
She's
that
been around him.
Yep.
I just feel like the courts need to remove them. And I'm not talking about temporary. I don't feel like anybody from his family should have access to his daughters. Because like I said, they're the only minors at this point. And I wish that someone with some integrity in Kim's family would step in. Like I'm just, I don't know. I guess maybe it's the mother in me, but it's something in the pit of my stomach that is severely worried and concerned for them girls.
I'm gonna tell you why
Really.
you're not gonna let that happen on Kim's side, because I believe that when the whole like resurgence of Kim's like death came back up, didn't her dad speak out? It was somebody from Kim's family that had
No,
spoke out.
it was her cousin. It was her cousin.
Yep. Her cousin was like, "Yep, basically reopen that shit. Let's
But
do
that's
it."
why I said someone with it. One of her cousins spoke out and stood in defense of Diddy. But that's why I said someone with integrity.
That wasn't her cousin. That was his cousin, and it's saying that she was Kim's best friend.
No, not the one that was the best friend. I know she spoke out too, but Kim, one of her cousins, because she lives in down here in Columbus, she spoke out. And she was defending Diddy. And then another cousin, it was on a small blogger's page, and it didn't go, like, it really didn't go to it because the blogger was small. But another, there was another relative that spoke out, or whatever, and basically was like, they don't even have access to Kim's children. And I thought that was horrible. But that made sense because you isolate, you know what I mean? He's isolated his children, but allowed them access to predators. It's just crazy.
So this is what I was talking about here, because I was like, I knew her dad or somebody had spoken out. Her dad spoke out after the Cassie footage had leaked. Kim Porter's dad breaks silence on Diddy's assault footage, despicable. And then I think he made a statement about he wondered if his daughter ever experienced abuse at the hands.
Absolutely.
You can say I was disgusted with the video and I wouldn't treat my enemy like that. Jake, 78 years of age, told Rolling Stone on Friday, June 7th. It was despicable. I couldn't believe it. I was in Vietnam and I wouldn't do that to my enemy. Jake answered no when asked if he ever seen Combs physically abuse his daughter Kim during their marriage, but added that anything he had seen was never to the extent, but it made him wonder. So Diddy knows more than likely that Kim's family don't fuck with him. He probably knows that they probably believe that he definitely got something to do with her untimely passing. It's just too much content out there. There's too many conversations about it. It's too many people who are corroborating it. And I'm sure with him being the control freak that he is, he damn sure would not fix those kids to really have a good perception of Kim's side of the family. I'm sure he's done his fair share of slandering the fuck out of that side to control the narrative, to keep them out of his relationship with them kids. But I got a lot of hope for them kids once they become adults, because then they'll have the wiggle room. Kind of like how Quincy Brown is now making up with Albie Shore and shit, and they rekindling their relationship and getting close and reconciling and spending time together and all of that kind of shit.
Yeah, but he's still showing his ass up in court for Diddy. He needs to separate from Diddy. That's not his father. And he killed his mother.
Oh, can I jump in real quick? I'm trying to do my homework. That's why I had to drop down, but I'm listening, and that's my problem. But there's a video, Conscious, that you have to pull up, or you don't have to, but if on YouTube, of Diddy introducing all his kids, and it's the weirdest energy. Back to I know what y'all were talking about, the girls. There's all of it's weird, but you know, the little white girl that he said he adopted. I wonder if she's a part of that whole, like, where is she? That whole trafficking situation. But there's a video on YouTube, and I just pulled it up to see if it's still there, and it is. It says P. Diddy on IG Live introduces his kids, and every child is acting like a weirdo. And I'm not. They start by saying their name and their sign. Which I'm like,
is this fucking speed dating?
Yeah, I saw that video a while ago, but I don't think he really adopted that girl. I think
I don't either.
People keep asking about that girl. She's probably with her actual parents.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the situation is. And at this point, it could be anything. You know, I don't know. But the fact that even if they're playing, it's weird. It's just weird. But if you could play that video,
but even bringing up,
go ahead.
Even bringing up like the kids supporting him while there's all this conspiracy about like their mother and Diddy. It's like I would love to be a fly on the wall to understand like have they even confronted that? Like has there even been a conversation where Diddy even attempted to dispel those rumors? Have the kids even felt bold enough and comfortable enough to even ask Diddy about these allegations about him unaliving their mother? Like I just want to know how's that even been dealt with?
I bet it hasn't. I think he probably keeps them in line like he kept all his women in line. Like you don't say nothing to me. And I think those girls, the twins, I wonder about them. I think he pimps them out too. And just from this one video, and granted, you know, that it's just one video, but it's like they're not one of them. I can't remember. I don't know which ones, but it was just the vibe of it all. They're like they're not with the shits. You know, I feel sorry for all those, especially the girls. I want all the kids, but I think he probably is pimping them out and training his sons to be pimps. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I'd rather be the pimp than hoe, right? I don't know in the situation. But
well, I can tell you, his daughters. I've watched videos, their live videos. They act. It's like you know how kids in Hollywood are. They're very mature for their age. They don't act like typical teenagers. They, you know. But I can tell that, like I said earlier, I don't know how much they've been exposed in regards to their father, seeing what their father does. But I do know they have been exposed to things. They're in the modeling world. That says enough by itself. Like they're literally surrounded by drugs, rock and roll, all of this type of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they have not had their own experiences. Um, but there is something because the daughter Chance, that's the daughter by the other woman. She seems to be the most stable one out of all of them. Like her mom, it seems as though even though her mom with the bullshit, she was just like the rest of them, Kim and the rest of them. But she seems to have done her best, I guess, attempts at separating her, allowing access, but still separating her from the rest. But my fear is more for the twins because I feel like just the fact that he allowed them to be around Drake in itself. I mean, but knowing who he is not surprising, but it just makes me feel like I don't know if he's pimping them out. Um, no, I do feel like he's pimped them out. It doesn't feel like it's an open thing, but like in a suggestive way. And I think that this may be all like normal to them. And I really do think they will. They it's a possibility that they will turn out to be like madams. I really do, and that scares me.
I wonder if he's possibly just because sometimes powerful abusers, what they're trying to do with their children is they just try to raise them to be like these a spitting image, like apathetic, relentless, cold-blooded people who believe that they're entitled, they can have what the fuck they want, get what you want by any means necessary. So I wonder if he's like more so raising them under that guise of like trying to be like this elitist consciousness and mentality more so than like pimping them out and like doing all of that. Because typically, like even with the mob bosses and stuff, like they tend to incubate their kids and just raise them to be rich elitist assholes rather than like just putting them through the sewer.
So when I say pimping, when I say in that way, I don't mean literally like to devalue them in a way where they don't, you know what I mean? Like I do think that it is in an elitist way. Like you're a woman, you got the power, pussy holds the power type of thing without necessarily using that verbiage. But the suggestiveness of it all, because even some of the questions on the live, some of the questions that the people were asking, people have asked them. I don't know what conversation they've had with their dad, but people have in their comments have brought up their mother's death, have asked them. I've seen it several lives. They don't go live often. So and I follow them and I have it set on all notifications. So when they go live, I always see it. And that is a common thing for people to always bring up their mom, always bring up their father's especially after the Cassie thing. They didn't go live for a while, and then one day out of the blue they were up there doing makeup tutorials, right? And the comments was flooded, and I thought that they would have turned the comments off, but they never turned the comments off. But the video was not saved, and I did not see the video going around viral, which was surprising for me because I would have thought somebody would have made it go viral. Then I thought, well, maybe people don't want to piss Diddy off or whatever the case may be. But they were ignoring the comments. And they were only ignoring the comments that reference anything about their father and anything about their mother. So what that told me was their father had some type of conversation. I don't know if he addressed it in a way of like saying I didn't do this, whatever, or if he just told them to ignore. If their father didn't, someone close to them had a conversation with them. I don't know if this was before these allegations happened, or if it was after, like, they were already groomed to know, don't answer certain questions. Don't just ignore it. But what I do know is they rarely seldomly go live, but they do go live. Yeah. And it was kind of, honestly, it was kind of weird in a sense because what they were talking about makeup, but I'm a critical thinker and I could see past what they're trying to put out there on the surface. Like the conversation was talking about their modeling, they talked about their ages and things of that nature, but then they were talking about how they wanted to dominate the industry. So I agree with you about the elitist mentality that has been indoctrinated within them, but I still feel like he low-key has groomed his daughters to use, I'm gonna say it this way, to use their body as a come up and to also lure other young girls. I believe that.
I agree. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about when I said pimping them out. That's exactly. If his son is assaulting women, don't you think, like, he doesn't care about anybody? He doesn't care about his mother. He doesn't care about women he's been with, and he most definitely doesn't care about his children. He's out for self when you get to that type of mentality. But I think he's a user, and it's inevitable that he's going to use his children. So.
Y'all don't think that he made sure y'all don't think that he orchestrated his son's first sexual experiences? And I'm pretty sure that they were minors and it was with adult women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, completely. Yes. So I wouldn't doubt. I don't know. Something similar happened with his daughters. I don't think anybody's safe. No one's safe around Diddy. People like Diddy. He doesn't have an allegiance to anybody. Everybody is a commodity, including his children.
And who was it that maybe Nosy or Conscious know? Who was it that they said has his daughters are in their care currently right now? Who's taking care of the daughters?
Let me look it up.
I don't know if the court said, but people on my channel have been saying that Kamara Lee Simmons has those girls. I don't know where they are though.
Diddy twins in care by a friend. Let me see. Diddy's twin girls.
That the brother is one of the brothers has them. Somebody said that in my comments, I think today.
According to TMZ, the twin daughters are hanging back in Cali and cared for by the late mother's friend. Sources familiar with the situation tell TMZ that Diddy's teen twin girls, 17-year-old Jessie and Delilah, are currently in Los Angeles under the care of their late mother, Kim Porter's friend, Lala. Have you ever heard of Lala?
Uh-uh.
Why aren't they with their grandparents?
So it says that we're told that Lala has acted as a caregiver for the girls for several years, though she is not a legal guardian. TMZ broke the story. Kim was found dead inside her Toluca Lake home in November 2018.
Lala Anthony?
Let me see. Our sources say the girls are currently attending school in LA and Lala oversees their day-to-day schedules. We're told Lala does her best to protect the girls and keep the outside noise away, and she acts as a mother figure. And we first reported, I'm not seeing Lala Anthony. Was Kim and Lala ever cool? Like Lala Anthony?
That's what Foodie's saying in the chat. That's where I got it from.
Let me see. Let me look up something else. Lala Anthony and Kim Porter. Lala Anthony and Kim Porter. Well, it's pictures of her and Kim Kardashian together, but not.
Okay, well, I don't know. Foodie just kind of be saying stuff. I swear to God.
No, I think if it was, because Lala spelled her name like L.A. space L.A. Anthony. I think if TMZ was going to report that it was that Lala, they probably would have put her whole name in there to specify.
Right. They would have been specific. There's no way they would have left that out. And I've only known about Kim being besties with Kimora and Lala being besties with Kim and Courtney, I'm pretty sure. Lala,
so this might have
I don't know. Foodie just say stuff.
This might have been one of Diddy's hired helps that he put in Kim's life.
See, this is the time for Kim's family to step, her father, her parents speaking specifically. This is the time for them to go and subpoena the court. With all of this going on, I just feel like they don't need to be with anyone. And I know they love their brothers and everything, but I don't think they need to be with any of them. I really don't. And I know some people think about the psychological disadvantages that may have because this is who they know. But these kids need to be brainwashed. They need to literally have their brains scrubbed from everything that they know in regards to their father, the way they've been raised. Or they need all of that mess stripped from their brain, from their psyche, because I just feel like, again, he got a big ass garden that he's of web and deceit that he's literally been feeding these people from, and now they're all they're all mini spawns of him.
Yeah.
And I just don't see this shit like this. This is going to be like a part 2, the next chapter. Okay, once whatever goes down with him, I just feel like it's going to continue. This virus is going to continue to spread. This is not going to be the end of it. And I know I have an issue with the court system because I know our court systems have not always come through in what the best interest is for our people. But in this case, I really want and I know these girls are of age where the courts usually honor, when you're a certain age, they'll honor the request of the child. But I feel like the courts just need to step in and remove those girls from anything and all thing that's connected to their father and put them in the care of their mom's family.
Well, here's the thing. We gotta remember, them just being removed from their father this dramatically is going to be more than enough room for them to evolve. I mean, he's being physically removed out of everybody's lives. So it's all the hope for these kids. I mean, obviously, that this they dad, they ain't gonna demonize him but so much. People rarely do. But they young, and he now has been fully removed. So I think, I don't think that they're, at least the girls. The boys seem to be on a fucked up track, but the girls so far, I don't think I think they got some good odds.
Yeah.
For them to be alright in the end. And I think that they'll learn more as they become adults, because now Diddy not going to be there to literally physically control what they do, what they have access to, what they pay attention to in their private time, what they scrolling through on their phone. And as they get older, they're going to get curious. And by their daddy being locked the fuck up, eventually that mature adult mind going to be like, bitch, your daddy ain't locked up because he's some innocent ass angel. Your daddy locked up because he got a fucked up ass part of his ass that exists. And as that curiosity grows and grows in them, they ass going to be scrolling through all these videos we done did, all these motherfucking panels we done did, unearthing all of Diddy shit. That's going to be the content they're going to be listening to, putting the piece of the puzzle together, and they very much so could end up, completely on the other side of this thing. But, they young right now, but now with Diddy being removed, this gives the universe a lot of grace to start regulating and start working in them to bring them into the full light of what's going on.
Yeah.
For shizzle. But I done been here 6 hours, y'all. Y'all got anything y'all can say? Because there ain't no more updates coming out. I think we done fucking ate the bone, the meat.
You know, tomorrow they're doing the bail hearing. They're trying to.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know about that. Yep, that's kind of like that.
his attorney, people was like, "Oh, it's not over yet. The attorney gonna." I'm like, "Well, the attorney is doing what he's paid to do. He's a defense attorney, of course. He's supposed to be doing those appeals, but I don't think the judge. I don't think the courts are going to see any reason to honor it tomorrow. Just like they didn't see no point in honoring it today. I think it needs to be denied again and again, and they're gonna let the lawyer exhaust all his appeals, and then Diddy ass gonna sit there until trial time." Yeah. And like Andrea said, she came up here and made some really good points about why they would have reason to still deny his bail, even regardless of his whole bail bond package. Oh, y'all can have the plane, y'all got my passport, y'all da. It's because of how wealthy Diddy is and how connected he is. He don't need his own plane to haul ass. Yeah. He also don't need a passport. Like, he's so wealthy and has so much access that he could still scoot and boot, even giving up all the things he has given up because of the level he exists at. And if the courts are taking that into consideration, that you can give up all these things, bitch, and you still got the wealth and the access to haul the fuck ass, then rightfully so, they're gonna keep his ass locked up. And I think he needs to be there to a trial, because if y'all also claiming y'all got 50 witnesses who done came and corroborated this, that, and the third, y'all done subpoenaed over 300 fucking people, like, y'all need to protect those people too and keep his ass locked up for the sake of keeping him off them people's ass, because y'all got an indictment claiming that he already into bribing and extortion and intimidation tactics. So why would you let him out so that he can get access to these victims and these potential witnesses and be terrorizing these fucking people until trial, trying to get them to pull out and scare their ass out of following through with this investigation? Keep his motherfucking ass there until the crow crows. I'm with it. Are you going live tomorrow, Nosy?
Hell yeah.
Period.
So anytime you got that bail hearing shit, I'm gonna be right there.
Okay, yeah. I think we got a good thing going, y'all. I don't think that we should make any assumptions yet. It's still early on. They very well could spend time investigating Adon's allegations. They could supersede Diddy's indictments. The U.S. attorney said, look, we open field right now. This is an ongoing investigation. We ain't stopping. We ain't put a period on nothing. You know, so if we got a dog pile onto Diddy ass, if shit continues to come in, bring it on. Bring all that shit to us. We want it all. So I don't think we should look at the beginning and assume that this is all it. They ain't all done. And I saw this happen in Bishop Whitehead case. So I'm encouraged right now. And I was also thinking, even if they don't, because if Diddy done did his part to conceal certain shit, then these other people who need to be exposed, the university is going to have to create like another opportunity to expose them through some other situation. But even with Diddy himself, even if they don't deal with Diddy about everything, like the connection to Kim Porter, the Biggie, the Tupac, and all this shit, like I think you pulled up on the channel when I tuned in that there was a white guy saying the stuff that they do have in the indictment is enough to put his ass away for what's remaining of his black ass life. And since he's already done lived half his life, if they do anything just to put a 30 or 40-year charge on him, he's dying in prison. He's gone, basically. They don't even gotta put 1,000 years on him or put a life sentence on him. Just anything that'll put his ass away for the next 25, 30, 40 years is enough for that to basically be equivalent to a life sentence for Diddy. So
yeah,
him and R. Kelly may be prison bosom partners, etc. But I would love to see everything just come up and out in this. I would love for them to unearth everything.
Yeah,
I mean, it would be nice to see for sure. So we gonna see. Nosy Ho, tell these folk where they can find you at, child.
Child, Nosy Ho live with a messy resides. I'll be live tomorrow. I was live twice today. We did a long live yesterday with a whole panel of like 5 or 6 of us.
Yep.
And I'll be live again tomorrow. So thank y'all for having me. I'll see y'all next time.
All right, boo. I'll be over there tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, babes. That was Nosy Ho, y'all. Shawnee, any final words, child?
No, I mean this is explosive. 2024 hasn't disappointed. I can't wait for the rest. I mean, we got what? How many more months? Three more months. This is fire. I love it. I love it.
Maybe y'all better cling to the cross because
hanging on for dear life.
The angel of death, baby, is pushing through Egypt, bitch. Y'all better hide your kids, hide your husband.
I love it. I love it. I love the reckoning.
No post, honey. The angel is coming through with the judgment, child.
Right on. I'm here for it.
All right, babe.
All right, thanks. Love you. Bye.
I love you too. My room is at T, child. We knocked and buck, kicked and tuck up in this motherfucker. Any final words?
Thank you for always doing the work for the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter. You know, I'm looking forward to the panel. We talk about side chicks.
Yes.
Yeah. Looking forward to that. And hashtag Diddy did it.
Are you in the mood tonight? Because I think I want to like go get me a swish of water, hydrate myself, and then see how I feel. And if I like, I might want to come back tonight, but it's already 11:30. You think that's too late to come back and do another live stream?
No,
all day for 6 hours.
You know, all you gotta do is hit me up. I'll be down. I don't feel tired or anything, so
Are you all right? Because you do sound like your energy is kind of like sound like, I don't know.
Well, this has been really, really good for me tonight. A distraction. My sister-in-law passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear. When your sister-in-law passed away, I'm sorry to hear that.
Was that Friday, I believe? I think it was Friday. I can't even tell my days. It's fine, listen. But like I said, a healthy distraction, not to be dealing with that for the moment. So I'm down for it, you know. You want to do it tonight, I can do it with you. Yeah, I can spill some more on my tea.
All right, y'all. So me and Rumors of Tea may be coming back, y'all. We're gonna be talking about, it's basically a response to another content creator's conversation about, are side chicks to blame for the breakdown of your marriage or your engagement or your relationships, honey? Are side chicks to blame or not to blame? Do they have? Yeah, we're gonna just have that conversation, and then we're gonna talk about why the wives are the main woman and then the side chick, because it was also being argued on the panel. Like, one person was like arguing that, yeah, like the side chicks don't got, like, they got low self-esteem. Who goes for a chosen man? Like, you gotta not really value yourself in order to chase after a man that you know is already spoken for and taken to. You know he's going back home to his wife. You know he's going back home to his kids. And then the oppositional rebuttal to that was, well, you can argue the same thing about the wife who is fighting a side chick over a nigga that don't even respect her enough to keep his vows and his commitment to her as well. So can't you argue that the fucking wife also got low self-esteem and ain't no better than the damn side chick if she fighting for a no good nigga just like the side chick is? And then it was just a very interesting dynamic dialogue. I also had a lot to say too about all of that area, so we're gonna open up all this shit.
A good little debate.
And if we're gonna drop the link, y'all, so we want y'all to come up, honey, and give y'all perspective and all that stuff, y'all. So y'all may be seeing us in a bit. If y'all don't see me tonight, y'all would definitely see me tomorrow, and we'll pick up where we left off tonight with this topic and continue the Diddy coverage and all the other shit going on. There's a lot of shit going on with Wendy Williams right now. We know that Tito Jackson, rest in peace, passed away. It's just a lot happening. So y'all, we'll definitely be back as usual. And remember, my Cash App is being upgraded, girl. They want me to change my account to a business account, and I don't have a business account for my Cash App. So I had to appeal the decision, which may take 30 days. So my Cash App is going to be inactive until they respond to my appeal. So if y'all want to send a nigga love, y'all have to do that through PayPal, which is paypal.me/Consciouztv until they deal with my appeal and all that kind of stuff. But I love you all, and I'll see you in a bit, Rumors and Tea. Thank you for
All
being
right, love and light, girl.
All right, babes. This was a great show, honey. Diddy got the content in. Nosy will be live. What it is? It's 11:30 tomorrow, girl. You know the lawyer is going to be lawyering, child. So he gonna be appealing, honey. So I mean, I guess I don't know what he gonna do different, but I guess we have to keep an open mind, girl. Diddy could very much so, I guess, make bail, get out on bail. But once again, with his, I just don't see it happening because once again, like, Attorney Simone already done, you know, basically gave her perspective on what the issue is with one of his collaterals. Like that $48 million house is already tied up in another default judgment with the inmate that sued Diddy and got that $100 million judgment. So you can't put that house up as collateral when that house is already collateral in another judgment, which means that technically the only equity he got is the $2 million off his mother's house, his mother's Miami house. So from $2 million to $50 million, girl, that's a far contrast. So yeah, more than likely his ass is not going to, you know, his ass ain't gonna make bail, girl. And he is a flight risk person, and shit, they need to be paying attention, because if you willing to put up that much money to get the fuck up out of there, girl, Diddy obviously ain't ready for prison, and he got even more reason now that he know what a jail cell feels like. Now that he know what motherfucking Sing Sing and Rikers Island feel like, bitch. Oh, definitely. Now he got the motivation to get the fuck on, bitch. Y'all won't get me up in this motherfucker. Okay, put me on a first class flight on Spirit to Bali. Russell Simmons, whatever his name is, girl, move the fuck over, honey. So it's gonna be interesting, child. All right. Good night and goodbye.